Volume 4. Chapter 301, The Old Way. Chapter 301, The Old Way. Suddenly everyone nearby felt like they'd been hit by an armored truck. That murderous aura was thick as syrup as it hung over them. Lan Jue felt sluggish, and the others felt it too. His 4 teaching assistants could barely move. Such a powerful, dangerous aura. The green-masked man didn't race toward Lan Jue right away. He took a step, and then suddenly he was off like a gust of wind. He threaded between Tan Lingyun and Wang Hongyuan, then whirled around so that he was behind the dance instructor. Now the assistant stood between Lan Jue and his opponent. While Wang Hongyuan was fast and reactive, the green-masked man was simply too quick. He couldn't keep up with the man's speed. He kicked a leg out behind him in hopes of connecting, throwing everything he had into it. In this sort of all-out melee, the focus was to do more damage to our opponent than he did to you in a short time. But as the green-masked man moved around, he reached out with a hand and slipped to the side. This permitted him to simultaneously avoid the kick and grab Wang Hongyuan by the back. By this time Lan Jue had arrived. But instead of pursuing the green-masked man, he instead headed straight for Wang Hongyuan and punched at the beleaguered dancer's shoulder. The poor man felt a strange power course through his shoulder and his back grow hot. The green-masked man wrenched his hand back as quick as he'd lashed out. A quiety was sputtered through the mask. But he wasn't done, and before Wang Hongyuan could turn, the man was slapping viciously at his back with both hands. Lan Jue, never idle, reacted by thrusting both hands forward toward Hongyuan's chest. The National Eastern University's dance instructor became the proxy for the war between the two masked drill masters. He could feel a series of blasts rush from behind him. Tan Lingyun grunted in dissatisfaction, throwing herself in a flying kick over Wang Hongyuan and toward his green-masked assailant. The man retreated a step, faster than anyone would have thought. Now his series of exchanges with Lan Jue had come to a close. As he retreated, Wang Hongyuan's clothes fluttered, then dissolved into ash. He stood there, naked as the day he was born. Ah! Mika, Xiuxiu and Tan Lingyun were all understandably taken aback. Xiuxiu especially yelped in surprise. The green-masked man moved like the wind, weightless and effortless in every movement. He raced to the side, smooth as silk, appearing behind Xiuxiu. Xiuxiu's bashful and timid nature had her stunned at the image of Wang Hongyuan's naked body. All she felt was her body going numb, and then suddenly Xiuxiu collapsed to the ground. A dignified indignation flared in Lan Jue's eyes. Faster than lightning he raced forward to meet the green-masked man head-on, and protect the second of his companions assailed by this stranger. Since the beginning, this man's target had been Wang Hongyuan, and then Xiuxiu. And Wang Hongyuan's clothes, specifically. A true master of battlefield control. Back off, Lan Jue's voice growled. He's mine. He knew attacking in numbers would add no pressure to this man. On the contrary, it just gave him more opportunities. Wang Hongyuan tiptoed off the field, his face bloodless. There was a flash, and he vanished. That was certainly his discipline at play. The fight had only been very brief, but it had felt like hell. Wang Hongyuan could feel wave after wave of that terrifying aura passing through him. Although it did no harm, he felt himself frozen, locked in place like a statue. Even the bursts of air that passed by him didn't strike. But the mere fact of being that close to the terrifying specter of death was draining. For these two, clearly the slightest mistake could mean terrible consequences. Insane. These two are like damn nightmares. Without any hesitation, he was gone the moment Lan Jue said he wanted this fight one-on-one. He couldn't have gotten out of there fast enough. Gao Lei watched as Wang Hongyuan veritably blinked out of existence. It caused his brows to raise. He was no weakling, evidently. More surprising, though, was the golden-masked drill master. He really could face down his own military instructor. Who the hell was he? Mika and Xiuxiu backed off the moment they heard their boss voice. Tan Lingyun, however, did not. There was a light for the lust of violence in her eyes, and excitement written clear on her pretty face. She looked at Lan Jue fervently. If you want to go one-on-one, that's fine. But let me go first. You? Lan Jue paused, looking toward the green-masked opponent. He stood calmly to one side. Very well then, he said without being prompted. The light in her eyes shone ever brighter, and she crouched like a lioness eyeing her prey. Then, straight as an arrow, she launched herself fist-first at the man's face. The green-masked man swept his arm back and around, slapping Tan Lingyun's fist toward the ground. Tan Lingyun's wrist flowed like water, wrapping backward around the man's own hand. But she didn't stop there. Her hands were like silk, and slid along the inside of his arm until she struck his chest. Ha! Lan Jue blinked, surprised at what he saw. Even without the use of her discipline, she was a competent fighter. It was news to him. A flash of surprise flitted through the masked man's eyes as well. He twisted his torso, and with the motion his arm began a corkscrew motion downward from the shoulder. Ling Yun's arm began to vibrate. But Tan Ling Yun was right where she needed to be. Her body arched as her legs swept up and over. With an acrobatic twist, her legs wrapped around the man's neck. It was a nigh inhuman display of suppleness. The green-masked man stumbled back a step, groping at her back. She writhes from side to side like a snake, deftly evading his hands. With her ankles locked and her legs squeezing his neck, the savage goddess twisted her body violently to the side, making a full 180-degree turn. The very acrobatic strike was unexpected. Lan Jue also knew this was not some manifestation of her discipline. She sure had some spectacular fighting methods. Unfortunately, she didn't know what she was going to face. Her legs were clamped around the man's neck, but he responded by throwing his head back, trying to throw her free. The inertia from her upper body forced her legs to twist. She hoped the fulcrum of the twist would force the green-masked man to the ground. But the end result was similar to Gao Lei's exchange with Lan Jue. It was like the masked man could anticipate her every move. Her legs were strangling the air from the man, but despite her hold and twists he never moved. She'd come at him full bore, but he was like a cast-iron statue. He would not be budged. She felt a fist like steel strike her lower abdomen. By virtue of his terrifying strength, she was thrown away flailing. She curled into a ball, pained by the strike. There were many things to consider in a fight between a man and a woman. A man had to be careful not to strike a woman's head, face, or private areas. As a result, the abdomen became the primary target. Hits there didn't leave any permanent damage, but they certainly reduced your opponent's combative prowess. Tan Ling Yun flew a good 5 or 6 meters before striking the ground. The green-masked man approached and, with the tip of his boot, kicked her. Tan Ling Yun was in the air again, flailing unceremoniously toward Lan Jue. The drill master caught his assistant. Immediately he could see the skin of her face around the mask was pale and drawn. Sweat was coursing down her forehead. There was a fear in her eyes that spoke volumes, underpinned by a strange and unsettling mania. Lan Jue passed her over to Mika, and then slowly turned to face her assailant. Their powerful and frightening savage goddess lost so easily? The students of the NEU stood in shocked silence. Who was this man? He was like a monster. The green-masked man returned Lan Jue's stare. After a moment his calm voice emerged from the mask. I did indeed look down on you all. But this woman's strength is passable, and your students are not entirely worthless. Lan Jue nodded. I hope to have them undergo the Iron Army selection process after their training is complete. What do you say? If they can pass 20 courses, then fine. The man said. Excellent. Lan Jue's voice was fierce and prideful. Then, once again the fight was on. He raced forward toward his opponent without warning. He even began much the same way Tan Ling Yun had, fist first. The green-masked man responded by lashing out with his own fist. The two white-knuckled appendages met in mid-air, and where they collided there was an audible bang. A burst of air followed, and the gathered students and soldiers stared wide-eyed in open mouth as the gust of air buffeted their faces. How strong were these guys? Lan Jue attacked, fast as lightning. His whole body was like a martial weapon, and he used every part to put pressure on his enemy. Hands, shoulders, elbows, knees, legs, even his head. Whatever was needed to get the edge. But the green-masked man's defense was impermeable. His hands were like fan blades, no matter which direction Lan Jue approached from, his blocked any attack that came his way. Gust after gust of wind blew out from between them with each exchange. The wind was strong to begin with, but as the fight raged on it became almost a tempest. The sounds of their strikes landing sounded like thunder. Footprints and craters appeared on the battlefield beneath them. The metal alloy floor couldn't stand up to the sheer strength of the two men. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 302, Wisdom in the Way. Chapter 302, Wisdom in the Way. They got faster and faster as time stretched on. Some of the students were having a hard time following. Were they really not using their disciplines? This was a question in the minds of every spectator. If they were so strong and frightening without disciplines, how much of a terror were they with them? Bang! Lan Jue's body was cast away, with a footprint displayed prominently on his chest. He soared 20 meters and hit the ground with a grunt. There has been progress, the green-masked man said. Lan Jue's eyes narrowed. He rose to his feet, but remained stationary instead of racing forward to re-engage. He lifted his arms, trailing them gently through the air in a smooth arc. A gentle sensation began to radiate from him, and the surrounding students and soldiers felt the energy modulating their temperament. The hard and implacable became gentle and calm. There was an almost indescribable elegance to it, an ethereal quality that was difficult to pin down. The pain in Tan Lingyun's stomach where she'd been struck eased almost immediately. Her eyes lit up when she saw the man she knew as Lei Feng undergo the transformation. The old way? The green-masked man took a step forward, knees in, hands up. One arm was held in front of him with the palm pointed toward his chest. His other hand was raised above his head with palm pointed to heaven. It was the stranger's turn to attack. He launched off of his back foot, and floated like a leaf on the wind straight toward Lan Jue. He reached out with a palm strike. The advance looked slow and easy. Even reaching out for a hit as he seemed gentle. But Tan Lingyun could clearly see that his hand had grown, swelled almost, and a green light was radiating out around it. She could sense, even just by looking, that the man's hand could probably chop right through a boulder. Lan Jue lifted his arms to block the strike. When the two connected, the drill master flowed like water under the attack. The man and his powerful lunge were negated, and cast aside. The green-masked man came at him with strike after strike from his palms, both of which were surrounded in a dazzling golden light. Each wave of those hands looked easy, almost lazy. But there was a startling power behind them. Lan Jue moved as well, and with both of his hands spread, he extended his legs out wide in a single coordinated movement. Every attack he received was diffused or redirected. Every strike was met at just the right point to render them useless. However, the deafening blasts were gone, and their exchange was much slower than they had been. Now, again, the onlookers could see clearly. From what they could see, this part of their fight was much more frightening than what had come before, even without the gusts of wind and bursts of thunder. The slightest mistake, on either side, meant obliteration when using attacks this strong. The green-masked man's palm strikes became more oppressive as time passed. But still he retained that strange sense of calm harmony. Lan Jue, meanwhile, gave the impression he was one with everything around him, an integral piece of the natural way. Even the air around him was like a part of him, and his movements were as smooth as clouds through a calm sky. But underneath the gentle display was the potential for explosive power. He would show it from time to time, and the green-masked man would retreat and re-evaluate. Tan Lingyun's own discipline was mastery of the supernatural, so she could feel the powers clearly. It was fascinating, for even she couldn't achieve that level of symbiosis with nature without using her discipline. The gathered students and soldiers watched with rapt disbelief as their two instructors duked it out. Nika and Xiuxiu forced them back and out of harm's way. Cao Lei continued to watch, shock in his eyes. This is martial arts, he thought, the ancient styles of kung fu. The martial arts were skills developed in the ancient days. But they were more than skills, they were a way of life, with a culture all their own. These particular styles came from China of the former era, with roots tens of thousands of years old on the mother planet. Unfortunately, as time passed and man progressed, more and more of these combat styles were lost to history. Cao Lei could faintly remember hearing that the masters of these styles passed their knowledge through word of mouth, as family secrets. True masters of the craft were said to have powers to match adepts. Of course, they didn't have the sphere of influence a discipline afforded. He'd always been told that an adept who could learn and develop with a martial arts style that suited their natural abilities would undoubtedly grow strong. So it was that many of the highest order of adepts would seek out and learn a style. Of course, finding a master of an ancient fighting tradition was much easier said than done. He knew that Tan Lingyun had used martial arts in her fight, but he'd never imagined this Lei Feng or his own master would be such powerhouses. Just then, the situation changed on the battlefield. Without warning, the green-masked man threw himself into a vaulted backflip. He pressed his palms to his chest and, amid a dazzling display, was enshrouded by a golden aura. The scent of sandalwood filled the air, and then his aura silently burst into bloom, expanding to fall over Lan Jue. Mantra of Spirit. The green-masked man's deep voice hummed the words. Even the tone seemed infused with magical essence, and as his body doubled in size no one could look away. The golden light and aura of profundity seemed to cover the whole world. Lan Jue planted his feet, stretched out his arms, and drew a slow circle in the air before him. A dull, peaceful white light sprang up, and like a vortex drew the encroaching wave of energy into itself. They clashed entangled, and Lan Jue was slid back a few paces. However, he never lost poise, and his ethereal link with the supernatural never wavered. The green-masked man landed. Then, striking forward, he pushed his pressed hands outward. Mantra of Clarity. The sweeping force of golden energy retracted, and was drawn into the man's outstretched palms. 2 beams of pure light exploded from them. Lan Jue drew back his arms, folding his arms like holding a ball. The white light that had surrounded him condensed between his cupped hands, and then it too was launched out. Once again the white and gold lights met. Boom! A wild whipping gust of wind tore across the field. Lan Jue was pushed back, one step after another for 10 paces. Deep grooves were left where he'd stood. A nimbus of golden rays protruded from behind the green-masked man. He retracted his hands, clenching them into fists. Lan Jue was breathing heavily as he regained his footing. His chest rose and fell with the effort. He didn't move, remaining still, with his eyes closed. The green-masked man was also at rest, waiting with his fists crossed at the small of his back. A moment later, Lan Jue opened his eyes. He offered a nod to the other man. "Thank you for the instruction." "You've improved," the masked man replied. He said nothing further, and left without acknowledging anyone. Lan Jue turned back to the students. "Have you seen enough? If so, we've got more training to do." The esteem in Gao Lei in his soldiers' eyes was evident. Although they had no idea what rank or discipline this Lei Feng drillmaster really possessed, but from what he'd revealed just now he was certainly awe-inspiring. The exercises continued, but Lan Jue stood back a ways. He was silent, choke-full of emotion. At last he'd been able to face down the mantra of clarity. He could still remember years ago, the best he could do was the mantra of spirit. Each time he had to face clarity, though, he'd lose. This time he'd almost compelled him to resort to his final attack. He went over the fight in his mind, the details clear and fresh. He pondered, and digested. It is said that top pilots were always the ones who were able to join themselves with their suits. But in the world of mecha piloting, that isn't enough. Training in a martial art is very important. Until now no one had learned how to fully incorporate all 3 aspects. A suit capable of doing so would be prohibitively difficult to construct. The rarest of metals would be needed for the alloy, the most powerful power gems, and it would need to be perfectly customized. Every martial master's requirements are different, not to mention the need for their martial art and discipline to combine. If they didn't, both would be made weaker as a result. This has been an important watermark for pilots in the East, even though they rarely had the opportunity to use it. There had yet to be built a specialized martial mecha suit, and that where the pilots met their hard ceiling. Lan Jue had actually used some of his most fundamentally understood martial moves with his mecha during the God Team battles. After years of improvements and upgrades, and years of practice in DreamNet, he was able to perform some very basic moves. It was during his battle with the driver, known to him then as Thunderclap. He'd managed after a fashion to join the art with his discipline, and it was that had allowed him to combine the yin of Thunderclap's power with the yang of his own. The result was the terrifying powerful beam attack that turned the tables. Zeta. A Jue. Your discipline is a manifestation of the firm and the positive. It is the accumulation of the Earth's true energy. When you follow the right path, your discipline will be strong, but if you lose your way, your discipline will weaken. Remember to keep yourself on the path of righteousness, do not permit exogenous evils to persuade you. Stand tall through bright days and stormy nights. What is hard can easily break, so today I shall begin to teach you the secrets of Tai Chi, therein you will learn flexibility in the face of hardships. Firm and pliable, yin and yang. A man of military and social responsibility. A Qing. Quick, clear, controllable. For you, the mantras of freedom, so that you might keep an even temperament. They will soothe the tempestuous winds within you, and also give them freedom. This will be a grand achievement. Turn the cool breeze to a raging hurricane, and the world will bend the knee. But unbridled freedom has no root. It is easy to grow deficient without a source of sustenance. To you, I will teach the Hanya. Wisdom. And with it, just as you control the winds of storms, you will also command the Vajra. Your power will be fearsome. Zeta. Boom. Bro, your art is too much for me. How am I supposed to block it without my discipline? Tai Chi is as soft as water. It's useless in blocking your attacks. You heard the teacher. If your Tai Chi can one day block my 3 mantras, then you'll have perfected it. Get up. If the teacher says you can do it, then you can do it. Boom. Zeta. The NEU students' solid foundation carried them through the remaining exercises, pushing the limits of the training. As the day wore on, the 10 trainers they allotted became 50, and each student had a sparring partner. Lan Jue's 51st student trained with Gao Lei directly. Tang Xiao had won that honor. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 303, The Right Guess. Chapter 303, The Right Guess. Tang Xiao had made quite the impression with his rage-filled assault in the last fight. It left a particularly powerful impression on Gao Lei. He was so impressed, in fact, that he'd approached Tang Xiao before the training, patting him on the shoulder, and shared a few words. If he ever joined the forces, he'd said, Tang Xiao was sure to become an excellent soldier. He promised to lay a solid foundation so the young man could achieve that dream. Then Tang Xiao, Wang Hongyuan, Tang Lingyun, Mika and Xiuxiu were underwhelmed by the military training, when compared to the last month the students had suffered. For them this was especially true. What they needed was combat experience. It was also notable that they were still forbidden from using their disciplines. To Lan Jue, the best way to become better was trial by fire. When mealtime came, the students wolfed down their nutrition like ravenous animals. They fell asleep almost immediately and, in conjunction with the injections the young women were administrating, they were right as rain by the time they woke up. Drill Master Lei Feng. Lan Jue turned to face the unfamiliar voice, an uninvited guest in their dormitory. Tan Lingyun stood a small distance away. Even in her flaking mask she was a stunning vision of beauty. The tight-fitting flight suit accentuated her feminine charms. What is it? Lan Jue's door was open. He had yet to remove the mask, so his identity remained intact. I wanted to verify something with you, she replied. Lan Jue shot her a curious look. Verify what? The savage goddess chest heaved in a sigh. She looked as though she were struggling with herself. That man in the green mask, he was the Enluan super soldier, wasn't he? The one they call Prometheus. Why do you say that? Lan Jue answered. She went on. I know what kind of power you command. You showed that today with the fight, more than any normal man could handle. But the other one was even stronger. He was able to wander around here without any of the soldiers stopping him, and young. If he isn't Prometheus, then I have no idea who else he could be. Lan Jue's eyes reverted to the calm indifference they usually bore. So you think he's Prometheus? I guess he must be. It's like, time for you to get some rest. Tan Lingyun didn't move. She just looked back at him. She sputtered suddenly, that means you're probably Zeus. I should stop calling you Lei Feng. Drill Master Zeus, that's what I should address you as. Eh? Now Lan Jue was truly taken aback. He thought desperately about how he revealed himself. Tan Lingyun's eyes twinkled fervently as she looked at him. There are so few God-ranked pilots, and even fewer in DreamNet. You've worked hard to keep your identity a secret, but I first saw it during the God-ranked battles. There are a few small movements you and Zeus perform exactly the same. Furthermore, we've seen that you have a strong discipline that focuses on lightning. There are only a few famous pilots who fit that description. That, and your close relationship with Prometheus, which we could guess from that exchange, just confirmed it. Your Prometheus brother in arms, Zeus. I'm right, aren't I? And that man who came to the NEU and helped with the training, that water adept, he must have been Poseidon. Lan Jue rose to his feet and approached Tan Lingyun. She unconsciously took a step back, but her eyes were as bright and excited as ever. Lan Jue knew that look. It was the same way Poseidon's fans looked at him. Get out. Zeta. The training schedule was a full one. The soldier training program was as brutal as it was trying. But the students were elated, because there were many devices here a soldier might use for training, tools they now had access to. Not least of these were the mecha used in actual combat. A month was hardly any time at all to them. Though the work here was laborious and tough, and they only had about 4 hours of rest a day, but they had the best instructors and then those nutrition injections which made it bearable. More and more the students were realizing that the hell they'd experienced during the first month was to help them achieve a very solid foundation. It helped them improve their skills, as well as their ability to carry on in the face of hardships. Now they were like sponges, and absorbed every little detail they came across. Of course the bioelectricity, the medicine baths, and the protogenic emulsion they'd absorbed, all conspired to help them gain as much as they could from the experience, to absorb and assimilate it as quickly as possible. Of course, they didn't necessarily realize it themselves. Almost every day a student was breaking through to a new level, not just their discipline, but their spirit. Innocence was systematically drawn from the fresh faces of the young pilots. It was replaced by a steadfast resolution, a deep-seated iron quality. They adopted the same expressionless face the soldiers bore. No matter what they encountered, they did so with an indifferent facade. They had also gotten used to this painfully dreary, and physically painful, existence. They were even starting to like this metal world they inhabited. Every day they worked, they had a deeper understanding on the Enluan soldiers and what they did for the Alliance. Not only were their bodies finely honed killing machines, their willpower was also forged to be hard as steel. Only men and women like these could defend the Alliance from its enemies. You're certainly an effective drill master. Lan Jue stood on a metal platform, overlooking the training field. As always, his voice was soft, hardly louder than a whisper. Lan Jue allowed himself a small smile. He wasn't wearing his mask, his face needed some fresh air. Do you really want them to undergo the selection process? Lan Jue turned his face to look at his brother. Lan Jue nodded. So they can prove to themselves how far they've come. Powerful people require confidence, and confidence is the root of power. If they use their abilities to improve their confidence, they'll improve even further. Then they'll really be ready to stand on their own. What then? What's the plan once they've completed this training? Make me a battalion commander, Lan Jue said offhandedly. Eh? Lan Jue looked at his younger brother in stunned disbelief. Lan Jue's grin revealed rows of pearly white teeth. I've always wanted my own team. I mean, my power has its limits, but these kids are full of potential. I'm certain, in a few years, I could turn them into an elite fighting force. You join the army. Lan Jue just stared. Not now, of course, Lan Jue said. If what the clairvoyant said is true, I'll come and find you when the enemy appears. I'll be your errand boy, how's that? You believe these kids will continue to follow you? The commander asked. Lan Jue looked over the students gathered below. Step by step, brother. Why do you think I brought them here? I'm certain they'll never forget their days on Enluan, long after this month of training is over. In old China there was a saying, wasn't there? Only the father and son can win a battle. We don't know who our father is, but when the enemy does show, I want to be by my brother's side. Lan Jue's rock-solid face crumbled just enough to allow a small smile. He raised a hand and patted Lan Jue's shoulder. We've got to get stronger. Yes. So if these kids do manage to pass muster and get selected, you're going to owe me something. Lan Jue said through a smirk. The smile on Lan Jue's face widened still further. Everything you've said so far was building to this sentence. Worthy of being known as the God of Wisdom, Lan Jue said. Lan Jue shook his head. I didn't guess. I knew because I'm your big brother. You're never so nice as when you need something. Lan Jue brought his eyes back to Lan Jue. When the day comes that I can, I'm going to beat the ever-loving crap out of you. Lan Jue met his gaze. I'm looking forward to it. Now let's get going. Go where? Lan Jue asked. I've helped you train your Tai Chi, and I see you've improved considerably. You have to keep it up. Lan Jue's face scrunched in displeasure. Don't give me that. You just want to smack me around some more. Of course. Zeta. 51 students stood in 5 rows. Their faces were still, devoid of expression. This, and their dark flight suits, lent to the faint aura of deadliness that had begun to follow them. Lan Jue, in his golden mask, stood before them. Tan Lingyun, Wang Hongyuan, Mika and Xiuxiu were fanned out to his left and right. It's been nearly a month since we've arrived. Soon we'll be heading back. This means that the second portion of our overall training is complete. It's time to leave Enluan. Lan Jue's voice was soft, but carried well. The students stood in formation, absolutely still. No one dared move, or make a sound. They were like statues, dangerous statues. At the very least, they were much more disciplined than when they'd first arrived. But there was more in their eyes, loss. Their time here on this famed planet was, literally and figuratively, a world different than the life they'd lived on Skyfire. They didn't even want to consider time during the first month of training. Every day was a battle against the pain that consumed them, to where they hardly wished to live. They didn't even want to remember those awful days. But here, on Enluan, things were different. Although they were weary, beaten down, and in pain, but they felt enriched. They were learning new things every day, things they lapped up like a thirsty man in the desert. They could all feel the vast improvements they'd made since classes started. The impractical and showy fisticuffs they'd shown up with were gone. They'd learned the proper way to fight, simple and direct without any unneeded flair. Efficiency, callousness, obeisance, and fearlessness, that was who they were now. These were things they learned from the soldiers, things only the elite could understand. Many were surprised to discover that they liked it here. Only those who fit in could understand the industrious and hard-working life the soldiers had here, and why they liked it. In this world of steel and iron, every one of them had grown tremendously. And not just in power, either. They'd arrived as boys and girls, but now they were men and women. Now they were on their way to being warriors. And now it was time to leave? The last 2 months were all that was left in their memory, that torment and torture and surprise and elation. It was almost done. At the outset, the number of students who'd wanted out were innumerable. But that fear and loathing were gone, now they were struggling with regret. Those emotional, conflicted eyes followed their demon drillmaster. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 304, The Assessment Challenge. Chapter 304, The Assessment Challenge. But as we're leaving, it's important for us to leave something behind. Your instructors have trained you diligently for the last month, putting their heart and soul into it. When I asked for their help, they complied. They did so by giving you all a chance to feel the reality of life as an Enluan soldier. In a moment, I will lead you all through a very special test. If you can pass it, then you definitely can pass the Enluan acceptance criteria. If, one day, you decide to join the armed forces and come to Enluan, then the doors to the Iron Army will be wide open for you. As the words washed over them, the students couldn't help but mutter their thoughts to one another. Lan Jue could see the light of excitement in the eyes of several young men in the front row. Drillmaster, is this for real? You're saying we can join the Iron Army? Very few people would have the stones to interrupt the drillmaster. Of course, Jin Tao was one of them. Lan Jue nodded. If you can pass the test we're about to administer, then yes. You have a shot. Jin Tao pounded his fist into his left palm, and grinned like a madman at his instructor. Being a soldier had been this young man's dream for years. Over the last few months, he'd seen a tremendous change, and every day he felt stronger. Being here on Enluan had also forced him to grow up somewhat. More and more he felt as though he were no longer a child, he was a man, and no more dumb mutt Jin Tao. And it didn't go unnoticed, for Lan Jue recognized him as the most excellent student in the whole group. It wasn't that the others didn't try as hard as he did. His passion, his obsession was more than the others could match. He approached every training course with a rabid tenacity, and threw everything he had behind every action. He just wouldn't stop, until he had it down perfectly. Gao Lei had even approached Lan Jue in secret, and urged him to leave Jin Tao behind. He liked the kid, after all sometimes soldiers needed to be a little crazy. Many had the same thought process Jin Tao did. In this last month they hadn't just been training, but were also coming to understand Enluan and the warriors who protected it. More and more they were beginning to see the truth behind the Iron Army. It was hard, but glorious work. And now they had the chance to join them, if they could pass this assessment. This pie-in-the-sky dream of theirs was a possibility, suddenly. They could hardly contain their excitement. Lan Jue went on. This assessment and Enluan's traditional selection process are different. This is largely because we didn't have the time to participate in several specialized training courses. However, for any warrior there is no better display of ability than actual combat. So, your final assessment will be a fight, with Enluan as your battlefield. Your enemies will be the first independent combat group, led by the first pilot. And do you remember that man in the green mask? He'll be directing his soldiers. They will have mechas with training weaponry. Myself and my 4 assistants will be in charge of your team. If you guys can win, then you've passed the assessment. Real mecha combat? Once again the students were blindsided by the revelation. They'd been using actual mechas throughout the training, but never true combat. It was a dangerous endeavor, especially for students. The specialized training weaponry they used were harmless lasers, but they still recorded damage. The suits were designed to shake and smoke when the damage threshold had been reached, and that was a sign that the pilot was down. The lasers also recorded shield damage for close combat attackers. Lan Jue turned and pointed toward the distance. Do you see it? That is an Enluan combat mecha suit. Their drillmaster indicated an array of pitch-black suits with red dragon heads emblazoned on the chest plate. They stood in orderly lines, and an ominous sense of dread sprang up in the heart of all who looked upon them. The students had used the basic versions of the same mechs for their training. Basic, though, wasn't an adequate phrase. Even the lowest level models here were treated with a special coating that made them stronger. It allowed them to fight in space as well. Each time the students were confronted with them, they were extremely excited. After all, who wouldn't want to fly in the same suits the Enluan soldiers used? If you pass, Lan Jue began, the army has agreed to lend each of you a bloodlust suit equipped with an interspace armlet, for 1 year. Whoa! Many students audible let their surprise known. Tan Lingyun and Wang Hongyuan, however, shot their drillmaster a strange look. Lending mecha suits? It was the first time they'd heard anything like this. And they even had interspatial armlets. The armlets were basic fare for any suit that needed storage. It was restricted to mecha-specific items, but startlingly pricey. For these students, it was a beautiful addition. Not everyone's family had the funds to purchase a suit. The NEU wasn't a top university, or a particularly affluent one. Their students were normal people living off of normal salaries. These military suits, though, weren't even on the market for the rich. Almost immediately, the excitement before a fight sprang up around them, almost palpable in the air. Aside from a few less enthusiastic participants, everyone was itching to give them a try. Lan Jue's deep voice cut through the din. I do need to remind you, the difficulty to win matches the prize. According to Enluan tradition, a battalion has 100 men. This means you will be having 2-to-1 odds against trained killers. Their leader is a god-ranked pilot even stronger than I. He was an almost superhuman ability for critical thought and tactics, on top of being a powerhouse physically. So, when the fight starts, don't underestimate your enemies. Don't enter into this with the mistaken assumption that it'll be easy. You must follow orders to the letter. Next, I'll be giving out specific assignments. Lan Jue looked over the crowd. We have 56 bodies, which we'll separate into 5 teams. First team will be led by Tan Lingyun. Those I call line up behind her. The groups were arranged quickly, 5 as he'd promised. However, none of the groups contained the drill master himself, or his 2 mysterious female assistants, Mika and Xiuxiu. The group leaders were Tan Lingyun, Wang Hongyuan, Tang Xiao, Gengyan and Tang Mi. The actual fight will take place on a hilly battlefield roughly 10 kilometers in diameter. This is a seek and destroy mission, so victory won't be achieved until all of our enemies are defeated. I will be passing down orders throughout the match. Group leaders, make sure the instructions are followed to the letter. The base rules are as follows: do not continue to fight when you're down or otherwise instructed, do not leave the allotted battlefield area, and do not give the enemy the opportunity to flank you. As the situation on the battlefield changes, you'll be given more specific instruction. Understood? Yes, sir. The students roared. Lan Jue nodded. Good. Time to get started. The mecha suits they would use had been prepared earlier. They were military suits, but specifically altered for training purposes. All of their weapons were replaced with training gear as well. Lan Jue, Mika and Xiuxiu also entered into similar suits. 56 mecha took off simultaneously, then formed ranks and headed for the battlefield. By now the students were all very familiar with the lay of the land. Like their teacher said before, this was their chance to leave a mark before they left. It was a chance to show off what they'd learned over the last month. As they left the base, the barren wasteland of Enluan's surface came into view. Now that they were beyond the base's environmental shields, no living thing could exist out here. It was all noxious gases and poisoned earth. The suit's life support systems were the only things between them and a painful death. But despite the less than hospitable conditions, it was a perfect place to start a fight. A small overhead map appeared on the console within each suit. It was a common tool in the arsenal of the warrior. Within no time at all they were following the map to their final destination. As they were told, the terrain was hilly here. The ground rolled from peaks to valleys, stretching into the distance. The tallest peak was only 500 meters of dull yellow rock. They received the signal from the Enluan soldiers, their enemies were in position. The assessment was set to begin at any moment. Attention everyone! Engrave it on your memory, this is not a drill. You are to treat this as a real battle, and use everything you've got. Disciplines are permitted. Remember to cease the moment your opponent's suit starts to smoke. Is that clear? Yes, sir. The students replied through their communicators. Lan Jue's deep voice crackled through the consoles. Alpha Team, take cover in Sector B. Echo and Delta, to your assigned positions in Sector A. Charlie will start for Sector D, and Bravo to E, move out. The students complied. 56 mechas spread out and shot off in different directions. Lan Jue, Mika and Xiuxiu headed straight for the opposite end. He was the commander of these students, so that meant he not only needed to give them direction, but also serve as scout. Sector A was closest to the enemy's starting position. Wang Hongyuan was leading his group there, as was Tang Xiao. Sector A did have higher ground, so the primary objective was controlling that area. Control of high ground was also of paramount tactical importance, because it made it easier to control the overall situation. That's why there were 2 groups here. Alpha Team, led by Tan Lingyun, was the strongest one they had. Jin Tao and other accomplished pilots fought at her side. At least 6 of them were Emperor-ranked pilots already. The ping of functioning radar filled their cockpits as the ultraviolet rays swept toward the distant horizon in search of enemies. The deep heralded a frightening sight. Every screen in Sector A saw it, a thick cloud of red dots descending upon them. The Enluan soldiers spread out like a net, spreading wide as they approached the students' location. None of their enemies were spotted in the skies, which was to be expected. It would make them easy targets. They worked together a cohesive unit and, although they looked to be spreading further apart, they were all ready to react to their neighbors' movements at the drop of a hat. They came rushing into the sector, then slowed as the search for their victims began. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 305, Terrifying Enemy. Chapter 305, Terrifying Enemy. The opposition had an entire battalion, and the green masked man. 101 enemies, almost twice the number of students from the NEU. Lan Jue didn't know how good these soldiers were in the realm of mecha combat, but they were undoubtedly better than his own students. He figured they had practically no chance at victory in this one. If they wanted to have any chance, the first step would be breaking through their formation. If they can spread them out and sow a little chaos through the ranks, it could do something but help. For the NEU contingent, their greatest advantages lay in their discipline. Now that Qianlin's discipline had advanced, there was no one among them with a talent below the 5th rank. In fact, over the last 2 months every one of his students have had their disciplines improved, though some more than others. Those who were originally 5th rank saw their talent improve a whole grade and then some. Between the copious amounts of medicine and Lan Jue's bioelectricity, how could they not improve? Then of course, there was no improvement without suffering. Lan Jue led Mike and Xiao toward the center of the zone. He knew, of course, this would reveal them to enemy radar. Sure enough, 5 enemy mechas detached and formed a strike force, headed their way. To preserve equanimity, everyone had exactly the same mecha suit. This was true for the lowest soldier to Lan Jue and the green masked man as well. This solution presented a problem, however, in that Lan Qing couldn't tell where Lan Jue was in the mess of identical suits. This was the same for Lan Jue. For those two, the beginning of the drill was a battle of wits and courage. If the enemy general was among those 5 encroaching mechas, they had a hard fight under retreat to look forward to. On the other hand, if he wasn't among them, then the enemy side was short 5 men. It was a gamble, but this was how the game was played at their level. Lan Jue wasn't playing foolhardy risks. He knew his brother, and though he was a calm man, he had no hesitation to go for the throat in matters of military strategy. Of course, he also wasn't a fool. Lan Jue's brother was a keen military mind, with a far-reaching strategic vision. If he was among them, bringing soldiers along not only concealed his identity, but increased his combat effectiveness at least 30%. With these truths concerning his enemy in mind, Lan Jue's own principle during this fight was to be steadfast and calm. Be patient, and wait for opportunities to present themselves. He led Xiao and Mika away, maintaining low altitude as they cruised toward Sector A and the others. When the 5 mechas arrived at the location they were just at, they didn't give chase. Suddenly, a blast of electromagnetic energy tore through the area. The Iron Army was buffeting them with radar blocking. Lan Jue and the others were blind. Enable signal interference. Lan Jue commanded. His voice crackled through the comms as he rapidly positioned the teams. The earlier exploratory excursion was to entice the enemy, a tactic both Lan Jue and Lan Qing used often. Now their contest was truly underway. Lan Jue picked up speed, leading his 2 Amazons toward his small army's left flank. If one were to look from on high, they'd see all of the students using the hilly land to conceal their numbers and location, just as Lan Jue was. When fighting against superior numbers, consolidating was the best defense. It was a basic tenet of military strategy. The students began to congregate under the cover of an undulating landscape. Lan Jue was certain Lan Qing was counting on this. He didn't know how his brother would approach the situation, nor did he want to guess, but he did know very well how strong Lan Qing was. If he led the vanguard, they might as well not even bother fighting. No, they would have to just wait, and hope for an opportunity to take them by surprise. The students were almost completely assembled. Clearly, their 2-month training had not been a waste. They reacted swiftly, and their situational awareness was on point. They knew to conceal themselves as they arrived, and to remain so to foil the enemy. They repositioned with great care. Then, suddenly, an ear-splitting alarm rattled through Lan Jue's suit. This is Gung Yang. We've encountered the enemy. They're approaching in arrow formation. Gung Yang's urgent voice filled the small cockpit. Lan Jue's heart sank. From the radar he could see the whole flank charging forward. It was a perfect arrow, tearing forward like a scythe before weeds. Delta team was right in its path. At this point Alpha, Bravo, and Charlie were very close. Echo had already formed up beside Delta. The way the enemy's charge was positioned, it threatened to cut the two sets of teams off from one another. Echo, break off and hide. Delta, retreat. But just then, Gung Yang's voice returned to report that the arrow had dispersed. Then, the sky was blotted out by a hail of laser fire. The sizzling red lights engulfed Gung Yang. Like that, it was likely his Delta squad was cut down. Even from a distance away Lan Jue could see plumes of dark black smoke rising from of Delta's position. The sign of a ruined suit. Echo Squad, under Tang Ni's command, quickly found hiding places. Luckily she hadn't rushed full out to Delta's aid, or her team would likely be among them. Lan Jue's expression was dark and grim. He knew his brother would be a trial to deal with, but he certainly hadn't anticipated tactics like this. Attack with everything you got, a full swam. Simple, direct, effective. Come with me. Lan Jue raced forward in a countercharge, bringing 3 squads with him. Thankfully Gung Yang's defeat was not in vain. They knew where the enemy had been, and could track them from there if needed. Follow, nip at their heels, pick them off, retreat and repeat. Circle around them and peck away until there was nothing left. That was their chance. He sped to the peak of a mountain, and looked out over the terrain. Once more, his face changed. He saw all 101 Enluan soldiers, their dark suits like a cloud of angry bees from this distance. They were concentrated in a valley, organized so that squadrons faced out in all directions. They were unapproachable. In their brief hand-to-hand exchanges, Lan Jue and his students had come to learn the ferocity of the Enluan warriors. Speed, formation, leadership, they were much higher trained in all aspects. Lan Xing could command as he pleases without fear of reprisal. The remains of Delta's squad limped from the carnage, reduced by a fifth. This final exercise was only getting more difficult. Had it not been for Lan Jue's reconnaissance, they'd have run headlong into the entire battalion. It goes without saying that would have ended poorly. A direct assault was suicide in situations like this. Lan Jue immediately gave the order to halt. The 3 squads moved as a unit, finding cover. Only Lan Jue and the Amazons ventured out to survey the enemy's formation. They'd likely been there 5 minutes, and clearly not expecting a sneak attack. As they watched, the group switched formation, and drew into a single battle array. It started heading for Lan Jue and the others. Lan Jue understood. This was the contingent Gung Yang had seen coming their way, before they'd disappeared, revealing the enemy's advance. Lan Shang wasn't giving him any chance at all. In this sort of situation, he had 4 choices it seemed: retreat, veer left, swing right, or if they were adventurous, straight ahead. Breaking through was ridiculous, of course. His main force would be discovered immediately. They would meet their end surrounded by Lan Shang's terrifying Iron Army. Left, right or retreat, but Lan Xing likely had a reply and response for each. He was stuck in a progressively shrinking box. What can I do? Retreat. Lan Jue's voice was calm and dispassionate. The command trickled down from leader to leader. The 3 squads broke off in separate directions. Echo, so far untested, was also given specific orders to fall back. Lan Jue tapped a few commands through the mech, and in response his viewing screen filled with data. His eyes brightened. His face, lit by the stream's F data flashing past his screen, revealed the faintest hint of a smile. Lan Xing had been calmly commanding his soldiers from the front, in the center of the independent battalion. He'd seen what Lan Jue's students could do this last month, and didn't look down on his brother's training regimen. They were talented, and dangerous, pilots. Adepts were a relatively rare thing among the vast spread of humanity. Finding those above the 5th rank was even less common. Among these soldiers it wasn't even certain all of them even had disciplines. Though adepts were prioritized over ordinary humans due to their superior physical fitness, the talented ones were also sought after. The Iron Army did have the highest concentration of adepts in all of the East's armed forces, but even then they composed perhaps 1/10 of the total forces. The remaining non-gifted were selected through an exhaustive, layered process that included mecha combat. It was imposing and difficult, but it would be true to say there weren't any non-adepts among the ranks of god-ranked pilots, rare though they were. Every single one of Lan Jue's students were adepts, and decent ones. To the Iron Army they were equivalent to their upper echelons of talents. Throughout the training, none of them had been permitted to use their disciplines outright. Lan Xing couldn't know what they would be bringing to the fight. He'd be needed at the front to command them directly. He suspected each student individually would require about 20 students to overwhelm and defeat. Under his command they could do it easily. After all, What was 1 month of training compared to over 10 years of experience? His plan was revealed, at least in part. He would command in battle groups, whose concentrated firepower would deny them the chance to use their individual advantage. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 306, Lan Jue's Tactics. Chapter 306, Lan Jue's Tactics. With one charge, a fifth of a squad was defeated, as anticipated. He had a wealth of talent and experience in military matters, and knew what to expect. Right now, though, the most important thing was finding Lan Jue. If his younger brother were allowed to direct these students, joining their disciplines and the mechas, he was afraid of the result. If he wasn't there with his soldiers, they'd probably be wiped out. His eyes narrowed. This wasn't just a contest between student and soldier. This was a duel between brothers. Over the last month the two engaged in several exhibition matches, none of which Lan Jue won. However, Lan Cheng was very clearly able to see his brother's improvement. In fact, Lan Jue's progress was no less than the students he led. He was a 9th-ranked, 7th-degree talent. How could he be advancing so quickly? Lan Jue was also aware of the changes. He felt like he was undergoing a second awakening, and under the direction of his militant older brother he was improving quickly. His discipline was as strong as ever, but he saw greater improvement in all other aspects. This was especially true for his level of fitness. After continuous training, he could now ward Lan Cheng's mantra of clarity and maintain stability in combat, and sustain much longer during mecha battles. Prepare to engage. Lan Jue's voice was cold and hard. The laser rifles rose to a ready position. All of the suits around Lan Cheng were sharpshooters, so the signal interference the enemy was using didn't much affect them. They could accurately peg anything within their field of view. The enemy suits were outfitted the same as theirs, so Lan Cheng knew they couldn't stand against the concentration fire of 30 attackers. That was what brought doom to Gung Yang and the others. They tried to employ their disciplines when first spotting the rush, but they nonetheless dropped like flies under the volley from his sharpshooters. An ominous sensation tickled at the back of Lan Cheng's mind. It was a feeling he hadn't felt for a long time. As a 9th-ranked, 9th-level talent he was very nearly a paragon, with the ability to command protogenic power. He'd long ago learned to pay attention to his feelings. Defensive positions, he shouted. Less than a second later, the surprise attack commenced. The Enluan soldiers had been organized into a single-file battle array. The benefit of such a formation was permitting for mutual support if they got caught under fire. It also spread them out to control more of the battlefield. If they encountered a more tenacious force, the head and tail could wrap around to surround the enemy and attack them from every side. But the benefits of this formation were castrated when the surprise strike arrived. It was too quick, and from too many directions. Errant laser blasts tore through the area as the ferocious charge ensued. The surface of Enluan was once more a war zone. Lan Cheng looked at his tactical map to discover that they were attacking from 5 points. They were evenly spaced, and designed to attack his battle array at its weakest positions. The execution had been perfect. How could he make such an accurate prediction, especially with their radar blocked? Lan Cheng was stunned, but that didn't stop him from engaging the enemy. As the Enluan soldiers fought back, energy shields flared around the attackers. There was still some distance between the two sides, so they exchanged rifle fire as they neared. Zeta. Lan Jue led the charge with Mika and Xiuxiu on his heels. They sped around the middle section of the formation and engaged its left end. A corona of blue light sprang up around the black mecha, leaving behind a stream of pale color as Lan Jue sped forward. The demon drillmaster knew his window of opportunity was a small one. It wouldn't be long before Lan Cheng joined the fray. How much damage he could inflict would be a matter of skill. He hadn't chosen a sniper mech, sticking to his preferred sword-bearing model. The alloy weapon in the mecha's hand vibrated ever so slightly, then began to crackle with electric energy like the rest of it. The electric power coalesced with the blade at its center. When he jabbed the weapon toward the heavens, all of the lightning was released in a terrifying blast of power. Forest of lightning. He and his students were outnumbered 2-1, this was not the time to hold back. Manifestations of his power tore through the small contingent of soldiers like a deadly wave. Their shields fluctuated and flashed as they attempted to save them from the attack. Lan Jue's mecha was not, unfortunately, Thor. His attacks did not have the benefit of employing power gems to beef them up. All of his strikes would be pure discipline. However, that didn't stop the waves of lightning from tearing through the shields and immobilizing the pilots within. Lan Jue kept up the assault like some kind of nightmare. His sword, coursing with power, exploded outward into shards of pure energy. It was like a hail of 100 million tiny daggers. In this moment, the individual potency of the Enluan soldiers was revealed. There were certainly adepts among them, but none with strength enough to contend with Lan Jue. Lan Chang arrived to aid his beleaguered soldiers. Gusting winds with a faint cyan hue gave the super soldier a tailwind, so he arrived quick as a flash. But even before he arrived, cyclones were converging on Lan Jue's location from all directions. The younger Lan twisted in midair, and the errant bolts of electricity which surrounded his suit congealed to form a solid layer of armor. In the same instant, several orbs of surplus lightning were cast toward his assailant. The forest of lightning and the thunder orbs cost energy, but Lan Jue did not hesitate to use them. This was their chance. Mika and Xiao, who had followed him at the onset of his charge, weren't with him now. They had charged toward a different section of the formation, cutting off one part of the group from the others. The remaining section were focused on their flank, where Tang Mi's Echo Squad had their attention. Mika and Xiao put pressure on them from the opposite side. Although they had a disadvantage in numbers, they were outpositioning their enemy. Lan Chang knew well what Lan Jue was planning. He would keep Lan Chang at bay while Mika and Xiao mopped up. The battle unfolded between them. Alpha, Bravo, and Charlie joined the fray against 60 hardened soldiers. Could they succeed? Other than himself, the others had Gao Lei to contend with. They only had a few small squads of soldiers, so how realistic was winning? His brother had done a masterful job in seizing an opportunity, but the end result would be the same. But as before, the NEU wouldn't be counted out. They had the Savage Goddess, Wang Hongyuan and Tang Xiao, and they had yet to make their presence truly felt. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 307, Frightening Rapport. Chapter 307, Frightening Rapport. Tan Lingyun took to the front, rushing headlong into the fray. She didn't have the dual knives she usually preferred, but had chosen a saber mech instead. 2 daggers were replaced with 2 enormous titanium alloy broadswords. A pale green light surrounded her suit like a cloud of vibrant energy. As beams of laser fire surrounded her, some found their mark but most were deflected by the shield. Being more advanced than the students, and certainly faster, she pierced the line and tore into the enemy camp first. The Enluan soldiers were able to mitigate some of Lan Jue's damage due to the distance between them during the opening salvo. With Tan Lingyun, things would be more difficult to deal with. The center of the soldiers' single-line battle array retreated, stretching them into a thin arc shape. The entire contingent focused their fire on the Savage Goddess. Fortunately, the 3 student squads arrived in time to give her backup. They approached from 3 directions, trying to box in the soldiers. Tan Lingyun's unit swept past her and into the fight with guns blazing. Like her, manifestations of their discipline surrounded their suits. It had been almost unbearable this last month. Not because of the difficulty of the training, though there certainly was that. For the entire course of the training they had been expressly forbidden from using their disciplines. The power inside them felt bottled up and ready to burst. Now, at last, their drill master had given them permission to pull all the stops, and they couldn't be happier. This only deepened when they finally got to sense how much their talent had improved. The area around them was a deadly forest of laser fire. However, even with their advantage in numbers, the soldiers couldn't mount a counterattack. They tried to mount a rush, to shatter the students' surprise attack, but couldn't. Their commanding officer was Gao Lei. His mecha was a ball of fire, with bright flames scorching the dark paint. He faced his suit toward Tan Lingyun and charged forward, while a group of soldiers nearby formed up and followed. Teams of 5 broke rank to face the Savage Goddess. Were this a real fight, the mechas certainly wouldn't have been so uniform. There would be specialists, scouts, defenders, and strikers. Scores of different roles to round out a fighting unit. Uniformity failed to cover all aspects of a fight, leaving them weaker overall. In the end, this was a training exercise, and the suits were identical to preserve fairness. The soldiers would have to depend on superior tactics and formation to win. The rest of the soldiers formed up into groups of 5, with 20 suits becoming 4 strike teams. They retreating while maintaining cover fire. They didn't separate, instead working well as cohesive, 5-man teams. This gave them both an element of defense as the soldiers were able to tackle threats from all directions, but also the ability to rapidly switch targets and focus fire a single enemy. The tactic was proved successful when one of the student fighters' suits began to smoke. As their discipline was exhausted, the concentrated fire took its toll. The soldiers were all blazing fast in their reactions and deployment. They were separated into groups of 5, but worked like a single organism. They would advance and retreat as one, moving without flaw or hesitation to engage enemies as needed. Even when they focused an enemy, their rifle fire was all in one spot. The NEU students also worked together, but not at the same level as the soldiers. They mostly relied on their discipline and individual piloting ability. Amidst the mess of fire and the ever-changing terrain of the battle, they would dodge and re-engage. But these soldiers acting as though they were of one mind, to the point where all four groups would pick one target and assail them relentless until they feel, giving them no chance. Alpha Squad had yet to join in, but already 2 of their number were eliminated. It viscerally underlined their deficiency in the face of experience. Among the Alpha Squad was one mecha, resplendent in a pure white light. There was a flash and then, with the speed and force of a cannonball, the mecha barreled into one of the ensuing units. When the mecha made landfall, the ensuing blast shook the ground and left a crater in its wake. But the soldiers did not flee. They held and refused to be routed, much to the surprised disbelief of onlookers. They watched the scene play out with wide eyes. As the kamikaze mecha made its attack, all 4 groups leapt into the air simultaneously. Were one to look from on high, they would appear like heavenly figures spreading light throughout the barren wasteland. On the ground, it was a much more terrifying experience. As the soldiers flung themselves into the air, they began to fire, all 20, into the hole where the brash student had fallen. Puff! A plume of black smoke arose from the crater. Whoever that was had used the full force of their discipline behind the attack, but was left exhausted. Then, could they survive against the focused 4 of 20 soldiers? Alpha Squad lost another one. But Gao Lei and Tan Lingyun's engagement was just beginning. Tan Lingyun tore her sword through the air, and where it passed a tail of green light followed. Under the assault, Gao Lei was steadily being pushed back. As far as Lan Jue could tell from where he was watching, Tan Lingyun certainly understood the idea of overwhelming attack. Gao Lei's fire-based talent was 7th ranked. Lingyun, meanwhile, was approaching the peak of 8th rank. However, in regards to mecha control, she lacked polish. Her style was to rush in guns blazing, and wreak as much havoc as possible. Gao Lei sat in his cockpit, gritting his teeth and glaring daggers. Whoever this person was, they hit like a battleship. They wielded their 2 alloy blades like a dervish of deadly steel. Gao Lei was confident in his combat abilities, but his opponent was practically a force of nature. Whatever that green light was, it seemed to gather the atmosphere around their sword. He couldn't find any opening for a counterstrike. As the 5th member of Alpha Squad met their end, the Enluan units moved in to engage close quarters. The students' mechas were replete with the manifestations of discipline. It penetrated their suits and hung around them like a halo of light. The soldiers, on the other hand, fought back with expert coordination and tactics. What's more, clearly the soldiers were using the minimum effort needed to keep their energy reserves high. This allowed them to keep up sustained, concentrated fire without ceasing. That was how they finished Alpha Squad's 5th casualty. Just as Lan Sheng had posited, these students, with only a month of training under their belts, couldn't stand up against the frightful cooperative power of the Iron Army. In the end, an Adept's advantage isn't very significant without the mecha to back it up. After all, mecha suits were sheets of steel and machinery. Trying to destroy one without the aid power gems would be pretty difficult. It couldn't overcome the soldiers' strength in numbers and superior tactical understanding. Fortunately, as the 6th Alpha Squad member was felled, Tan Lingyun managed to knock Gao Lei flying. It gave her some breathing room, and that was all she needed. She puffed heaving breaths in the darkness of the cockpit. As her fury and determination consumed her, Lingyun's discipline imploded. Her body took on a crystalline composition, flooding the mecha's interior with refracted light. She coaxed her mecha higher and brandished her 2 enormous swords. With a terrible war cry, she launched herself toward 2 enemy groups. Her sword shone brilliantly, leaving resplendent arcs of light in the wake as she brought them down upon her foes. Be-boom! Her enemies were scattered by the tremendous blow, flying in every direction. The unfortunate targets of her strike were both billowing black smoke. In a flash, she was off in another direction. Hunting for prey. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 308, Stalemate. Chapter 308, Stalemate. The leader of Bravo Squad was Wang Hongyuan, and they appeared to be faring better. This was to expected, however, as his enemies didn't include Gao Lei. Speed was the dance instructor's specialty, and the other students in his group were similarly endowed. So it was that when the charge was called, they were like the tip of the spear. Their answer to Wang Hongyuan was the same as it had been for Tan Lingyun, groups of 5, focus firing weak targets. His leadership skills were better than the Savage Goddess, which was shown when he had his small company form in to align with him at the head. Like an arrow they pierced through the battlefield, with Wang Hongyuan at the fore. His massive sword flashed as he knocked away anyone in his path. The soldiers' reaction was quick. The four groups scattered, then turned to attack one point from their new locations. This prevented Wang Hongyuan from protecting the rest of his formation. By the time they drew close again, 2 of their number were out of commission. Thankfully this wasn't a real fight, but even so the frightening capabilities of the Iron Army were evident to all. To them, this whole process was routine, but one they threw their whole self into. There was no second round, there was no next time. The enemy would be crushed right now. Wang Hongyuan grit his teeth. His voice called over the coms to his unit, telling them to separate and fire at will. If they remained in formation, his whole squad would be lost. If they focused their attacks on a single strike unit, the other 3 would tear them to ribbons. He feared his students wouldn't have an answer for that, so it would fall to him. He knew he couldn't allow the opposition to continue its concentrated assault for too long. Their hit rate was too high, and there would be no opportunities for him and his to dodge and counter. They were down to 9 men. Wang Hongyuan launched himself at the most distant enemy team, while the remaining 8 students also charged their targets. Once they got close enough, it was time for the students to show what they could do. Although they all had different disciplines, they were all possessed of potent energy they could employ during battle. Pouring this energy into their suits, they fanned out like a deadly lotus. A strange sanguine aura hung around Wang Hongyuan's suit. An undulating cloak of blood hung at its shoulders. In no time at all, he caught up with the enemy team, and as he arrived a strange choking fog of red surrounded them. The 5 soldiers quickly determined this one was a powerful adept, but it only made them a more cohesive unit. They holstered their rifles, and pulled out their close-quarters weaponry. The small group bristled with titanium prepared for the encounter. They, too, poured energy into their suits. Wang Hongyuan could feel it, a strange and uncomfortable sensation that filled him as their swords came slashing through the air. The dance instructor's suit seemed somewhat off-kilter, but the veil of vitae surrounding him and his enemies reacted. It seemed to throb, filling the soldiers with a profound sense of unease. Their strikes all missed. Wang Hongyuan took the opportunity to charge into the center, bull-rushing the whole team. They simply didn't have what it took to hold against the sovereign-ranked pilot. 4 enemy soldiers were put to rest. Similar scenes were appearing with the other enemy strike forces. So long as the students could ward off destruction for their enemy's volley, they could close in and finish them off. Their 5-front surprise attack ultimately was a success. At the very least, they'd inflicted significant casualties on the enemy's side. Tang Xiao Charlie squad against one end of the enemy formation. As they engaged, he was first to clash with the enemy. A silvery metal plate hung before him, defending him both above and below like a tower shield. The enemy's concentrated laser fire bounced harmlessly away while Tang Xiao plowed through them like a tank. Tang Xiao's discipline was even stronger than the dance instructors, and in fact was second to none among all the trainees. He was also the most cunning. He'd chosen to make his approach under cover. He'd employed his discipline to pick up a boulder, and push it on front of him to conceal himself as he drew nearer. He was right on top of them by the time he was discovered, and that's when the metal shield appeared and he rushed in. The shield was important, for not only was it an excellent means of defense, reinforcing it with his discipline gave it the ability to self-repair. Still, the soldiers were a highly disciplined group, with superior tactics and strategy. 20 enemy soldiers split into groups and spread out to attack. Tang Xiao couldn't move very quickly with his shield, so while he could defend his fellow students, the counterattack was simply too intense. He couldn't push further, and his discipline was quickly becoming exhausted. Just then, 10 beams of steady light fired from behind Tang Xiao's massive shield. They found their target, a group of Enluan soldiers. Not all students had chosen melee fighters, of course. In fact, other than Tang Xiao, the others in Charlie's squad were all long-distance attackers. The reason for this was simple: Tang Xiao was confident in his defensive capabilities. Within a reasonable scope, he and his squad wouldn't need to fear the enemy's attacks. In the face of the Iron Army's chosen tactics, long-range engagement was likely the most effective strategy. Accuracy wasn't a problem for these crack EU students. One among Tang Xiao's number was famed for his sharpshooting, a student they'd named Deadeye. He could spot and anticipate an enemy's movements, and what's more, shared the benefits of his discipline with those around him. At his current level of cultivation, he could share power with people in a 30-meter diameter around himself. Tang Xiao was familiar with his abilities and strength. He was a good choice for command, and so far this was as good a result as Charlie's squad could hope for. The soldiers couldn't defend against the invisible attack. The moment they rose into the air, they were targets. Right away one of them was taken out of the fight. Their second volley came on the heels of the first. With their disciplines capable of shoring up their weapons abilities, the students had a real advantage in speed. 3 more enemies were defeated. Tang Zhao's defense remained impregnable. The Enluan soldiers realized they needed a change in tactics. The remaining pilots broke for the ground below, with some switching out their rifles for swords. They certainly didn't like being in a retreating position under pressure, but they fought hardest when they were cornered. Hidden behind his massive shield, Tang Zhao's pudgy face revealed a wily smirk. This is exactly the result he wanted. Now he could use the whole of his 8th-ranked talent. Alpha, Bravo, and Charlie had manipulated the battle to their purpose. Their plan was coming together. They'd suffered under assault from the soldiers, but they took out a bigger chunk while tying them up. They couldn't close the ends of their battle formation to surround and destroy the enemy, as they'd hoped. However, things weren't going quite so well for Echo Squadron. Tang Ni headed the trainees' weakest student squad. All of the female pilots had been placed with her, Zhou Qianlin included. Tang Ni's own powers had improved quite remarkably during the course of the training. In the end, she'd broken through to 6th rank. They'd been hidden and isolated when the sneak attack commenced, so they had to take a different approach. They had no recourse but to charge from a poor position into concentrated enemy fire. 5 of their number were taken out right away. 6 pilots were all that remained of Echo Squad. The Iron Army was fighting on their back foot, being pushed back, but even though their comrades were falling around them, there were still another 20 or so to contend with. They were closing in, but they didn't have the numbers to cause any real damage. It looked like this would be their final stand. They would be defeated quickly, and the remaining enemies would be free to support their fellows. Victory would be that much more difficult. A familiar voice crackled through the cockpit of Tang Ni's suit. Keep it up, little me. Spare nothing, charge in with all you got. Her suit shook as she felt something latch onto her back. A pale, eggshell white light gently exuded from the second suit's chest plate. It swelled until it surrounded both of them. Tang Ni felt a warm and pleasant sensation penetrate through her. It catalyzed her discipline, causing it to burst out of her like a volcano. Tang Ni's discipline was similar in category to her brother's, though not as strong. Now, though, she felt like she could take on an army, so that's what she did. The 2 titanium alloy swords in her mecha's hands blazed with radiant silver light. With a heaving grunt, she swiped her sword at the enemy soldiers, which sent waves of power tearing through the air. 2 of her targets were caught off guard and were struck on the side by her attack. Both were immediately removed from action. Tang Ni didn't have the opportunity to ask Zhou Qianlin what was happening. With the help of this strange power, Tang Ni felt like her power had increased a while grade. Instead, her suit shot forward with alarming speed toward the next confrontation, slicing through the unit closest to her. The silvery energies coursing through her weapons was more than these simple suits could defend against. One after the other, the soldiers fell before Tang Ni's rampage. Tang Ni was blazing fast. Although she couldn't turn herself into metal like her brother, her attacks were hard as a train and lethally sharp. Supported by Qianlin's power, her enemies had no choice but to gather together and attempt to take her down as a group. The younger Tang felt strange, like she was having difficulty controlling her own body. Her discipline and natural physical energy both were so full they threatened to burst out of her. While dodging a strike moments, earlier she'd actually left a fuzzy image of her suit behind, the precursor to ghosting. She went fast, hit harder. The soldiers closed in on her position. The surviving members of her squad rallied, and came to her aid. Whether it was her valiant display or the residual power of Zhou Qianlin, they fought harder as well. Tang Ni stood at the front with the rest of her squad moving in to assist. They stood in battle formation as the Iron Army amassed in front of them. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 309, Black and White. Chapter 309, Black and White. The battlefield was locked in stalemate. In the center of it all, Lan Jue and Lan Jue's duel continued. Flashes of lightning painted Enluan's wasted surface an electric blue. The powerful strikes were area of effect, and were by design. Lan Jue wanted to keep Lan Chang engaged as long as possible. The master strategist, meanwhile, was little taken aback by what he was witnessing. Dodging was pointless for area attacks, but their power was weak. It was a waste of energy. Already Lan Jue had used his forest of lightning over half a dozen times. Thunder orbs, he'd used 4 times. Still, the young jewelry master continued his assault like his energy stores were boundless. Lan Qing figured his brother only had about 1 strong attack left in him, before he'd have to retreat. He's buying time. Does he think his students actually have a chance? Lan Qing was keeping his eye on the battle as it unfolded around them. As he fought over supremacy with his brother, he kept track of the tactical situations developing through the fight. The NEU students were much stronger than he'd originally planned for, if he was telling the truth. Mika and Xiuxiu were battlefield terrors he knew well. His soldiers would suffer dearly at their hands. But these losses would be acceptable if he could defeat Lan Jue in time. Once he did, there would be no way his enemies could mount a defense, much less steal victory. After all, he was among them. But there were other hotspots he was paying close attention to. Tang Xiao, in particular, kept his eye. In tactics, timing, and power he was a talented youth. More and more of his soldiers were being lost to the cunning pilot with each passing moment. Doubt began to creep into Lan Qing's ironclad discipline. How on earth was his brother able to locate his forces and execute such a sneak attack? It had ruined his serpent formation. Without tactical superiority, even individual power couldn't assure victory. Right now, his little brother beating him in both strategy and troop command. It was something Lan Qing was stunned to face. The fight continued. And Luan soldiers dropped like flies from the onslaught of student adepts. When it came to close combat, the young pilots were terrors. Once they got the rhythm of the battle, even first-ranked pilots could display impressive power. The addition of disciplines made it that much harder for his men. Lan Qing's forehead wrinkled, and a pale cyan light sprang up around him. He himself was surrounded by a dim golden light, which radiated out from within. This was a manifestation of his Hanya style. He couldn't go out like this. His side was already losing ground. Mika and Xiuxiu were too strong to contend with. With the two working together, his soldiers were lost. At present they were moving in to assist Tang Mi. If they were allowed to continue, he'd lose that front as well. It wouldn't be long before his entire force was routed. The first priority was quickly putting Lan Jue to rest, then closing ranks. That would turn the tide. Lan Cheng began flooding his suit with his discipline and martial power. His defenses thickened, and the pale gold light that hung over him deflected his brother's lightning bolts. The Enluan super soldier shot forward in a column of blue-gold light, bearing down on Lan Jue with the force of a hurricane. But just as he was gaining speed, a light shot down from the heavens. It was strange, composed of black and white intertwined. They did not intermingle, and yet maintained a balance of hue. Lan Qing's eyes flashed. The winds racing past him spun into a cyclone and spun off toward the light. It grew in size and intensity as it tore across the ruined surface of the planet. Flashes of golden energy flashed chaotically within. The flashes of blue that filled the sky dimmed in comparison to the apocalyptic cyclone. But as it came upon the strange beam of light, they passed through one another as though neither existed. The odd light swept right past and full upon Lan Qing. The vice admiral looked on in surprise and alarm as the maneuver functions of his suit cut out. He was barreling forward at breakneck speed, completely out of control. Was this data? Lan Qing was at a loss. For all his wisdom, he didn't know what to do. His brother's force came through his comm systems. Hey bro. I forgot to tell you, we're not actually 51 people. I've got 57. Lan Qing's mecha began to belch thick, black smoke as the blasts of lightning subsided. Lan Jue pulled up beside his brother. In the distance, another foot furtively made its presence known. Even the machine's approach was uncouth, almost wretched. It could only be one person. The surprise in Lan Qing's eyes subsided, replaced with contemplation. He went over the last few moments in his mind. So your timing was based on calculations. You must have someone who specializes in it. It took him very little time to uncover the truth. That's right, Lan Jue said. There wasn't any reason not to be candid by this point. Let me introduce you. This is the accountant, hailing from Skyfire Avenue. He didn't mention the accountant's relationship to the keeper out of respect for the young man. No one liked to live in another man's shadow. Hey there, super soldier. You're probably feeling pretty crappy, right? You want revenge on the jewelry master? It's him who made me do it. The accountant chortled. From the start, Lan Jue never expected his students to defeat a force lead personally by his brother. Both because the soldiers were exceptional, and the overwhelming strength of Lan Qing. No one knew Lan Qing better than his younger brother, and the stories of Prometheus' abilities were vastly understated. There was just the tiniest flaw in his otherwise invulnerable exterior. He was using a training mecha. True combat was conducted in suits the pilot was familiar with, who probably designed them themselves. If Prometheus was piloting Cius, this would have been an embarrassing brief wargame. Thankfully, training mechas were a different story. It was the mechanical composition in AI that determined how much martial power and discipline a suit could take. Then there was the accountant, who had improved as well through the training. Not that he'd participated as the students had, his improvement was from assimilation. The young man had endured cruel treatment at the hands of the bookworm while they were on Lyre, but he had also been force-fed a tremendous amount of knowledge. The bookworm had already expressed his thoughts to the keeper, that the accountant was the best candidate to be their successor. The relative weakness of his discipline wasn't an issue. After all, even those two old paragons had to start somewhere, right? They didn't get to paragon status by being born with the ability. They got it through hard work and study. They reached supremacy by understanding the world around them like no one else. Their cultivation methodology was a unique one, that couldn't be faked or simulated. But the accountant also had a strong enough talent to sustain the constant inhumane treatment the two hateful old men subjected him to. Ever since he was young he'd had to study under the keeper's tutelage, and his talents in several areas of study were made apparent. While he was exceedingly indolent by comparison, he was standing on the shoulders of giants. He was like a pig, but with two paragons as his teachers, at least he was a pig who could count. He hadn't been interested in participating in any of the training. Ever since arriving on Anluan he'd spent his time lazing about the place. But when he was bored and there was nothing to occupy his mind, his thoughts invariably turned to his two teachers and everything they'd been trying to teach him over the last few months. As he absorbed everything he was taught, as well as the medicine the bookkeeper had volunteered him for, he got stronger. To the point where he had a breakthrough of his own. He was now an 8th-ranked talent. Lan Cheng's determinations were correct. Indeed, that strange column of black and white light had been a physical expression of the data stream. Although these suits were not bad for what they were, between the accountant's manipulations and Lan Cheng's own overwhelming power the suits were insufficient. With CS it would have ended differently. Never mind the fact that its AI was top of the line, it was also protected from interference by no less than a dozen layers of defensive subroutines. The accountant would never have broken through his security so quickly. Had Lan Cheng been at all clued into the accountant's presence, it would have been very difficult for this data stream to find its mark. However, as it was, Lan Cheng was busy dealing with his brother. Lan Jue had gotten stronger, strong enough in fact to be a danger to him. He'd gotten careless, and that's when Lan Jue took his opportunity. In truth it was masterfully done, for Lan Jue had the accountant use his powers just as Lan Cheng was pouring everything he had into his strike. It left him vulnerable, just what the accountant needed. Lan Cheng had been ready to charge in with everything he had, but it had made him confident. That was what the accountant capitalized on. In his brash certainty Lan Cheng had chosen not to dodge, but to deflect. Of course it could not be said that his defenses were weak, but the academic powers of the accountant weren't physical. You couldn't knock it away, and that is what caused Lan Cheng to lose control. The black smoke that poured from his suit now meant he'd lost today's exercise. Lan Cheng was not upset, nor was he too hard on himself for the oversight. It was the first time he'd encountered a situation like this. To him, that had been an invaluable experience. At least he'd be ready for it, the next time. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 310, Victory. Chapter 310, Victory. I don't blame him. After seeing how much he's grown, I'm happy. Not bad, the fight was not bad at all. I'm delighted you take the tactical victory. Lan Cheng's voice was soft. It was still hard and cold, but lacked any malice. As ever, he appeared entirely indifferent despite his words of elation. Lan Jue chuckled. So, should we call an end? His determination was correct. With the loss of Gao Lei and Lan Cheng, the soldiers couldn't compete with Lan Jue's students. Despite their dogged determination, they'd lost. The strengths of the NEU pilots was simply too much. There were two 9th-ranked adepts on their side, Lan Jue and Mika. Xiuxiu, Tan Lingyun and Tang Xiao were 8th-ranked, as well as the accountant who'd hid through most of it. Several more were 7th. They were more than an equal to any soldier. If any of your students are interested in joining the Iron Army, they have my blessing, Lan Cheng announced. They've earned every promise and commitment we've sworn to. Ceasefire. As the words rang through everyone's cockpit, the students of the NEU erupted in a triumphant roar. They'd done it. They'd defeated the Iron Army. Although they knew their advantages were many, they still faced an experienced opponent in higher numbers, with mid-level adepts of their own. To take on and wrestle victory from their idols, this sort of feeling was intoxicating. Just as Lan Jue had promised them, this was an experience they would remember until the end of their days. On top of this, they knew their victory meant they could enter the Iron Army themselves at their leisure, and they got to leave with a mecha to use for a whole year. They were the bloodlust warsuits, symbols of the brave departed. This was their prize. They weren't just sturdy suits, for when you got into one you were imbued with the spirit of blood and iron. The field was cleared, and the students gathered back at base to celebrate. So elated were they in their victory, that they temporarily forgot their fear of their demon drillmaster and hoisted him into the air. Lan Jue didn't stop them, or admonish them for their actions. He let them have their moment. It was the release of 2 months of pressure. There was no alcohol anywhere on Enluan, so when the students were done with Lan Jue and sought further ways to expel their energy, they took to the training field. They ran about wildly, shouting and recounting the battle. They were as wild as the planet they'd come to adopt. Standing on the sidelines, watching his charges jump and shout, the hardness gradually went from Lan Jue's eyes. He was pleased to find his own hard work paying off. Not only had he given them a true battle experience, he'd given them confidence. If they could take on the Iron Army and come out victorious, who else stood a chance? Thank you. The soft voice came from behind. At once, Lan Jue adopted his ice-cold persona. He turned his head and spied Tan Lingyun standing nearby. The savage goddess had snuck up behind him at some point. She walked to his side, fixing him with an appreciative look. You've changed them for the better. Me, too. I've learned quite a lot these last 2 months, and improved more than I have in the last several years. If possible, I would like to continue training. If you accept, I'd like to stop being an assistant and be a student. The training isn't over, Lan Jue answered. Ha? She looked at him inquisitively. They'd said the training would be 2 months. They'd already learned so much. From knowing only the basics to taking out the Iron Army, that was how far they'd climbed. Didn't you say we were leaving? What do you mean the training isn't finished? Lan Jue answered with a nod. Who said training finished once we left here? If you recall, I said this portion of our training was finished. We've still got the 3rd round of exercises. Like I said at the beginning, this training might take longer than 2 months. Tan Lingyun blinked at him. What else could there be to learn? You'll know when we get there, Lan Jue said dismissively. Stop asking questions. If there's nothing important you may rest for the remainder of the day. We leave in the morning. Tan Lingyun looked at him for a moment. She chewed on her lips for a moment before blurting out. Are you married? Surprise did not describe Lan Jue. The possibility of this happening was the farthest thing from Lan Jue's mind. What the hell? Nothing, Tan Lingyun said. Just a casual question. It's a question I refuse to answer, Lan Jue replied. This has nothing to do with the training. He gave her no space to reply. He turned his back on her and left the field. Tan Lingyun watched as he walked away. Suddenly, she shouted after him. Give me a chance to pursue you. Lan Jue very nearly fell on his face. He recovered, and nearly ran to the dormitories. Tan Lingyun burst into a fit of laughter. All of the pressure fled from her through gasping breaths. This man, this demon drillmaster, Lei Feng, Zeus, he was a coward. With her chest puffed out pridefully, Tan Lingyun sneered. You have no chance. The soft, emotionless voice interrupted her laughter. Tan Lingyun jumped. She'd never heard someone approach. When she turned, she saw only a woman with fiery red hair and a silver mask. She knew this to be one of the other assistants Lei Feng had brought with him. No one knew who she was, they simply called her assistant instructor. The red-haired one, and the black-haired one. That was how the students referred to Mika and Xiuxiu. Why do you say that? Tan Lingyun was not affected by the negative comment. She stood where she was, surrounded in an air of high-handedness. You're back of the line, she said. He's had a healthy following for a while. So if you think you're just gonna jump in, you've got another thing coming. Tan Lingyun blinked at her. You too? Tan Lingyun took a minute to size up her sudden competition. Mika, she discovered, was no less a catch than she. She looked back at the 2 ember-red eyes behind the mask. They glowed, almost. Tan Lingyun knew that look. This was war. Timid was never a word Tan Lingyun had had in her vocabulary. She buelled through every challenge she'd ever faced. The harder the task, the more she rose to the occasion. And the stronger her ego. Learn and overcome, that was principle. She had always had an idol in her heart, like any woman, but it was not Zeus. It was Prometheus. She was no longer a young girl. It was time for her to find a boyfriend and settle down, but she had some pretty lofty standards. In her mind, her future man would be perfect, he would be possessed of Herculean strength and sage-like wisdom. Prometheus fit that mold rather well, so he was her ultimate goal. Had her parents not expressly forbidden it, she'd have joined the Iron Army herself long ago. She'd been blessed with the opportunity, through this training, to see Prometheus with her own eyes. However, when she finally met him, that fervent sense of puppy love had calmed. When she'd approached Lan Jue with her conjecture before, she was going to ask him to introduce her. She couldn't slip from the excitement of the discovery. But never once during that night did she dream about the green-masked man. No, the scene that played in her mind over and over was an experience she'd remember forever. She was on his lap, watching as he masterfully commanded his mecha suit. She remembered watching him work, feeling the heat of him against her, surrounded by his masculinity. That was what she remembered. The next day she woke up red-faced and flustered. Throughout the morning she couldn't shake the thought from her mind. The excitement she used to feel for Prometheus was gone. But the image in her heart wasn't gone, just replaced. It was Zeus. He was a cold, cold man, but heroic. For the last 2 months he had been ruthless to everyone he came across. She herself had to fight through more than a few weak moments. But in the end this terrible experience had lifted them to lofty heights. The art classes were unprecedented, and through them she saw that Zeus was strong in more than just combat. And just now he'd beaten Prometheus in smarts. Although she hadn't seen how, the victory was enough. After that, Lei Feng completely usurped Prometheus from his spot in her heart. That's why she confronted him like she sure was backward when it came to relationships. But pouring her soul and seeing it reduced to a joke was more than she could handle. Just because he doesn't like you doesn't mean he won't find interest in me. Let's just see who he picks. Her hands were clenched into fists, and her voice rose to a challenging crescendo. Mika just laughed. Sure. At the very least we'll see how novel you make the situation. With the final words hers, Mika turned and walked away. She didn't see Tan Lingyun as any sort of competition. She knew who her real competition was. Zeta. Lan Jue walked from the training field in a confounded daze. She certainly was cute. But curiosity was all there was. She was a good girl. He could still remember his maltreatment at her hands, how awkward she'd made everything. Still, he had a very good impression of her. She was grumpy, mean, with a terrible temper, but with a fundamentally good heart. That's why he'd risked his identity to help her out, and ended up somewhat getting himself exposed anyway. Come with me. Lan Jue turned his head, and saw his brother standing nearby. 1. This is the single greatest Chinese trope you'll come across. Understand this, and you'll get relationships in China. A woman's role in the Far East has always been to find a good man, and provide. They are expected to do this immediately after university. Remember that they are forbidden from having any relationships prior to college, and even then it should never go beyond a few stolen kisses. This means there are slews of 25-year-old parents, and every year you don't have a husband and a child, you're less and less desirable. So much effort is poured into nabbing a good man from both parents and the girl herself that school can often be an afterthought. This is, however, thankfully changing. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 311, Lan Qing's Analysis. Chapter 311, Lan Qing's Analysis. Lan Jue didn't say anything, and asked no questions. He immediately trotted over to his brother and followed him as Lan Qing left. Before long a maglev car appeared parked nearby. They both got in, and started for the bowels of the camp deep underground. Eventually they reached their destination, a metal door set by itself far from anything else. Lan Qing exited the car and stood before it as a beam of light swept over his body. The doors opened with a groan of protest. The brothers entered. They walked into a simple room which, like the rest of Enluan's military base, was mostly metal. Every inch of the place was densely covered in instruments and computer screens. A couple workers were busily toying with the equipment. They all stopped and snapped to attention as Lan Qing entered. The Vice Admiral returned their salute. Without a word, they sat back down and continued their enigmatic work. Lan Qing made his way to one screen in particular, and Lan Jue followed at his heels. We've already prepared all the mecha suits for your students. Yao Lei is bringing the armbands by personally. Lan Qing said. Lan Jue answered with a nod. Thank you. His older brother waved dismissively. No need for that. Your students do reward, nothing more. Your people for exceeded expectations, a rare thing these days. His words were simple and his tone indifferent, but from his mouth is meant quite a lot. A small smile crept onto Lan Jue's face. How could my students be anything less than spectacular? You just commanded an army, and I had a few kids. Don't be so self-satisfied, Lan Cheng replied. Lan Jue stared back, at a loss after his brother's chastising tone. Lan Qing turned on the monitor. A few button presses, and a recording of their simulated battle appeared on the screen. It was showing from the beginning. As they watched, a series of changes swept across the battlefield. From the staggering charge of the Iron Army, to Lan Jue's surprise assault leading Delta Squad, they watched the fight unfold. Why am I watching this? Lan Jue asked. Lan Qing stared at the screen with his arms crossed. We're looking for problems. You and your students did very well this time. In training, your students do very well, especially on an individual basis. As soldiers, though, they're far from adequate. Were this a real battle, the Iron Army would certainly have come up victorious, despite suffering heavy losses. Lan Jue narrowed his eyes as he watched the recording. He spoke, his voice thick with challenge and irritation. You want to try it again? I never took you for a sore loser. Lan Qing fixed his brother with an even, hard stare. He reached out and pressed a few keys. The image of the screen magnified so every detail was apparent. As he watched, he saw dozens of black figures darting across the screen. They were Enluan soldiers, rather, a simulation of troop movements, and as Lan Jue watched, his smug expression faded. Among them he saw Gao Lei, who was rushing to meet Tan Lingyun. In the end he'd been defeated, unable to break free from Tan Lingyun's indelible frontal assault. She'd cleared the path for victory by smashing that part of the line. However, as he watched, there was a change. Gao Lei wasn't defeat, but perished together with Tan Lingyun in a ball of flame. Lan Qing's quiet voice explained while Lan Jue watched. Each bloodlust warsuit comes equipped with a self-destruct system. It varies with each individual, and can only be initiated by the pilot. For pilots without disciplines, when the energy flow reaches critical mass, they press the button. For adepts, the suit's own energy and their disciplines combine to extend the force and blast radius. When their core detonates, the resulting blast is 3 times stronger than the pilot's individual strength. Your assistant wasn't weak, certainly, but wasn't suited for command. She took out Gao Lei, but sacrificed her squad in the process. She failed to protect her comrades in arms, despite her status as an 8th-ranked adept. This is not behavior befitting a soldier. If Gao Lei had employed the self-destruct sequence during their encounter, there would be an 87% chance he'd have taken her with him. The remaining 13% sees her alive, but rendered combat ineffective. That's a 100% chance you lost your squad leader and all her soldiers. Lan Jue watched, though incredulity was clear on his features. But would Gao Lei have chosen the right moment? After all, he'd be giving his life. Lan Cheng answered by knocking his fist on the desk. He spoke to the soldier on his left. In the last 5 years, how much of our total losses have come from self-sacrifice? The soldier shot to his feet and saluted. Vice Admiral. In the last 5 years, self-destruction has accounted for 84.63% of total casualties. Lan Jue looked at the soldier in surprise. What did this mean? That more than 80% of the Enluan soldiers chose death when their mechas suffered critical damage. Once that decision was made, there was no going back, no escape. What Lan Chang was trying to impress upon his brother was that Gao Lei, in fact, almost all of his soldiers, would have taken his students with them if this were a real fight. This is too cruel. Lan Jue was not a pacifist. On the contrary, he had significant blood on his hands from past battles. A few times he'd been willing to give his own life in the course of a fight, much like on Tai Hua. But to require that of his students? He simply couldn't imagine it. Cruel? Lan Qing sniffed. There is no such thing in war. Only victory and defeat. Had Gao Lei chosen self-sacrifice, your assistant would have been lost. His remaining forces would have captured the advantage, and maybe even gone on to win their skirmish without any further losses. 1 life for 20, it's simple math. These 20 soldiers could then go on to support their brothers fighting other enemies. The other engagements would end similarly. Your students are strong physically, but do they have the same strength of will, strength of character? After seeing their friends lost to even just 3 kamikaze attacks, their morale will have been completely eroded. 10, and you students would be routed. I'd have needed only 30% of the soldiers I brought to secure victory. Lan Jue listened carefully, but internally he was conflicted. He felt like he knew nothing. But they're people, not machines. Lan Jue looked at his older brother fiercely. Lan Chang, as always, remained indifferent. Alas, that's what the Iron Army is, machines of flesh and blood. If you can't give yourself to the cause, then you aren't really a warrior of blood and iron. Officers, commanders, vice admirals, we all have this self-destruct sequence installed. CS is equipped. By the time we join the Iron Army and step into the warsuit, we are ready to give our lives for the Alliance. What your students faced today wasn't the real Iron Army. It was like fighting us with our arms and legs tied. Watch. He pressed another button. The video slowed to a crawl. Lan Jue's keen observations revealed what his brother wanted to show. One by one, as the soldiers' suits neared annihilation, they brought their right hands to their waist and fumbled for something. That's where the self-destruct signal is initiated. Even in an exercise you can see them, unconsciously reaching for it. You know, we've carefully calculated how many it would take to destroy a God-ranked pilot. How many would it take to end a 9th-ranked adept? Confidential military information, of course, and exceedingly important. The Iron Army routinely suffers very little damage in a fight, but our death rates are sky high. Now you know why this is. Lan Jue was well and truly stunned. He'd racked his brain, pulled out all the stops to help his students win victory over the Iron Army. In the end, though, it had all been a game. Lan Sheng started the recording over. But, if you left those kids under my command, accompanied by a trained combat unit, things would be different. Of your 5 groups, only 1 met the grade. The video cut to Charlie's squadron, led by Tang Xiao. They watched as he defended his team through the conflict, then rush in to secure victory. Deployment here was well thought out. Your officer is strong and competent. Clear-headed. The defensive advance caused their enemies to give ground. They had no recourse but to take to the air. They proceeded to wipe the enemy forces without casualties. This is the bright spot among your chosen teams. This student is qualified. The others are unacceptable, yourself among them. You aren't far off, but still inferior. The reason being, you were too focused on me. Lan Sheng had no qualms underlining Lan Jue's faults. Your tactics were reactionary, revolving around how I paced the battle. You were locked into one objective and left the rest of the field to their own devices. If you'd have micromanaged better, losses would be significantly lower. But your greatest fault lies in deployment. You students are all adepts, and not weak. Why, then, didn't you arrange them by specialty? In this way you did well with this team, though even then their full power wasn't accessed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 312, Qianlin's Discipline. Chapter 312, Qianlin's Discipline. If you gave me these 50 students to train, Lan Sheng said, they'd be eligible soldiers within a year. At present, if they meet a powerful enemy they will most certainly fail, and at heavy cost. It was rare for Lan Sheng to speak this much, at least as far as Lan Jue knew. In simple words, he delineated each one of Lan Jue's tactical mistakes. He explained the capabilities of the students, and how they were still not reaching their potential. Every detail was delivered, painstakingly explained. At first he'd been upset with his brother, but as Lan Sheng's instruction continued, Lan Jue's features changes. He grew serious and attentive. As he watched, it was clearly shown that, without Lan Sheng and Lan Jue present, the winning side would not have been his. The Enluan soldiers were truly like machines. They made for terrifying enemies. At last, Lan Sheng finished his explanation. He handed a copy of the recording to Lan Jue. Inside is all the data we've collected. When you get some time, look it over. Pay attention to the soldiers, and how they react in different circumstances. From there, teach your students in accordance with their needs. Lan Jue took it with a wry grin. I thought I'd figured it out already. Now when I look at it, though, I see we've got a long way to go. Thanks for pointing it out. Do you think they should remain for a while longer? Lan Sheng answered with a shake of his head. We've focused on their deficiencies, but the kids you brought have talent. Under your training, they've been given a strong foundation, including in their disciplines. They've gone about as far as they can go at this point in the fundamentals. But remember, the strongest get there through actual battlefield experience. Now, what they need is to be tempered, not trained. Here's my suggestion. Lan Jue nodded his head, while his brother imparted his knowledge. I feel like I've been hard, but it's nothing compared to what you're saying. Lan Sheng's voice was dispassionate. A short time of brutality so that they may live longer in the midst of war. Are you their father? No, you're their drill master. You're here to teach them how to kill. I know. By the way, Lan Sheng went on, this one here has a noteworthy discipline. Unless I'm mistaken, that's a very rare amplification talent. The video passed frame by frame, focusing on two mecha suits. They were surrounded by a pale white light, and the bottom one was veritably tearing through whatever was in its path. They watched as it cut through the ranks of the Iron Army, blades flailing madly. The other mecha remained plastered to the first one's back, and followed where it went. The white light was coming from that one. As Lan Jue watched, he blinked in recognition. Wasn't that Tang Ni's suit? Who was that behind her? He couldn't remember assigning a student with that sort of talent to her team. He narrowed his eyes and thought. If the discipline is pure amplification, it'd have unending uses on the battlefield when you get back to your pupils. Pay attention to this one. Yeah. Lan Jue nodded. He already had his suspicions. By the time he returned to the barracks, most of the students had already gotten the excitement out of their system. As they milled about among the crisply made beds, they felt free and uninhibited for the first time in months. It was hard for them to express the sensations they were feeling. Lan Jue did not immediately share what he'd learned from Lan Chang with them. Instead, he walked directly to a single room and knocked on the door. A familiar, charming face answered. As the door opened and she saw the golden masked man on the other end, she shook ever so slightly. However, she reacted instantly. "Hello, Drill Master. Can I come in?" he asked quietly. "Of course." Qianlin opened the door wider. She took a step back, her heart still racing somewhat from the surprise of his arrival. Since the beginning of their training, this was the first time Lan Jue had taken the initiative and sought her out. Lan Jue stepped inside, and Qianlin shut the door behind him. It was a small room, with little more than a single-person bed. There was hardly any room to stand, and with the two of them there it felt tight. Qianlin pointed to her bed. "Go ahead and sit." In this private setting, she didn't refer to him by his title. Lan Jue complied, sitting on the bed and pulling the golden mask from his face. For reasons unknown, Qianlin felt a wave of relaxation overcome her as Lan Jue's true face was revealed behind the mask. Much better without the mask, she sighed almost unconsciously. Lan Jue answered with a chuckle. "Why? Am I not myself with it?" Qianlin nodded her head emphatically. "I think so. You're scary with that thing on. Everyone's afraid. How about you? Are you scared of me?" Lan Jue said around a smirk. Zhou Qianlin returned his smile. "Yeah." She shivered theatrically. Lan Jue couldn't help but laugh. "Alright, I never thought you were scared of me. I'm actually here to ask you something. Do you know what your discipline is? You were the one supporting Tang Ni earlier, weren't you?" Qianlin had guessed this question was coming. She nodded her head. "Yes. I just could feel it. I just suddenly knew. It was all very strange, but it seems like my abilities are purely support. It doesn't work on all levels, but it does seem to join with the target's own discipline and amplify it. Tang Ni and I gave it a try, and it worked very well." "You saw it on the battlefield?" Lan Jue nodded. "Try it on me, let's see." "Alright," she replied. Qianlin raised her hands and gently pressed them toward Lan Jue. Instantly, ripples of pure white light radiated from her palms and fell over her drill master. Lan Jue felt a sensation of warmth and comfort wash over him. A pale blue light emerged around him like a halo. He searched his feelings and was surprised at the result. His discipline was full, surging with excess and boily? No, but motive, surging through the meridians like a raging inferno. Though the addition didn't push him through to paragon levels of ability, it was at least half a rank higher with Qianlin's help. For Lan Jue, amplification to this level wasn't enough to turn the tide of a battle. But the fact she could even amplify powers as high as his was an impressive feat. Qianlin was currently a 5th-level genetic talent. Were she to use her amplification discipline on an equivalent adept, the results would be spectacular. It was a truly impressive discipline to possess. What's more, if she kept improving at her current rate, her powers would be able to significantly impact his in no time. "I never would have thought you'd have such an extraordinary talent. It's support, but a wildcard." Qianlin answered with a roguish smirk. "Wildcard doesn't sound like such a good thing. Did it help you?" "A little," Lan Jue admitted. "It's true that a wildcard has few individual characteristics that are personally helpful, but as a good support the benefits are endless. Since it's very rare for someone like you to use your powers on someone with an identical discipline, you're essentially a universal amplifier. You can help everyone on the field to push against the enemy. Your discipline is also very pure, and very gentle. I felt no ill effects from your energy. This makes your abilities even more precious." Keep improving, you're sure to be the primary support for the ARC students. There were 3 other support disciplines among the students. I'm just trying to keep up, she said. It's been rough on you, Lan Jue replied. You're thinner. Qianlin sighed. I can handle rough. I just miss my friends from the hospital. I've been gone for so long, and they can't get out. I wish I could see them. I'm sure they're worried. Lan Jue gave her a reassuring smile. Take it easy, I've taken care of it. Kor and Guogui go there often. They're helping you look after your duties, so things are good when you get back. Qianlin's face lit up. Really? Lan Jue nodded. Thank you. Qianlin could feel her cheeks redden with heat. She wasn't sure whether it was from excitement or modesty. The questions that needed asking were asked, and the results were pleasing. Lan Jue prepared to leave. He was, after all, in the women's dormitory, and remaining in a student's too long would certainly be suspicious. Just as Lan Jue was rising to his feet, however, Zhou Qianlin reached down, perhaps to grasp something from the bed. It happened simultaneously, and the result was what one might expect. Qianlin yelped as they collided, and Lan Jue instinctively wrapped an arm around her waist. The force of the bump plopped him right back down on the bed. The arm around her waist pulled her right onto his lap. Qianlin instinctively steadied herself with an arm around Lan Jue's neck. Her eyes shone, and there was little bashfulness there. Her soft flesh and feminine smell lingered between them, and Lan Jue pulled her tighter. For a moment, he really didn't want to let go. But this was the dormitory. I should go, he said. Don't move, Qianlin said, softly. They remained that way for a moment, in each other's arms. He looked to her eyes, framed by long lashes, and didn't have the heart to make her move. So they sat, with Qianlin's head on his shoulder and Lan Jue unsure of what he should do. Except remain calm. His heart didn't get the message. An intense ideological struggle raged within. Just then the gentle sounds of breathing arose. Zhou Qianlin's supple body relaxed as she slipped into sleep. Her sweet smell hung in his nose, with her head against his shoulder. In his arms, she snuggled closer. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 313, Light Bulbs. Chapter 313, Light Bulbs. A strange, gentle sensation lingered within Lan Jue. The training had been exceptionally laborious for these talented kids, but Zhou Qianlin persisted. Never once did she cry out in pain, or for help. He slowly stood with her in his arms, then laid her gently onto the bed. She never loosened her hold on his neck, even when he tried to get himself loose, she just held him tighter. Don't go, she murmured. Lan Jue hadn't been expected her to pull back, and she'd gotten quite strong after her 2-month training. He practically fell down on top of her. Qianlin's breath caught in her throat, but she didn't wake. Only her cheeks reddened. The contact was like an atomic bomb in Lan Jue's brain. They were so close, the sensation. Lan Jue's breath began to quicken, and Zhou Qianlin instinctively gripped the bedsheets. Bang bang bang. A knock sounded at the door. Tang Ni's voice called in. Qianlin. Qianlin, you there? Lan Jue's eyes popped wide, and he shot to his feet. He was so quick to extricate himself from the student that he banged his head against the wall. He pressed a hand to his head and winced. Qianlin was, by this point, completely awake. I'm here, little me. What's up? She fought to bring herself back under control while speaking to her friend. Open the door, I have to talk to you about something, she said. She glanced at Lan Jue, who had already replaced his golden mask. He gave her a nod. Coming. She stood and opened the door. Tang Ni's impatient face appeared on the other side. She blinked curiously at her friend's rosy cheeks and heaving chest, then gave her wink. Qianlin just looked at her, confused and unsure of her meaning. Tang Ni pulled the door open the rest of the way to step inside, and that's when she saw Lan Jue. Ah. Drill Master, you're here too. Hello. She snapped to attention. He nodded. I also had something to discuss with this student. Our business is complete, I'm leaving. He shot Tang Ni a glance before swaggering out of the door. Tang Ni smiled sweetly, and stepped aside to let him pass. But the moment he was gone she shut the door with a disdainful sneer, as though she were removing something repulsive. Little me, what are you doing? Qianlin said in agitation. Qianlin's friend looked her over. Are you all right? Did he do anything to you? Qianlin's response was cold and irritated. What the hell is wrong with your head? He was asking me about the fight today, and my discipline. Now what do you want? Tang Ni heaved a sigh. Good, good. It scared me. I thought, well, you're so pretty. And he's so strong. If he wanted to, emulate the birds and the bees, which one of us could stop him? It's good he didn't do anything. Qianlin's lips curled into a frown. What makes you think the drill master is such a despicable person? Tang Ni sniffed derisively. Who says he's a good man, either? Have you already forgotten how he tormented us? I still remember the needles he stabbed us with. That pain, I'll remember for the rest of my life. When I'm stronger, I'll give him a taste of his own medicine. Hen 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 hen. The young politician's daughter laughed in spite of herself. All right, that's enough. Weren't you just telling me about how much improvement you feel you've made? Say what you will about the drill master, but his methods are effective. Why the change of heart all of a sudden? Tang Ni chortled. All right, fine. I'll be honest, he's actually very cool, and ruggedly handsome, I think. I wish I knew what his face looked like under that mask. They say people with disabilities hide them behind masks. I think that's probably why he does it, otherwise why wear a mask all the time? His assistants, too. It's all too strange, am I right? Qianlin was on the verge of erupting into laughter. She quickly and silently relayed this information to Lan Jue through the spirit caller gem. She responded to Tang Mi before she could tell something was amiss. How do I know? Tang Mi continued on her ruminations. Or maybe he's as handsome as Poseidon. That'd be nice. Then he'd be the perfect man. You know, I saw the way Tan Lingyun was looking at him, very unusual. She's been staring at him through the whole training, intentionally or not. Like she wants to eat him. Think I should throw my hat in the ring? I may not have a mature figure, but my advantage is in age. Qianlin patted her forehead. Hey! Would you stop being such a nympho? You go through dream lovers like candy. First it's this one, then another. How about a little consistency? Tang Mi adopted an indignant, morally superior air. I like what I like. If, one day, there is a man who is worthy, then I'll put all my attention on him. All right, Qianlin said, wishing to change the subject. Get out of here, I'm sleepy. I think I'll take a nap. Rest is a rare thing. Tang Mi jutted her tongue out at her friend. It still looks like you're upset. And I don't get a thank you or anything. I risked defending the drill master to come save you. Qianlin smirked. Yes, thank you ever so much, Sister Mi. Eventually, with great effort, she managed to send Tang Mi off. Qianlin couldn't help but shake her head. Tang Mi was a good friend. Zeta. Lan Jue had returned to the boys' dormitory by the time he heard Qianlin's messages. The spirit caller power gem. Lan Jue's voice was thick with umbrage. She thought I was there to take advantage of you, but... Zhou Qianlin, then what were you doing laying on me? You pulled me. You're strong as an ox. I weigh 100 pounds, how can I pull you? Ah. So you deny it? So if that kind of man, I guess I could just sneak in there while you're asleep. What do you think about that? I wouldn't be disinclined. 1,000 showers wouldn't clean the spirit from that. You really pulled me. It's fine, no need for excuses. At any rate, it's not like you were in any rush to get off me. What, you didn't think I was awake? This is emotional abuse. I'm being framed. Don't worry. I forgive you. Zeta. In the early morning, the traditional bugle call the NEU students had all come to recognize roused them from their slumber. There was no departure party or flashiness, it was just time to go. Not even Gao Lei was present. Only the guide was there, to lead them to Zeus 1. The small sapphire ship took off and glided through the atmosphere, under escort from Tuanluan patrol ships. After a moment, Lan Jue's ship shook and they sped off toward the stars. Lan Jue watched Tuanluan shrink into the distance from a porthole. He struggled with conflicting emotions. Brother. I'll be back. I look forward to standing at your side in the fight to come. The students felt similarly. They were silent as Tuanluan slowly disappeared behind them. A month wasn't very long in the grand scheme, but they'd learned a tremendous amount in that time. Everything they'd gained here would benefit them for the rest of their lives. It was an important, life-changing experience. As they set their course for home, the students all unconsciously tightened their safety harnesses. Who knew if the demon drill master would take this chance to test their G-force resistance again? But the ride was unexpectedly smooth. However, it wasn't long before a silhouette appeared before the ship, suspended in space. "Do you all think you really won that battle, yesterday?" Lan Jue's question was simple, but there were clear notes of disdain. He snorted. "Truth is, that's what I thought. Then, I discovered I was wrong." Lan Jue went on to share what he'd learned with the students. Their faces blanched as they came to the realization. He then went on to discuss groups. After discussion with his assistants, the squads were restructured. There were still 5 teams, with some changes. Jin Tao switched with Tang Mi, for one, replacing her as captain of Echo Squad. The reason for the slight change was simple: Echo had taken the most casualties from their exchange. Only Qianlin and Tang Mi had survived. Their decimation was a direct result of Tang Mi's command. Jin Tao had been in Gung Yang's group for the fight. Although Delta was sacrificed, he fought with bravery and relied on his own strength to pull him through. He'd put himself between the enemy and his squad to cover their retreat. Unfortunately, his opponent had been Prometheus. Although they'd ultimately been defeated, Gung Yang and Jin Tao's sacrifice had revealed the enemy's location. Although Jin Tao's time on the field had been brief, he performed admirably. That is why he was promoted. Tang Mi was also commended. Charlie's squad, under his command, performed the best. Tan Lingyun, conversely, was criticized for the great losses her team had endured. After the teams were restructured, they found their roles similarly adjusted. After witnessing the demonstration of their discipline, Lan Jue was able to separate them more effectively. New tactics were devised to better suit the changes. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 314, The Crimson Massacre. Chapter 314, The Crimson Massacre. The interior of Zeus 1 was not exceedingly large, but they were able to explain maneuvers and tactics with the help of a whiteboard. Sadly, the ship didn't come equipped with a sim pod, otherwise they'd do this in DreamNet where the results were likely to be better. But even if they had a pod, that idea was no good. DreamNet was in the midst of an upgrade. This sort of training was a blessed relief to the students. As far as they knew, the training was over, they could relax on the way back to school. In fact, the art classes had been a truly transformative experience. They were looking forward to the next few days, as they returned to normal life. They were somewhat surprised by how quick the flight was. When they peered out of the portholes on either side, they saw a queer sight. It was an asteroid belt that stretched for hundreds of millions of kilometers. The background light of the universe shone between them, obscuring the details so all that they saw were hulking silhouettes suspended in nothingness. This isn't right. There was a specific flight path for the return to Skyfire, and to their knowledge there weren't supposed to be any asteroid belts this large on the way. Could they have gotten lost? Unlikely. All shapes came equipped with cruise control, especially combat vessels. In the midst of their confusion, Lan Jue turned on the ship's holographic projector. As the light sputtered to life, an enormous silver ship was revealed in the distance. A few of the students recognized it immediately. It was a cargo ship, for interstellar travel. It could be fitted to house both freight and passengers. Judging by the markings, it was an Eastern ship. It floated easily along the lane. The transport vessel hung in space, disappearing among the asteroids and reappearing moments later. It looked almost like one of them. Lan Jue said nothing. He just returned to his seat and kept his eyes on the ship. These ships were effective for their purpose, comfortable and spacious. It was humming along at a good speed, he determined. Ships like this could sustain sublight speeds for quite a long time, longer than normal patrol boats. They were both comfortable and spacious. As they watched, there was a twinkling light in front of the silver vessel, and suddenly a massive net of shimmering light appeared. The ship collided head-on with the deterrent. Thankfully, its shields were operational. They lost control, but the shields kept them from being destroyed. Instead, the silver cargo ship spun listlessly through space. Just then, 7 or 8 patrol ships of varying colors appeared from the blackness. They were like specters, arriving without notice. Obviously they had set an ambush, eliminate your target's ability to flee, and mop up. In no time at all, they were surrounded. The silver ship was fighting to right itself when the ships appeared. The pilot seemed to know what was coming, and tried to urge the ship forward. Unfortunately, although the ship's top speed was impressive, it needed time to reach that level. A barrage of guided missiles collided with the ship's shields. The attacks came in concurrent blasts, one after the other, that prevented the ship from gaining speed. The students, under careful observation, were beginning to understand. The beleaguered ship looked to have been stopped by a cloak mine. It was likely placed there by one of the Alliance from back in the day. It operated like any other mine, except that it was fitted with a cloaking device. Its sheer damage, and the fact that you could be right on top of one when it went off, made them exceedingly dangerous. Because of the insidious nature of the weapons, the alliances eventually agreed to discontinue their use. After all, ships were expensive. Pirates. That's what they must be, those vicious boats surrounding the silver cargo ship. The ship came to a full stop as damage rendered it inoperable. The video's angle cut to the interior. Armed personnel stalked the halls bearing laser rifles, their faces set as they faced inevitable demise. Thousands of souls were on board, and at this moment they were clambering over each other in terror. At last, the shields failed. Without weapons to defend itself, the pirate boats were able to pull up right alongside. The hulk was cut and breached quickly, venting the ship's oxygen into space. Several mecha suits fought through the hole. The screen flashes as laser fire was exchanged. But the passengers were no match. Unequipped and unprepared, the interior of the ship became a hellscape, with mountains of bodies and rivers of blood. Men, women, children, elderly, it didn't matter. They were put down without a second thought. Only a few pretty women were kept, locked in the hold below. The fresh blood and mangled bodies were reflected in the students' eyes. The images were terrifying, atrocious, sickening. They fought rage and nausea as they watched these mechas callously murder everyone they came across. The video panned to the side, revealing a pirate mecha standing nearby. It raised its alloy sword overhead. He brought the blade down on a child. He mustn't have been more than 5 or 6. Screams and gasps sprang up all throughout the NEU trainees. Their cries had no power over what they saw. They could only look on in terror as innocent lives were summarily extinguished. They were Easterners, like them, just trying to get somewhere. In the end, the ship was a floating hulk of metal, home to nothing but the dead. The prettier victims had been hauled away, and the ship itself towed into the black. The pirates knew when to go and when to stop. They'd only breached the outer hull, leaving the interior structure undamaged. Even in this condition, a ship of this size would catch a pretty penny, not to mention whatever cargo it may have contained. The image dimmed and vanished. Lan Jue's dark voice hung in the ship's bridge. What you just watched happened about 6 months ago. It as a massacre. It happened on the outskirts of the shattered starfields. That part of the lane was supposed to be patrolled by the North, but they were inexplicably absent that day. The victims were our own, from the Eastern Alliance. 2,300 passengers, 260 crew. 54 women were abducted, and all the rest were put to death. They were pirates, the Crimson Flag. According to our intelligence reports, they were among the best-equipped pirate clans in the fields. Their base wasn't in the 3 main planets of that system, but that didn't matter. Their benefactor was the Northern Alliance. If you were to claim they had no connection to the North, no one would believe you. More than 2,500 lives, taken in this way. The Crimson Flag hid in deeper recesses of the starfields after that, knowing that the East would send a fleet to answer for this crime. However, the North, who controlled the regions around the starfields, blocked their passage. To this day those pirates have never answered for this atrocity. It's been known ever since as the Crimson Massacre. The students collectively glared at the space where the screen was. Their hearts were full of anger and sadness. Many of the young men openly sneered, their knuckles white as they gripped their armrests. Most of them had heard of the Crimson Massacre, some even knew the details. The shattered starfields were a chaotic and unruly place, where complicated failed to describe it. Larger ships simply couldn't make it through due to this. On top of that, the East couldn't send ships through their own borders to the starfields without having to traverse the whole of it to get to their last known location. The closest ingress was in the North's territory. But the North decreed their space unapproachable. Each request by the East to pass was met with cool refusal. They negotiated, but the North couldn't forgive the grievances that had built up between them over the years. This is one reason why many suspect the North were complicit in the massacre. Lan Jue had asked Zhou Qianlin about this when it had occurred, but he didn't know anything about it. The Northern military was an independent force and the strongest of all human federations. The video they were watching had been given to him by Lan Chang. The vice admiral sometimes had his hands tied in the bureaucracy of the military machine. Lan Jue was not so constrained. The mercenary king stalked the shattered starfields, decimating every pirate clan he came across. They would feel the cold gaze of death on their backs in every dark corner when he was finished. They dared to assault Eastern civilians. They slunk deeper into their holes after that. Lan Jue rose from the captain's chair. If you recall, before we left for Enluan I noted that our training period may increase as needed. Your training is not yet finished. Specifically, this is our 3rd phase. Originally I'd planned something else, but with some additional data concerning the Crimson Flag, plans change. Your task is simple: annihilate the Crimson Flag. Professor, put me at the front. Jin Tao fiercely shot his arm up. His eyes were red. His grandfather had been one of the victims. Others followed, who originally had been loath to interrupt their drillmaster. Lan Jue looked out the porthole. Accountant. Take us to the starfields. The shattered starfields. Their drillmaster's words set a fire for vengeance in their chests. They were headed for the legendary pirate's haven. If Enluan had been a common sight on the map, how much truer it was for the starfields. None of them, however, had ever previously had a yearning to visit. The pirate playground, a den of degenerates and scum. Danger lurked around every corner. That was where they were going. The heat in their blood cooled a few degrees. Only the confidence earned from their training and skirmish victory stopped some from outright fleeing. After all, they were students. Out there were pirates. What they were about to experience could mean life or death. But Lan Jue looked in the faces of each of his students, and he was satisfied. They remained calm, and in the face of this revelation that was no easy task. We will head directly for the heart of the Crimson Flag territory. Your task will be to suit up, in the bloodlust warsuits that you have earned, and eliminate the clan. They should all die 1,000 times, but you can give them one at least. In the process, your second objective is to rescue a compatriot under their control. This is the third phase of your training. Zeus 1 deftly maneuvered toward the heart of the shattered starfields under the accountant's masterful control. The Sapphire ship darted like a fish between the spiraling asteroids, failed planets, and shipwreckage. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 315, Lord and Lady. Chapter 315, Lord and Lady. The star map he'd been given from the Moonfiend Empress was in Lan Jue's hands. Although the entire ordeal had been a trap, the map was real enough. It had been a little while since their last visit, but the map should still be current enough for their purposes. The Crimson Flag wasn't among the strongest of the Starfield's pirate clans, and compared to the Moonfiend pirates they barely registered. However, they did have the Northern Alliance as silent benefactors. They fit right in on the borders of the Northern Alliance's stretch of the Starfields. Their base of operations was a small planet, roughly a tenth the size of Skyfire. It resided in a relatively stable part of the asteroid belt, so it was relatively safe from impact. According to intelligence from the Enluan army, the Crimson Flag had a moderate roster. As far as was known, they had 3 mecha combat camps that were all excellently equipped. They may have appeared as lawless cretins, but underneath were hardened, armed killers. They also possessed 2 battleships, and somewhere between 10 and 15 patrollers, more than almost any other pirate clan. Each of those were equipped with enviable power gems that made them more than a match for any similarly classed ship they may encounter. Zeus 1 was cutting through the blackness, already approaching the Northern Alliance side. They would be arriving at their target in 2 days. The Crimson Star was the name of the planet they'd come to dominate. Engage Stealth Cloak, Lan Jue commanded. The shimmering blue color of Zeus 1 deepened until it matched the expansive darkness of the universe around them. This obviously wasn't proper stealth, but a special cloaking capability of the coating Zeus 1 was covered in. Following, Lan Jue had the accountants start their radar interference to conceal them from scanners. Within the scope of these functions, the ship was all but invisible. Lan Jue sat up on the captain's chair. His eyes were hard and cold. He'd made several incursions to wipe out pirates during his time as a soldier for hire, but he never got his hands on the Crimson Flag. We're approaching radar range. The accountant coaxed Zeus 1 into orbit around the Crimson Star. Any closer, and they'd be spotted. Prepare main battery, Lan Jue growled. Accountant, give me a layout of enemy positions. The young man looked at Lan Jue wide-eyed. The drill master looked him right in the eye. I have faith. All right. The accountant nodded his head resolutely. Suddenly, his hands were dancing on the keyboard lightning fast. Zeus 1 was indeed the most excellent craft he'd had the opportunity to pilot. Everything, from the combat systems to the life support and everything in between, was state-of-the-art. The ship's radar scanned the planet white. The accountant kept his eyes glued to the screen. A rapid sequence of frames flicked before him in quick succession as he and the ship put their minds to uncovering the enemy's position. Found them. He pointed to something on the screen. Their airfield is here. Status of main weapons? Mika's voice answered. Primed and ready. Lan Jue slapped the armrest of his chair. Fire. Fire. Mika confirmed the command. Their cloak dissipated, as congealing orbs of energy appeared before the ship's main barrels. A few moments later the space around them lit up with resplendent blue light, as a series of lethal energy beams peppered with starlight burst forth. The students unconsciously gripped their armrests as they witnessed the battle commence. It wasn't long ago that many of these kids were taking their first interstellar trip, their first ride in a fighting vessel. Now they were engaged in open combat. But could Zeus 1 find its target from this distance? Would it cause sufficient damage for an opening salvo? They had their answer right away. A shield protected the airfield. It flashed white as Zeus 1's battery made contact. It was sufficient to block the surprise attack from causing damage. However, as the students watched from the main screen in the ship's cockpit, the beam began to twist and rotate. The action condensed the energy and increased its penetrating capabilities. A drastic explosion arose, the sound of crashing metal and roaring flames audible even from their location. Then, the Crimson Star reacted. Dots of light appeared on the surface, and that's when the accountant spoke up. "It's a planetary defense system. Shit, are we sure this is a pirate colony and not a Northern Army base?" Neither his mouth nor his hands ever stopped moving. In the midst of his curses, the accountant immediately re-engaged their stealth routines and pulled the ship out of stable orbit. It pitched into a combat role. Mid-maneuver, the students could see what the accountant had. Dozens of anti-airship volleys were converging on their position. They danced around one another to form a wide-reaching net of deadly energy. Thankfully, the accountant's reactions were swift and the ship narrowly avoided destruction. They raced to a safer distance. "These idiots think they can hit me?" The accountant was hyper-focused, almost like a different man. The formerly lecherous youth with a sour temper glared at the screen in front of him. Flashes of black and white twinkled in his eyes like lines of code. His fingers raced over the keys faster than the students could keep up. Even with the gravitational stabilizers engaged, Zeus 1's occupants pitched in jerks with each severe motion of the ship. Now, the students understood why Lan Jue had subjected them to that extreme g-force. Right now it was looking downright necessary. At the very least, their former experience afforded them a sense of calm, and their bodies were better equipped to handle the rigors. "Drill Master. Our main battery penetrated their shields and have destroyed one battleship." "Heh, I bet that hurts." The accountant cackled gleefully as he made the report and dodged incoming fire. "It'll hurt a lot more before we're through," Lan Jue said with fire in his eyes. "Turn us around. Prepare to engage." It was time to nail this coffin closed. The Crimson Flag would have to respond after such a devastating loss. They watched as several patrol ships took off and headed their way. They spread into an intercepting formation as they drew near. Lan Jue could not help but admit that these pirates were well trained. They scrambled an answering force in no time at all, under fire from an unknown enemy without provocation. Clearly they were always vigilant for this sort of situation. Out here, every pirate clan had to be ready, and mastered their own ways of doing it. Lan Jue's expressionless face remained pointed at the screen. He watched the boats approach, stoic. No matter how powerful this foe, he thought, they must pay for what they've done. Zeus 1 turned to face its pursuers, hidden in the inky blackness of space. 8 pirate patrol ships were en route. The accountant's determinations were correct, and one of their battleships lay smoldering on the tarmac. The second had yet to lift off, either because they were underestimating Lan Jue or for some other purpose. Zeta. The leader of the Crimson Flag was a man named Lin. He was an exceedingly portly fellow. At this moment, he was watching his screens with a malevolent twinkle in his eye. The harsh notes of an alarm rang from all directions. The sudden attack had set off the planetary alarm and defense systems. He was in the battleship, the one that had been spared destruction by the surprise attack. He was a man known for his brutality and bloodlust, but also his caution. It was the arrogant pirates that became corpses, so he chose his flagship and headquarters to be one of the battleships and kept it underground. He'd have kept both there if they'd possessed the ability to make the underground hangar large enough. He looked to be a man in his 40s, with a face unfortunately plagued by scores of soybean-colored growths. They were about the size of his eyes, and twitched with the muscles of his face as he frowned. Ever since they'd attained support from the northern armies, he had grown complacent and confident in his strength. He was the uncontested lord of his domain. But in contrast to his fierce exterior, Lin possessed a delicate heart and feared death. His covered this ruling his pirates with an iron fist. As for the planetary defense system, it had cost him quite a lot of money for that peace of mind. After all, it was a system to ensure planetary dominance. It was a micro version, to be sure, but nonetheless difficult to acquire since it was military grade. It was a source of pride. Other than the 3 largest planets in the starfields, no other clan could match his technical superiority. Though he was a cruel man, he was prudent, and so did not get himself involved in a fight he couldn't win. He only revealed his presence if the advantage was well in his favor. It was this quality that got the attention and support of the North. But to the other pirates of the Starfields, it was a shameful existence. They called him the lady, for his feminine timidity. This was why the second ship wasn't in flight, Feng Lin's cautiousness. However, it had been refitted to allow for long-range engagement. That was its trump card, in the event he encountered an enemy he couldn't best. "Who the hell is this?" he bellowed. Feng Lin watched the screen before him as the patrol boat spread out and searched for the culprit. The enemy had been briefly revealed through radar, and from what he'd seen it was a smaller ship, like a patrol boat. But that didn't make any sense, that blast had had the force of a battleship behind it. "Bastard, when I get you, I'll skin the flesh from your bones and use your tendons as guitar strings." Feng Lin growled ferociously at the screen. However, he did not give the order to have his ship engage. Feng Lin's nickname was not given lightly. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 316, Valiant Clash. Chapter 316, Valiant Clash. Just then, a series of energy beams glowed stark against the black sky. They swept over a patrol boat, and that was when the little blue boat appeared on Feng Lin's screen. He shows himself. Feng Lin's eyes narrowed as he carefully regarded the image on the screen. Something he saw, however, turned his face a ghastly pale. The golden lightning bolt painted on the side. Boom! The assailed pirate boat exploded in a shadow of flames and debris. A fiery ball burned ferociously where it had been. Meanwhile, the sapphire ship weaved and dodged. The remaining vessels couldn't land a strike. "Enough! Retreat!" Feng Lin shouted. His lieutenant looked at him in confusion. "Boss, retreat? We can take this guy. It's got some crazy firepower, but there's only one of them." Slap! Feng Lin turned around and with such speed and force that the slip he gave his attendant sent him spinning. "Moron! Don't you know who that is? That boat belongs to Zeus. Dial the planetary defenses up to 11. Whatever you do, do not let Zeus get close to our base. Send a distress signal to our allies in the north. Now!" The orders were roared at his subordinate. But the last few sentences were filled with something else, a clear and present fear of the man who was coming for them. Zeus was an infamous character in the shattered Starfields, a name everyone recognized. His solo murder trip around the Starfields had ended with no less than 30 pirate clans wiped from existence. When it came to things such as this, Feng Lin did not overestimate his abilities. There was only one attacker, but Feng Lin knew himself, and the men he commanded. Clans much stronger than theirs had fallen before the wrath of the mercenary king. What chance did they have? The only advantage they had right now was the planetary defense system. A deep regret had settled in Feng Lin's heart. How could he forget this monstrous killer? He should never have agreed to attack that eastern cargo ship, like the North had asked, or at least not that obvious. All it had served to do was announce their culpability. But hadn't Zeus been gone for several years? Why now? Why here? Damn it! What shit luck! The skin tags and carcinomas of his face became a crimson red as his anger rose. It made him look particularly unpleasant. Final Sigma. One of the 8 ships sent to intercept them was destroyed. After the accountant's impressive display, the remaining 7 had turned tail and fled. The hell is this? Too scared? I thought they were pirates. The accountant watched slack-jawed as his targets made for cover. He could hardly believe what he was seeing. "Prepare for light speed," Lan Jue calmly instructed. "Light speed." Mika and Xiao Xiao responded with one voice. Lan Jue then turned his attention back to the students. "When we breach and make landfall, the fight is yours. I will not be participating. You all remember your task?" "Yes, sir." The students' response was quick, but their hearts were struggling against confusion, fear, and excitement. Their courage and training kept them stable. Lan Jue's deep voice continued. "Alpha Squad will be responsible for destroying their planetary defenses. Bravo will proceed with the extraction mission. The remaining forces will focus on exterminating these pests. There will be no survivors." "Yes, sir." This time the answer came from Tan Lingyun, Wang Hongyuan, Gung Yang, Jin Tao, and Tang Xiao. The bloodlust in Tan Lingyun's eyes was obvious. She'd never participated in an actual battle, but the desire to enact justice ran deep to her bones. After seeing the cruelty to her compatriots on that video, a fire was ignited within her for vengeance. Wang Hongyuan was much calmer than his co-worker. To him, this sort of cleanse was not a problem. After all, there was a reason he chose a life on Skyfire, working in education. Tang Xiao, as cunning as he was, had his confidence boosted considerably after the Enluan training. His determination to succeed and grow stronger burned fiercely. Deng Yang, in comparison, was more fearful of what was to come. But he was a star pupil, the pride of the NEU. Before Tang Zhao's sudden inexplicable leap in power, Deng Yang was the one to watch. There was no time to slow, no time for hesitation. So he swallowed his fear. He couldn't play second fiddle to Tang Xiao. Jin Tao's eyes were a dangerous red, and his heart already roared in his ears. He yearned for battle, to visit ruin upon those bastards who hurt his family. Main drive systems prepped. Energy levels at maximum capacity. Main thrusters are open. Mika and Xiaoxiao delivered their reports one after the other. Holy shit! What do you think you're doing? The accountant looked at Lan Jue like he was a madman. Was he planning to use their ship to ram through the defenses? Granted, it was a watered-down version of the system, but it still had enough firepower to rival a battleship. If they chose a straight rush, the defensive systems would undoubtedly tear them apart. What's more, the system was designed to be condensed and intensive. Getting past one line of defense didn't mean you were out of the woods. They were likely to encounter resistance every step of the way. A blitzkrieg was not something the pirates feared. Of course, Lan Jue wasn't swayed in the slightest by the accountant's fears. Engage. Lan Jue closed his eyes, and from overhead a half-helmet descended and settled on his crown. The armrests also reacted, simultaneously opening and extending two metal orbs beneath his palms. The accountant snapped back around and busily banged the keyboard before him. However, he was surprised to discover that his screen had gone dark. He could not control the ship from his station. The whole of the ship's interior went dark. From the window, he could see that a pale blue light had sprung up around the ship like a bubble, their shields. He's really going to try and ram through? This guy's crazy. The accountant knew he couldn't stop it. He couldn't do anything. Suddenly the passengers of Zeus 1 were violently thrust against the backs of their chairs as a tremendous accelerating force arose. The students felt it too, and for those brave enough to turn their heads they could see the universe warping uncomfortable from the windows. Zeus 1 charged screaming toward the Crimson Star like a vengeful bolt of lightning from the gods. The planet's defenses were already operating at full capacity, as per Feng Lin's command. A wall of laser blasts pierced through the planet's atmosphere to meet them. Part of the system's strength was its lack of a blind side. Of course, this was supplemented by frightening powerful weaponry. The trade-off was a stupendously expensive price tag, and the power gems to run it. As a result, Zeus 1 could not evade or outmaneuver the system to reach their objective. The only avenue open to them was a headlong rush. Zeus 1's shields flashed as the strikes collided. The whole ship shook under the assault. The students looked on in shock. Only a few had complete confidence in Lan Jue, the rest had gone pale. This was space they were floating in. Once the shields were gone, there was only a thin sheet of metal between them and asphyxiation. No one would survive if the hull was breached. Everyone's mind was on the same fact. The question was, would the shields hold? The ear-piercing squeal of the ship's alarms filled their ears. They shook and pitched, but in that moment a vibrant blue light erupted around Lan Jue. Bolts of errant electricity revolved around him. His hands were living lightning, opaque and supercharged as they sat on the metal orbs. The brightest point was around their drill master's helmeted head. The accountant was more than familiar with all manner of technological devices. Now that the process was revealed, he understood what Lan Jue was going for. Specifically, he was using his discipline to reinforce their shields. But was this crazy guy's individual power enough to face down an entire planet's defensive systems? The accountant was scared, furious, but as he looked once more out of the window he spied their shields, steadier than ever. Shimmering bolts of electricity surrounded them like a protective net and fed their defenses. Although the anti-aircraft batteries were strong, they weren't enough to pierce Lan Jue's power. They were deflected harmlessly into space, like they were little more than an afterthought. Zeus 1 was picking up speed. Lan Jue's patrol ship was fitted with excellent drive systems that could ramp it up to light speed in no time. It had been fast enough to circumvent the bastion and battleship attacks during their earlier foray into the starfields. Despite the fully powered systems desperately trying to dissuade it, Zeus 1 would not be denied. It drilled through the planet's thin atmosphere under heavy assault. The ground came into clear view. Brace for impact. Xiaoxiao's sweet voice rang loud in the cockpit. The students felt their harnesses tighten. The shields outside their window flared with energy. They were charging at light speed. Slowing down would be a problem. Unless you hit something. Like a planet. Boom. It was like the entire planet shook. A shockwave of excess energy blasted out in all directions. 4 of the 7 returning ships were instantly disintegrated by the force. The remaining 3 fled wildly, colliding with one another in their furious escape. The damage was extensive. They were no longer threats. Final Sigma. Fenglin sat in his captain's chair, staring wide-eyed and open-mouthed at what he'd just seen. This was why Zeus was so terrifying. This was the mad mercenary king. Not even a planet could stop him. Zeus 1 crashed into the surface like a nuclear bomb. Their point of collision left a crater 20 kilometers wide. Where there had been an airstrip, there was now only rubble. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 317, your turn. Chapter 317, your turn. Zeus 1 was, itself, a weapon of mass destruction. After the terrible collision, by virtue of the ship's powerful shields, it revealed itself to be completely undamaged. Of course, the impact was still felt. The NEU students were all dizzy and confused after the strike. Hack. Cough. The accountant heaved and sputtered, trying to shake off the uncomfortable feeling. He coughed for several minutes. His discipline was unique. It had very little effect on the physical body, so he was struggling to keep himself in equilibrium following their crash landing. Mika and Xiao, meanwhile, had already disengaged their harnesses and were milling about the bridge. Lan Jue was next, and as he rose to his feet he indicated with his right hand. In response, a bolt of lightning shot out, fractures into countless smaller projectiles, and landed upon each of his students. The purpose was to dull their nerves so that the impact didn't hurt so badly. It would also help them recover faster. The rest is up to you. The Crimson Star was pretty hostile to life, as might be expected, though it wasn't quite so bad as in Luan. You could survive in this atmosphere for a short time, at least. Gusts of strange, toxic-smelling air filled his ship when its doors were opened. By then several of the group leaders were already standing and organizing their people. The interior of the patrol boat was too small for them to get set with their mechas right away. Originally it wasn't constructed to handle even the amount of people it ferried now. They'd have to choke down the caustic air for a few moments before exiting the plane and getting in their new suits. Lan Jue was the first to disembark, with Mika and Xiao at his heels. They didn't need a Meicha suit just yet, their disciplines would sustain them. Eventually, all the students followed. The accountant remained behind the ship's controls, shutting the door once everyone had left. The Enluan mechas were relinquished from their interspatial confinement through their wristbands, so it took very little time for the students to extricate and board them. They arranged themselves by team and awaited instructions. Lan Jue didn't keep them waiting. Keep a line of communication open with the ship. It will provide you with a map and markers for all objectives. Remember that this is a live fire battlefield. You aren't using training mechas. How you proceed out there could mean everything. If you fail, the price will be your life. Now is the time to put away all your fear, all those negative emotions. Focus on the enemy. Focus on the person we're here to save. Move out. 5 small groups of students launched toward the skies at his command. Under their squad leader's commands, the teams raced toward their predetermined targets. Mika and Xiao stood at Lan Jue's shoulders. Xiao's timid voice chimed in. Boss, are we really leaving them to their own devices? Lan Jue chuckled. So long as the pirates don't mount any sort of effective defense. Remember, they're the school's elite piloting and Luan warsuits. As he spoke, he fitted his flight suit helmet on his head. He spoke into the mic. Accountant, give them the map. The accountant had, by now, entirely recovered. He couldn't help but share his thoughts. Jewelry Master, you are unequivocally insane. What if your shield wasn't strong enough, UI? What then? Impossible, Lan Jue responded indifferently. Stop with the nonsense and get to work. The former mercenary took his own advice, for even before he'd finished talking his right hand was already lifting. He could feel the surging energy of the phylactery stone in his palm. Lately, all of his more powerful manifestations, whether the training on Enluan or their dramatic entrance here, were touched by the power of the phylactery. With power enough to run a mothership in his palm, certainly some would be expelled unconsciously when in combat. During the course of his fight some would leak out and fuse with his own abilities. Final Sigma. Tan Lingyun, commanding Alpha Squad, was racing toward her own objective, the main controls for the planet's defense system. Now that they were past the defensive perimeter, it would be much easier to disrupt. In no time at all, the accountant had tapped into the planet's communication systems, using it to deliver information to the students. The control systems were located deep in the enemy base. Its layout, even personnel locations, was revealed on the accountant's map. Tan Lingyun looked over the information from within her own warsuit. It wasn't as well designed or as powerful as her sovereign rank suit, but she wanted to feel the spirit of the Blood Iron soldiers as she performed this righteous mission. As ever, her weapons were dual swords. They glinted as she raced forward to their objective. Her radar incessantly swept the area before her for surprises. She kept one eye on the stream of information the accountant was feeding them. This was a true fight. Lan Jue's address within Zeus 1 had inspired her. Her failure during the Inluan trainings was serious, and now the chance arose for her to redeem herself. What happened was irreversible, there was only the path forward. Clearly, she was advancing much more cautiously than the last time. However, as time went on, Tan Lingyun discovered that her caution was perhaps unwarranted. The information they were receiving from Zeus 1 was supremely accurate. All she had to do was following the route laid out, and that was it. Hell, this real fight was looking much easier than their training. Similar revelations were shared by the other group leaders. The accountant's information was exhaustive, comprehensive, and completely accurate. It was like he had a dozen eyes in the middle of the camp, feeding him info. Tan Lingyun and her team arrived at their target in 10 minutes. According to their intel, there were 30 mechas stationed here. Because of their rather flashy entrance, the suits were already armed to the teeth and prepared to defend the system. It was the pride and joy of the Crimson Flag. They were here to obliterate it. Lingyun raised a hand signal and came to a stop just outside the enemy's detection radius. The enemy had long ago engaged their own interference devices, which served to hide them well. Pirates, of course, were well versed in actual combat and knew what had to be done. Luckily, the pirate interference systems would only affect mechas, and not the whole of Crimson Star's electrical systems. What's more, the cameras they relied on outside of the base belonged to the accountant now. That was how they got such accurate information concerning enemy routes. Tan Lingyun gave out tasks to her charges, using the information in her mecha to direct them. The first strike group included her, and the 11 members spread out. They turned on their own radar as they pressed forward. Tan Lingyun stalked like a cheetah. Silent as the grave, she crept up behind an enemy mecha and readied her blades to pierce it through the cockpit. Interstellar pirates lived a life of blood and corpses. They made them, or became them. And so, even though Tan Lingyun approached from his blind side, the pirate's sixth sense kicked in. He felt the impending danger, and strafed sideways. Clang! Lingyun's swords pierced the enemy mecha's metal shell. She'd missed the cockpit, but it was good enough, she felt. She poured her supernatural energies into the blades, and right away they glowed with a vibrant green. She wrenched her blade sideways to the cockpit, and the blades moved smoothly through like a hot knife through butter. A scream arose from somewhere inside the suit. Tan Lingyun didn't stay to gloat. In a blink, she was stalking her next prey. The attacks on other targets were also underway. The students' maneuvers weren't exactly refined, but they had just completed an exhaustive 2-month training course. Though they weren't on their A game, they were still talented adepts with extensive mecha training. They had the advantage. The entire operation was unfolding before them. Similar scenes were playing out for every squad. They swept through the enemy forces without any showy moves or fancy tactics. This was war, and wars were won with strength and discipline. The students' foundations were solid. What they lacked was actual battlefield experience. This was their first time encountering a true enemy who wished to see them dead. Clearly they weren't used to it, yet. Still, they possessed a unique supremacy in their disciplines. Obviously, talent alone wasn't going to win the day. But it could save their lives, and give them a chance to correct their mistakes. Luckily, the opening charge had gone smoother than they'd anticipated. Now, however, with the fight well and truly underway, things were becoming more challenging. Now was when their individual strength would be revealed. Alpha Squad was under Tan Lingyun's command. Wang Hongyuan was responsible for Bravo, and Charlie followed Tang Xiao. Deng Yang and Jin Tao led Delta and Echo respectively. Jin Tao's squad was composed of melee specialists. Their objective was the underground base of the Crimson Flag. They encountered opposition immediately. Jin Tao led the charge. A faint golden aura surrounded his warsuit as it plowed ahead. In his wake a strange image followed, like a spectral lion that moved faster than the wind. He leapt like a beast on a nearby enemy and then, with the golden aura around him flaring, he tore the machine's arms off. He repeatedly rammed his suit's head into the mangled enemy's cockpit until the screaming stopped. Fierce, vicious, and wild. He was an angel of death, whose like a knife cut a bloody swathe wherever he went. The Crimson Flag was not a weak clan, but even if they were twice as powerful they couldn't match up to the Iron Army. They were decent fighters, with extensive combat experience. But they didn't cooperate, so they were a mess, disparate parts falling to a superior force. Against the soldiers of Enluan, they'd have lost. But these were pirates, and their deaths were all but assured. Lan Jue, Mika and Xiuxiu did not engage. This was truly in the hands of the students, now. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 318, Gunyang's Crisis. Chapter 318, Gunyang's Crisis. Plumes of acrid dark smoke rose to the skies, as angry fireballs dotted the Crimson Star's surface. Explosions roared like thunder. A battleship rose from the fray, heading toward the atmosphere. Its sleek surface was painted orange by the dancing flames below. It rose under cover of the planet's defense systems, just as they went offline. Fenglin's chins quivered in fear, and his eyes flashed with enmity. The Crimson Star was his territory. He'd poured years of blood and sweat into making it his, but now this bastard was taking it away. The moment he saw the blue ship crash into the planet, he knew he had no chance to fight them off. Zeus was too strong. More than once he'd seen video of what Zeus did to pirates. He dispatched the whole of his mecha warriors, while ordering his closest subordinates to join him on their flagship. The battle below was in full swing. Zeus and his people were on the path to wiping them out, but they needed time. Why, then, should he stick around, Fenglin thought? No point in pining for grass when you were off to greener pastures. Thankfully, Fenglin's caution helped. His ship's systems and communications weren't connected to the planets, so the accountant had no means to stop his escape. The young man reacted quickly, however, when he saw the ship angling for escape trajectory. Jewelry Master, a battleship is attempting to flee. Should I give chase? He asked. No need, was Lan Jue's response. Keep up your analysis of the battlefield situation. I'll deal with that boat myself. There was a flash of blue light, which gradually rose in intensity until it was a blazing orb of golden energy. It released the condensed energy in a lancing bolt of lightning, which raced into the heavens and disappeared. About 1,000 pirates remained, with 300 mechas among them. It was enough for 3 standard military companies. This was something rare for a pirate clan to organize. Among them were also several proficient pilots. Pirate life made for effective motivation. If you didn't learn a skill, you died. Zeta. Gunyang's rifle muzzle smoked. In front of him, the headless body of a pirate collapsed to the floor. The enemy mecha twitched, expelling a shower of sparks. Things on his end of the field weren't going precisely as planned. His team was responsible for storming the compound together with Charlie and Echo. But despite having 3 squads, the enemy's numbers were far superior. In this area alone, the accountant's analysis read 150 enemy soldiers. They had 30. As the fight began, the enemy soldiers were in disarray. With their suits, discipline and the element of surprise, the students smashed through their perimeter defenses and began to clean house. 20 mechas were destroyed in the opening moments, but the pirates were experienced in the ways of small skirmishes such as these. They recovered quickly and mounted a defense. A pirate's life was lived on the edge of a sword. Every one of them had taken a life before. They were fiercer, tougher, and far less scrupulous than the NEU students, worse than they thought. Still, the young pilots cut intimidating figures in their warsuits. The fight against the Enluan soldiers had left Gunyang with a profound impression. He and Jin Tao had worked well together, giving their own team an opportunity to regroup and re-engage. Unfortunately, they had been completely annihilated. This time, he was determined to protect his soldiers. And so, from the very beginning he threw everything he had into the advance. More than 6 enemies had been felled by his gun already, at this point. He staggered, but recovered quickly as the enemy forces began to focus their fire his way. He swung around rifle first, and used it to deflect a laser blast. He took the opportunity to steady himself. Gunyang was a first-class pilot, and their trump card. He had an innate talent when it came to mecha control. He dodged the enemy's shots with fluid feints left and right, then fired his rifle into the soldier next to him at point-blank range. The pirate screamed helplessly as he was blown away. But Gunyang turned to the other one who tried to get the drop on him, simultaneously drawing the alloy blades fixed to his back. In 3 chops, the enemy sneak attack was put down. Gung Yang felt his discipline flood through him, growing strong and prosperous. A golden aura sprang up around his warsuit, condensing into a vibrant amber as it empowered his weapons. Out of the corner of his eye, he spied another contingent of pirates heading his way. He twisted, and with a mighty sweep of his blade sent out a blast of power over 10 meters long. The force knocked the enemies flying. It would buy his team a few more moments. The young pilots were even more practiced in technique and cooperation this time. A result of their affair in Enluan, certainly. However, nerves had to be considered, and some were so nervous it was affecting their combat effectiveness. After all, this was a real fight, where the consequences of failure could very well mean death. Under conditions like these, how could these students, who had never taken a life before, not be nervous? Gung Yang's breath came quick and haggard. Sustained use of his discipline was exceedingly draining. He took a quick glance at the battlefield analysis to see that at least 120 enemies remained locked in conflict. He was unfamiliar with the terrain, but he could see they were trying to position around and encircle his squad. No good. That would certainly lead to injuries or deaths. The Enluan warsuits were equipped with thick armor and a powerful core. The central energy core was also tied to a reserve shield system. If the suit were to encounter an attack it couldn't survive, the shields would come online. It was in part due to this functionality that Lan Jue students had yet to report any incidents. However, energy had its limits. Because they were nervous, many of the inexperienced pilots began the fight pouring all of their powers into the opening charge. Now, about halfway through, they were starting to fade. In regards to mecha piloting, these fearsome pirates were no less adept than their attackers. As their talent advantage waned, naturally the pirates' response strengthened. In another part of the battlefield, Tang Xiao was taking to the fight like a duck to water. His 8th-ranked discipline was a terrific boon, and even the enemy suits could be manipulated by his powers once he got within range. His enemies fell, ended by their own weapons. At the outset, at least 4 pirate mechas were destroyed before they could engage their shields. Tang Xiao forced their metal cockpits to fill with spikes. They were dead before they even knew what happened. His smarts and discipline currently had him at the least of most confirmed kills. Jin Tao, on the other side, had just bust through the enemy line. His discipline was, in essence, amplification. When poured into his mecha it increased the machine's power and speed to frightening levels. Him and his melee-focused team maintained blitzkrieg speed, so the pirates never got a chance to regain their footing. Unfortunately, Gung Yang was having trouble. Him and his team were distance attackers, and as the battle continued they found themselves squeezed into a tighter and tighter box. By virtue of their combat experience, the pirates had eventually surrounded their position and were closing in. Naturally, the closer they got, the harder remaining alive would be. The only way Gung Yang could defend his team was to be everywhere at once. Under the pressing drive of their energies, his people's mecha energy reserves and discipline continued to deplete. They couldn't keep this up for long, even with Gung Yang's support. Tang Xiao were getting overrun. He didn't want to ask for help, but he wouldn't let his pride result in the injury of his friends. These weren't students fighting for the attention of pretty girls, they were fellow officers locked in a life or death struggle. "Lead the fight to me," Tang Xiao said without hesitation. "I'm moving in to support. On my way." Gung Yang's swords burst into golden flame, as he viciously carved a path. Once a path was cleared, he ordered his team to retreat through the opening. They joined up with Tang Xiao's squad immediately, giving them a chance to catch their breath. Just then, though, Gung Yang turned his eyes toward an ominous sound. As his vision swept the field, he saw an enormous crimson mecha barreling their way. He was fast, too fast for Gung Yang to react when the enemy slammed into the student in front of him. He watched helplessly as his teammate was thrown aside. Surprised and enraged, he raced forward in the hopes of saving his comrade. By then the dark red mecha had turned to face his newest challenger. As Gung Yang drew near, he saw that the suit was constructed to resemble a beast. It had features like a lion, but locked in an eternal roar. The mane around its head was a series of compacted metal spikes. The whole suit was built in the same fashion, with sharp claws on its hands and feet. Wings fastened to its back were the lone exception. After smashing into Gung Yang's friends, the beastly mech made landfall on all 4 feet. He turned and in the blink of the eye, leapt at Gung Yang like a wild animal. A hungry bloodlust filled the air as red light surrounded it. The enemy's clawed hands reached out for Gung Yang's shoulders. He was also an adept, and not a weak one. The NEU star pupil had only half a second to make a decision. He set his feet, gripped his weapons, then lifted them high. He wasn't, sadly, very used to the use of these alloy blades. He was more proficient with spears in melee combat. There wasn't much choice in the warsuits they were so generously given, all were standard construction. The beastly mecha twisted violently in the air to whip its frame around. This caused Gung Yang's blades to skin past, leaving it unharmed. Light flashed off of the beast's claws as they groped for him. Gung Yang hastily retreated a step, in attempts to avoid the grab. However, an angry, crimson light fired from behind the lion-looking suit which propelled it forward faster than he was expecting. The two mechas collided chest-first to the sound of crunching metal. Dark red light shimmered along the dozens of spiky thorns surrounding his enemy's head. Gung Yang's eyes widened. If his shields couldn't stave off what was coming, he might not make it home. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 319, The Blade Maiden Appears. Chapter 319, The Blade Maiden Appears. In the moment of truth, Gung Yang revealed his worth as an emperor-ranked pilot. His bloodlust mecha suit rapidly swung backward blades first, in attempts to pin his enemy to the ground. But the lion mech was too good for that. Its clawed hands swiped at Gung Yang's weapons. He was exhausted from the fighting, so the blades were not possessed of a great amount of his discipline. The result was that the weapons went flying. Gung Yang was disarmed. The beastly mech then swung around, and kicked with its back legs at Gung Yang's hips. The wicked sharp claws tore through the mecha's shields, then the metal structure of the student's mecha with a grating screech. Gung Yang was trampled to the ground. Finished. It was all he could think about. His mind was blank except for that crushing realization. But his discipline surged, reacting unconsciously to the danger to explode outward in a fiery display. His lion assailant was consumed by the flames. Unfortunately, the beast's shields were strong and protected it from any serious damage. Still, it knocked him back and gave Gung Yang some space. The red aura around the lion mecha began to condense in preparation for a finishing blow. The young NEU pilot, prone on the ground, had no way to dodge. His squad mates were equally helpless. 10 other enemies had swarmed them in the red mecha's wake. They were busy fending them off, too busy to disengage and save their leader. Gung Yang's eyes grew wide. He stared at his opponent, waiting for the killing blow. It was then a silvery light lanced across his vision, obliquely colliding with the lion mecha. Clang! It was like it was struck with the force of a mountain and the red mecha went flying over 100 meters. The silvery light was like a specter, some sort of guardian angel that flitted off in another direction after Gung Yang was free from danger. Two pirate mecha nearby stopped in the tracks as the light raced past. They split first at the chest plate, slowly separating until the mecha was severed completely in half lengthwise. It was like their shields didn't even exist. Can you get up? A woman's voice asked over the comms. Gung Yang tried to maneuver his suit. Not bad, the strike landed, but handle damaged the joint. He rose to his feet. He gulped, covered in a cold sweat. He'd only just barely escaped with his life. Gung Yang spied a silvery white mecha standing a short distance off. It had a sleek and aerodynamic design, without any decoration or unnecessary accessories. It was covered in strange grooves, and exceedingly frail looking for a war machine. Its two arms were thin like blades. The mecha gave Gung Yang a cursory look, and then she was off, there 1 second, and gone the next. So fast. This mecha's amazing. There was a flash, and once again that beastly mecha was sent flying. As he watched, a red orb of energy descended from above. It was a roiling orb of flame, and it crashed into the prostrate pirate like a meteor. Its silhouette was stark, set against the raging orange of the fires. A silver light swept through and pierced the beleaguered mecha's cockpit. The silver mecha slowly lifting its arm, backlit by fire, with the beast mecha impaled upon it. She unceremoniously flung her foe aside like garbage. Thus did Gung Yang's would-be murderer meet his end. A fiery red mecha descended from the skies. Its entire construction made it look like a mass of writhing flame. He could tell from the construction that it was a woman's mecha. Her weapon was a staff, no, a scepter? A glowing red power gem was on its crown. The gemstone was almost half a meter in diameter. It had only 108 facets when it shimmered, alive with an internal fiery light. The red mecha lifted its scepter, and another orb 3 meters in diameter was cast forth. It landed in the midst of an enemy squadron, and exploded with frightening ferocity. The surrounding enemies were instantly immolated. The silvery white mecha took a different approach. She raced from one side of the field to the other, and everywhere she went, she left a trail of bodies in her wake. One, then another, and other fell before they could even see her coming. Gung Yang by now had guessed these mechas' origins. He'd caught a glimpse of these suits in passing during the Enluan battle. They were piloted by two of the assistants the demon drillmaster had brought with him. He hadn't seen them engage anyone during that fight. He had no idea they were so strong. The titanium white mecha especially captured his attention. She was like a living weapon, and where she went her enemies' shields were useless. Sharp was the best way to describe her. With the arrival of these two new players, the game was completely changed. Although Gung Yang still had motive capability, he nonetheless gathered a few squad mates around him before checking on his fallen comrade, who'd been struck by the lion mech. Thankfully he'd only sustained concussive injuries, nothing that was life-threatening or would take him out of the fight. They reorganized, then under Gung Yang's command proceeded to give their nearby brethren fire support. Interstellar pirates were a tough breed. If a battalion of soldiers were to suffer around 30% damage to their unit, they were in danger of collapse or defeat. The pirates, though, fought ever harder as their losses neared half. After all, where could they retreat to? Mika urged her mecha, Jezebel, onward too, revealing to all its frightening power. In truth the cudgel she bore was not a weapon, but an amplifier. Mika called it her wand. Jezebel's Hellfire Wand. As the mecha raised its wand high, Mika's eyes flared with an unholy light. Under Lan Jue's direction she had been attempting to call forth the power of Satan, to control it. Under Lan Jue's guidance, they could watch to see if she was tending toward a loss of control. He would then step in and help stabilize her. Now, she felt more confident in allowing herself to let it free. She needn't fear losing herself to the evil. Finally able to employ and cultivate her powers, Mika's powers had improved dramatically. She was well through 9th level first rank, and closing in on 2nd. As Satan's successor, she was certainly the strongest of his Amazons in regards to potential. The Hellfire Wand pulsed with an unsettling, dark red energy. A corona of light hung around it, expanding. A terrible, oppressive aura hung over the field. The pirates grew frightened at the sight of her. That stifling sensation slithered through them, making it difficult to breathe. The first pirate to try and flee was near the edge of the conflict. A second followed, then a third. Mika's fiery hair flailed through the cockpit like it was caught in a spectral wind. The feral strands darkened until they were the same devil red as her eyes. With a grunt, she poured her monstrous power into Jezebel. The massive gem at the top of the Hellfire Wand shone brilliantly like a small sun. The red aura thickened, and spread like storm clouds over the area. Of course, that shimmering stone was a power gem, an A-ranked Hellfire stone to be precise. Its function was to greatly amplify any fire-based disciplines. It increased Mika's by 300%. In truth, no normal A-ranked stone could do what this one was doing. The clouds grew dark, but instead of lightning their lines were painted red. Moments later, screaming balls of crimson fire came tumbling from the heavens. There were few at first, but they were soon followed by countless more. The sky was burned behind them, leaving a trail of angry fire and choking smoke while they barreled like inevitable doom toward the fleeing pirates. Where they landed, the earth was obliterated, scorched black and ruined. The land around the pirates was blanketed in all-consuming fire, deafening them with terrifying blasts. Charlie, Delta and Echo had completed their objectives, and their foes lay slain or fled in terror. They watched in stunned silence as the world before them burned indiscriminately. No suit was capable of this level of destruction. No, this had to be the teaching assistant. This had to be her discipline. This red-haired, normally silent woman was unceremoniously exterminating their foes. Alpha Squad had succeeded in taking the planetary defense system offline. Tan Lingyun watched the distant horizon as it was painted red. She saw that mecha, like a demonic god, and her pupils contracted. At her level of cultivation, she was of course capable of sussing out another's power level. No wonder she was so confident that day, Tan Lingyun thought, she was a 9th level talent. Her mecha was also something to behold, and powerful if it could strengthen her discipline to this level. The apocalyptic meteor shower continued for a few minutes more. The earth below was desecrated beyond recovery, and belched fires that would melt the students' suits. Clearly, there were no survivors in that lake of fire. Jezebel and Azura descended to join the others on the ground. A message from the accountant flashed on their screens, encouraging all of them to seek out and destroy any who might have escaped. The squads fanned out in all directions and proceeded to hunt down any remaining foes. There was no more fear or worry over the result. This battle was won, it was just time to put it to bed. Zeta. Foamling was furious. He ground his teeth so hard they threatened to break. He could see all that was happening below, on his crimson star. Alas, he didn't even have the courage to blast the planet with the ship's main cannons and give them support. He wouldn't delay 1 second, that was Zeus, the stuff of nightmares. 108 is an important number in Buddhist lore. It's also important for Hinduism and Jewish faiths, but the author likely meant to evoke the Buddhist bit. As far as I remember, the beads represent the 108 lessons of the Buddha. It's almost ubiquitous with martial arts, and is seen often in fictional literature as a superhuman technique or series of techniques that ties the user to the universe. 2. Unless I'm mistaken, this is the first time we've seen Mika in her suit. I've chosen to name her Jezebel after the tale of Jezebel, which, while I don't see it here, is sometimes referred to as the mother of harlots, or Satan's whore. In Chinese the name is demon concubine, close enough, I think. If I'm misremembering, and I've already named her Mecca, please remind me. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 320, Less Than You Deserve. Chapter 320, Less Than You Deserve. He had to run, quickly and as far as he could. He would hide somewhere in the Northern Alliance, and find safety under their protection. He still had a battleship, it would serve to raise his worth in their eyes. Luckily, most of the money they'd gained through looting over the last several years had been poured into the pirate leader's flagship. Every pirate knew that a day like this would come eventually. So, he had spent his time preparing. The radar squealed an alarm. An enemy is in pursuit, a pirate hollered. Fong Lin felt his whole body quiver. He raced to the screen to see for himself. A shimmering ball of blue light was closing in. It was impossibly fast, and was already practically on top of their position. Blue. He knew what that represented. Fong Lin was full of anger and resentment, but none of that was worth his life. Open her all the way up, all thrusters and main engines. Full speed ahead. He shouted the orders, his voice ringing on the bridge. He tensely watched the screen, watched as that blue orb approached. However, as he looked on he saw the ball of light flash, and then, it was gone. The pirate sitting in front of the radar panel was furiously trying to find the orb. Where'd it go? The encroaching danger was nowhere to be seen. Suddenly, the entire ship began to shake. All the color drained from Fong Lin's face, turning the fleshy nubs from a dark red to a sickly pale. Mechas! He shouted. Get the mecha ready! Attack! Mechas couldn't compete with battleships on any level, this was a simply fact. Look at the sheer amount of resources that are required to build a battleship. In both attack and defense, a battleship outclassed a mecha by orders of magnitude. Speed, for instance, an ordinary mecha couldn't reach light speed, something that was true even for most god-ranked mechas. Battleships, however, needed only slight modifications before it was capable of the feat, even FTL. However, in the universe there were no absolutes. What a mecha suit couldn't do on its own, it could do easily with the right pilot. An example was Jezebel, and the terrifying hellfire meteor shower she'd used to decimate the pirate fighters. If anyone other than Mika were to pilot it, it didn't matter who they were, the same results could not be achieved. Thor was another. With his own powers and the lightning energies of the suit, he could easily and quickly reach light speed. Battleships were only capable of accelerating to light speed in the vacuum of space. Fong Lin had yet to break atmosphere. At its speeds, Thor was like a twinkle of light. In no time at all, it was beside the ship. The ship shields were up, however, and those were formidable for a mecha to handle alone. Thor tore through the air, spinning like a drill with its spear leading the charge. The shield shuddered, flashed, then parted. Thor was through. Bang! Thor attached itself to the hull of the ship. Although battleships and patrol boats were only separated by one level, they were vastly differently vehicles. Patrollers were meant as supports for battleships, or their station planets. They were closer-ranged skirmishers, and search vessels. Conversely, battleships were adept at traveling long distances, and were capable weapons for nearly all manner of combat. Because of this, its armor was considerably thicker than its smaller counterparts. They had to be made to withstand blasts from rival battleships, after all. The result was a much hardier ship when compared to patrol boats. But Thor didn't seem to be aiming to destroy the ship it was clinging to. As it stood there, latched to the ship, it began to pulse with waves of electric blue light. The strange energy swept across the length and breadth of Fong Lin's escape vessel. Inside, the ship was a chaotic mess. His ship was powerful, yes, but badly understaffed. In his rush to escape, Fong Lin had brought only his most trusted men. Less than 50 mechas were available to mount a defense. Fong Lin himself clambered into a suit. He shook terrible as he got the machine started. He only felt safe inside the belly of one of these beasts. But why was it so quiet all of a sudden? Screech! The strange sound suddenly filled the cockpit. The control board sizzled as bolts of electricity raced through it. Smoke began to fill the interior. All of the ship's electrical equipment had gone haywire. Creaks and groans arose as external pressure slowly began to crush the ship. The lights cut out. Ah! Qianlin screamed impotently and turned on the suit's floodlights. He dove to the side and into a corner. Suddenly the room's interior was host to a second figure, this one encased in gold and emitting rays of brilliant, electric blue light. Gold hair, gold robe, gold mask. That majestic figure lit up the area like a small sun, but the pirates could only feel the creeping chill of fear crawling up their spines. Every pirate in the shattered starfields was familiar with this figure. The blood of countless buccaneers stained his hands, more than anyone knew. Zeus. Zeus, you have to listen to me. Take it easy now, alright? Let's just talk this out. Qianlin's voice cracked from fear. Zeus wasn't in his suit, but from what he knew of the man, that didn't make the slightest bit of difference. According to the stories, he could destroy this battleship with nothing but his bare hands. A cold, empirical voice boomed through the entirety of the vessel. Say what you need to say. Qianlin's chest rose and fell with ragged breaths. I know what we've done is wrong. Piracy is wrong. But none of this was my choice. It was all the Northern Alliance. The Northerners made me do it. They said it was so the East would send ships in to the starfields. I'll tell you everything, I swear. Just, please let me go. I'll stand trial and tell everyone about the North's plans. Is it money? I'll give you everything I own. Why, you can give it to the victims' families, as compensation. Now, staring death in the face, nothing else mattered but life. He was on his home turf, surrounded by his men. And yet, upon seeing Zeus, he knew the fight was ended. Did you think about this when you massacred those people? Did you give any thought to the fact that this day would come? Zeus took a step forward. Hundreds of errant golden lightning bolts fired in all directions from his body. They were so intense that the pirate closest to him was immediately encased in golden light. The pilot within was reduced to ash before he could scream. The other suits reacted by turning on their shields. They began to slowly retreat. None dared face this terrifying man. I was wrong, I'm sorry. But I didn't want to do it. What could I do? I can't stand up to the whole Northern Alliance. And if I didn't do it, they'd just get someone else. Then they would come for my head. I surrender, I'll follow you anywhere. I'll do anything you want me to do. Zeus sniffed disdainfully. Under interstellar law, I cannot kill you once you've surrendered. And yet, when you came across that transport ship, I wonder if you extended them the same courtesy. Was it the North who told you to slaughter them like dogs? Did you give those innocent souls any second chances? You did not stay your hand once, not for the elderly, not for the children. You just cut them down. It's too late for words now. You, all of you, will be reborn in the next life as beasts. And even that will be too good for you. Get him. Qianlin howled. Zeus had made it clear he would offer no quarter. If he wanted to live, defeating the mercenary king would be his only chance. The interior of the battleship flashed erratically as laser rifles fired. The air hissed and sizzled. The ship's interior was sturdy and well equipped, with its own interior shielding. In fact, they were specifically installed because the pirates knew the risk of fighting on their own ship was significant. They had to avoid damaging this very expensive war machine. The haphazard rifle fire ricocheted in all directions, but left the ship itself largely unscathed. The pirates' eyes grew wide as they watched the blasts penetrate Zeus. They did it. Did they? But not a moment later, everything around them was painted a blinding gold. I command the clouds to gather. Foreboding mists of gold crept around them, appearing from nowhere. It reached into every nook and every corner. Only particularly well-shielded areas seemed to keep it at bay. The heavens shall splinter. Bolts of golden electricity, thicker than man's waist, exploded through every hallway. Countless lightning bolts surged like an ocean, obliterating everything it came into contact with. Were they on the planet, Lan Jue would have needed the help of Thor to rout the enemy this quickly. But in the confines of this floating metal coffin, the pirates had nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Zeus had grown tired of speaking with these animals, so he would speak with action. Under his precise control, those terrible bolts of lightning relayed his message. When he was finished, not even corpses remained. The pilots in their cockpits had been disintegrated, wiped from the universe by these righteous bolts. Only one single mecha was spared the reckoning. When that terrifying lightning ceased to wreak havoc, Qianlin remained. He sat in the cockpit, too frightened to move. His arms and legs shook, and at some point he'd urinated himself. Just the presence of this awesome protogenic power was making it hard to breathe. This was the power of Zeus' ascension. The mighty god of lightning made real. Once again that golden figure appeared silently out of thin air. He stared silently at Fengling for a moment, then spread his arms. Loud creaking protests rang through the ship when suddenly Fengling's chest plate fractured and blew apart. The pirate lord tumbled to the ground. Lan Jue's face became a sneer as he looked upon the man. The small ugly thing had soiled himself as well, and the stench hung heavy in the air. "Tell me. Who from the Northern Alliance asked you to attack that transport?" Zeus' cold, cruel voice was like metal. It was. Fengling spilled what he knew without hesitated or remorse. Lan Jue huffed. With a dismissive wave of his right hand, a bolt of lightning ended the miserable man, removing him and his stench from existence. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 321, Ruinous Blow. Chapter 321, Ruinous Blow. Lan Jue picked off his cloak and wig, then calmly walked to the battleship's control panel. He flooded it with current, and the ship came back to life. He wasn't happy with the obliteration of the pirates, on the contrary his brows were furrowed ominously. He connected to Zeus 1 on the planet below through a secret cipher code. Jewelry master? Everything went smoothly? Don't worry, everything on the surface is normal. Beta Squad has found 56 Eastern women who had been held hostage by the enemy. They've already escorted them to safety. The remaining teams are cleaning up the stragglers. Lan Jue's quiet voice responded. Relay my command, accountant, everyone is to fall back to Zeus 1. Take off and pick them up. Once you've got them, come and get me. Quick, now. The accountant felt nervous as he heard Lan Jue's urgency. He didn't dare dally, and performed his task without hesitation. The students, as well, felt strange as the commands were relayed. Didn't he say not to give any quarter? Wasn't their job to eliminate all of the pirates? They were well in control of the battle, and the pirates had no chance at victory. What's the idea? Although they were uncertain, their time on Anluan had taught them a little something about following orders. So despite their confusion, they did what they were told as fast as they were able. Zeus 1 rose quickly under the accountant's command. Flashes of light sputtered from its thrusters as the ship swept by, landing just long enough to gather up the rescued women and the students. The ship, already near capacity, was downright crowded with the addition of 50 more souls. The students had to remove their suits before boarding, obviously, though it slowed the escape process. The seats were all given to the captives, who all looked relieved to be freed from their ordeal. But one could tell they were scarred. There was a vacuity in their eyes, like their souls were dead or locked away. A few wept silently, or stared blankly at nothing. Seeing them, the students couldn't help but clench their fists and gnash their teeth. Who knew how much torment these poor women had to endure from these despicable pirates? Quick! Lan Jue's urgent voice pulled their minds back to the present. Everyone's here, the accountant said. We're in flight, en route to your position. Lan Jue, meanwhile, was watching the screens at the battleship's control panel. Sweat dotted his forehead. Lan Jue had used his ascension powers and protogenic abilities to quickly deal with the pirates. Doing so that quickly, of course, drained a good deal of energy. Of course, his command to recall the troops wasn't a pointless endeavor. Despite his handling of the situation, a terrifying sensation washed over him as he did. Something that made it hard to breathe. It was a sensation he hadn't even felt on Taihua during the invasion. The fighting there had been more or less within his ability to deal with, however the feeling he had now was enough to rattle him. There was something deadly. It was a feeling he felt only once before. The day Hera died. This was why he was so quickly commanding his students to retreat. Zeus 1 tore through the air under the accountant's expert flying, headed for Lan Jue and the battleship. Lan Jue wasted no time with explanations, sending the ship on a speedy trip into the recesses of the starfields. The two boats followed the same path, one in front and one behind. The Crimson Star shrunk as they raced away. We're boiling up in here, Jewelry Master. We're like a bowl of dumplings. Why don't you take some people with you on your ship? I can barely breathe. The accountant's voice was a little irritated. In fact, he was downright depressed. As far as he knew, the starfields were positively rife with pirates, but at least here they'd be handled. But they were ordered to leave before they could even divvy up the spoils. The students didn't care, they hadn't done this for riches. It was enough for them to have saved these women, some of whom clearly would need years of help to get over what had happened. Lan Jue didn't answer. He kept up the speed, forcing Zeus 1 to push full throttle to keep up. Before long both Zeus 1 and the battleship were at light speed. The ships weaved between the countless failed planets and fractured asteroids as they made their escape. The accountant glowered with his brows knotted as he watched the pirate battleship. The jewelry master was too cautious, he thought to himself. There was nothing going on. According to the star maps, there weren't even any other pirates' clans in the vicinity. What's more, how could any of these piddling pirates stand up to the jewelry master and his awesome power? As the confusion in his heart grew, the accountant's eyes were stabbed by a fierce light outside of the window. It was pure white, and so powerful that the whole of Zeus 1's interior was blanched by it. The women cried out in alarm with one terrified voice. They could see it clearly from the windows. As they sped away, a massive column of light, 50 kilometers long, tore through the darkness of space, right toward the crimson star. As the pearly light struck it, the entire planet adopted the pallid hue. The accountant's eyes grew large, and threatened to pop out of his head. The lollipop in his mouth tumbled to the floor. The planet disappeared in a stupendous explosion before the lollipop even stopped rolling. It was a small planet, but it was a planet. The crimson star disappeared as this enigmatic attack reduced it to space dust. So powerful was the blast, that even the errant asteroids in the vicinity were instantly vaporized. The resulting displacement of energy condensed into a powerful wave. Both ships had their shields up and full of energy by the time it hit them. The accountant's face was a sickly white, and his heart was absent any further doubt or blame. How could he even describe what he was seeing? Terrifying didn't cover it. The students were equally stunned by the display. Never had they seen something like this before. What the hell was that white light? An entire planet was erased by this light, to the point where even the asteroids around it were destroyed. The women had stopped crying. They had been rendered speechless. Had not these people come for them, they would have suffered the same fate as the Crimson Star. Lan Jue, meanwhile, took deep gasping breaths as the light show concluded. Finally, safe at least for now, he wiped the sweat from his forehead. Though the students and the rescued women didn't know what that light was, the accountant and Lan Jue were well familiar. The savage goddess and Wang Hanyuan could guess some of it as well. Nothing in the natural universe could produce an attack that powerful. This was something beyond that, a supernatural power with enormous destructive power. In the realms of men there was only one thing that could produce power like that, a bastion ship. The battleship slowly began to decelerate. When it slipped behind Zeus 1, it listed to the side and took the brunt of the shock wave. Immediately the souls on Zeus 1 felt her stabilize considerably. In all the vastness of the universe, the power of man was infinitesimal. But bastions, those were different. Not even the strongest paragon could survive a blast from a bastion's main battery. It had the power to affect galaxies. Boss! Mika and Xiao shouted as they saw the battleship shudder violently from the impact of the wave. There was nothing they could do. The harshest part of I was coming. If they could survive this, they would make it home. The students were stunned and afraid. They could see the battleship on the main screens, protecting their rear and being pummeled in the process. It looked as though its shields would fail any second. It was more than fair to say that these students had endured torturous conditions since the beginning of the art classes. Especially Lan Jue's needles and electricity, it was a living nightmare. How could there not be a bitter hatred for their demon drillmaster? Eventually, however, they discovered the sweetness after the bitter. They saw what this cruel training had forged them into. There would always be hatred there, but that and the fear were reduced as they got stronger. Now there was also respect. As they watched the ship behind them, protecting them from the worst of the blast, their fear grew but their resentment disappeared. They were smart, talented youths. They knew Lan Jue must have considered these things before making his decision. There were limits to the shields of a battleship that had already been boarded. Plus, who knew how long they'd have to defend against this aftermath? Regardless, he put himself between them and danger without hesitation, and they knew what that meant. There wasn't just respect now, he was like a strict father who, although stern, came to their defense in their hour of need. Zhou Qianlin watched with large, frightened eyes. Her hands held on to Tangmi with a white-knuckle grip. Tangmi grabbed her in a hug and held her tight. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 322, Arachnid Class Bastion. Chapter 322, Arachnid Class Bastion. Zhou Qianlin was truly scared, but it wasn't because of the shockwave. For almost a full minute, the violent shaking continued. Eventually their speed helped them escape from the diffused destructive energy. As they stabilized, the passengers gradually calmed. Sweat soaked everyone in the airship. They had felt the cold chill of death at their shoulder, and knew they had just narrowly avoided destruction. Had their reactions been even half a second slower, they'd all be space dust. The accountant was more affected. He performed his earlier task begrudgingly, but he also knew how important following instructions was in situations such as this. Thinking back, if he would have dragged his feet, their bodies would have remained in the starfields forever. Anyone who claimed to not be afraid after staring death in the face was a liar. Lan Jue was also shaking slightly, though he wasn't as fearful. Most was rage. The only thing capable of carnage like that was a bastion ship. There was only one group in this area that had one. The Northern Alliance. Zeta. Deep space. A colossal silhouette hung in the emptiness of space. It spread out like an enormous spider, with its spindly legs crawling through the black. It was over 10 kilometers long, and weighed in the hundreds of millions. It stalked the recesses of the galaxy in darkness and in silence. The Arachnid, one of the Northern Alliance's 7 bastion ships. It defended them from the starfields, and any sneak attacks that might try to pierce their borders. It was equipped with the strongest military weaponry available to mankind, and housed the North's 7th Cosmic Fleet. The fleet was composed of a Sovereign-class mothership, 4 command ships, and a large number of battleships. And yet all of this comprised only 1/7 of the North's total military power. The armed might of the North was unquestioned. Within the BLLY of the massive spider sat a silvery-haired man. Slowly, he dropped his finger from the large, blood-red button. The distinguished gentleman sat straight and tall, in a crisp white military uniform. He was a towering man, with steely blue eyes that made people uncomfortable. An hooked nose hung over a thin mouth that gave him a distinctly vulture-like appearance. 3 golden stars adorned the labels on his shoulders. They glinted in the fluorescent light. This was the commander of the Arachnid, Admiral Holman. He represented the more hawkish faction of the Northern military. Since the beginning he'd advocated for a firm and combative stance toward the East and West. He was a legend among soldiers. He was 76 years old this year. At 8 he'd begun his training in mecha combat. By 14, he was a full-fledged pilot. He transferred to battleship command training when he was 18. By the time he was 22, he was in the army and racking up commendations. It took him 40 years to earn the title of admiral, where he committed himself to exploring the frontiers of space for mankind. The 7th Fleet under his command was the North's trump card, and was known for its strength. 8 years ago he had achieved his latest promotion, Chief of National Defense. That was when he was given command of the Arachnid. Now he was among the top echelons of Northern Command. His political leanings were certainly more hostile toward outsiders. His techniques were always raise and occupy, and would crush any indigenous populations he came across. There were constantly calls for his removal from the more peace-loving factions, so in the end he was given command out here. Let him destroy pirates, they thought, and his proximity to the east would certainly frighten their neighbors. 10 years ago Admiral Holman had proposed a military campaign for Enluan, but was ultimately denied due to vociferous opposition. Lately, however, the more military-minded had begun to grip the political majority. With the recent attacks on their exploratory expeditions, the calls for action were growing louder. Already there were plans put to the Ministry of National Defense for an 8th bastion ship and 3 more cosmic fleets. Admiral. A colonel shot to his feet and saluted. He was always shown the utmost respect. Speak. Holman's voice was deep, rich, and cold. Our long-range satellite imaging confirms, designation Crimson Star has been destroyed. The nearby planets and asteroid belt were also destroyed or displaced by the resulting shock wave. The test fire of our main battery has completed successfully. Excellent. Commence radiation recharge. Holman rose to his feet, slapped a military cap on his head and left the bridge. The red button he'd used to erase a planet retracted, and disappeared into the admiral's chair. Only admirals had the right to fire a bastion's main weapons. Holman's face revealed a cold satisfaction as he traversed the halls. Zeus? Even someone like him was destined to become ash in the face of a bastion. One pirate clan for one of the East's top adepts was more than a fair trade, he felt. Phoneling's calls to help had been sent to the Arachnid. Of course, why should they have any cause to listen to him? Only Holman gave the commands here. Once the admiral had heard of Zeus' presence, things changed. There were simply too many pirates on that cursed planet who had evidence of the North's involvement. It was unallowable, they had to be silenced. He advocated war, yes, but on their terms. Sometimes it was best to avoid conflict while you prepared to strike. He was bound by congressional regulations, like everyone else, and they were always hungry for more evidence. But with all trace removed, along with that nuisance they call Zeus, how could anything be brought back to him? With his pirate influence, and the ever-present fear of the arachnid hanging over them, Hallman was certain it wouldn't take long to put together another batch of reprobates for his purposes. Zeta. The passengers from Zeus 1 were transferred to the battleship, and its controls were relinquished to the accountant. Clearly this was his area of expertise. Mika and Xiuxiu were more than capable of piloting Zeus 1. Lan Jue was less than pleased. It was not because of his brush with death, but because of how the pirates were destroyed. He sat in the commander's chair in the cockpit of Zeus 1, mulling over memories from 3 years ago. Zeta. Run. Jin Yu, run. It's too late, Lan Jue, it's already too late. Goodbye, my heart. I love you. Please forget me, farewell. Boom. Zeta. Lan Jue squeezed his eyes shut. He'd unconsciously curled his hands into fists. Those past wounds still festered, and now he knew at least part of what happened. The difference from today was that was a fixed planet Hera was on. There was no way anyone survived. That powerful light from the distance had reopened old, deep scars. Could this all be some sort of coincidence? Although all of evidence said it was an accident, but how could it have been so sudden? What if it wasn't? After Hera's death, Lan Jue lost himself for a long while. When he finally came to, he set out for any indication of what happened. But with the planet's destruction, any hope of following a trail was gone. So it was that he hid himself on Skyfire, and chose a quiet life on the Avenue. But for more than half a year, he would dream of that explosion every night. Now he had seen those nightmares come to life. It had been a small planet, the Crimson Star, but it was still home to thousands of pirates. But while they certainly deserved death, their families were innocent. Even during Lan Jue's own pirate purge, he'd never visited harm upon their families, nor plundered their belongings. Bringing those things back had no meaning anyway. Their families needed to eat, so he left them their ill-gotten goods. This time there was nothing left. Every living thing on that planet had vaporized in the blink of an eye. Tens of thousands of lives, gone. If he thought pirates were cruel, what about the ones responsible for this? There were no words to describe this monstrous act. These were innocent lives. Jewelry Master. Jewelry Master, do you read? Lan Jue's comms crackled to life. He connected, and isolated it from the outside noise. What is it? The accountant's nasally voice answered. Guess what I found? These pirates were some really crafty bastards. You know they hid their entire cache of stolen goods on this ship? This whole thing's a damn treasure vault. This is the first time I've ever seen this much wealth in one place, and I live on the damn avenue. They got mecha suits, power gems, so many power gems. It looks like they traded for them, for convenience. We're rich. We've got enough here to outfit an army. Shut up. Lan Jue's voice was curt, he didn't have the patience for the accountant's nonsense. He cut the connection without another word. Riches had never been his goal. If all it took was money to bring back that one person, he'd give up everything he owned. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 323, Training Ends. Chapter 323, Training Ends. At long last, the training was done. Zeus 1 led their trophy, the pirate battleship, back to planet Skyfire. When they arrived, the ship remained in orbit as Zeus 1 shuttled her occupants back to ground. It was, after all, rife with pirate markings and was an unregistered warship. The planet's defensive systems would be on it immediately if they got too close. This was also the seat of the Eastern government, and home planet to the Alliance. You could guarantee its defenses would be a great deal more troubling than the Crimson Stars. Lan Jue immediately got into contact with the winemaster, and they deliberated on what to do with the women. They would need a good deal more manpower at the very least. That went double for the battleship. Through testing, the accountant had discovered that the battleship had undergone a series of significant adjustments. First, its energy stores were comparable to Zeus 1, and that was impressive. It was armed to the teeth, too, but unfortunately a lot had been damaged by Feng Ling and Lan Jue's acquisition. In its current state, they certainly couldn't get the most out of the ship's impressive armaments. Most importantly, though, was that its shields far outstripped anything else of its class, enough to ward the terrible blast. Lan Jue stood with his arms crossed over his chest. His eyes glinted with a cold light that flashed intermittently, and each time it did space seemed to warp around Lan Jue's face. It only appeared to calm when he watched the soldiers take away those poor women to safety. The wine master stood at Lan Jue's shoulder and watched as well. He nodded his head, ever so slightly. What you all did today was a great service. However, it would be very difficult to officially commend you, considering the fact this was done of your own accord. Still, private remunerations can be arranged. What do you think would be appropriate? He was obviously appraised of the situation by this point. There was nothing in it he felt inappropriate. In fact, if not for the fact paragons had to be careful about revealing themselves, he'd have done the same. Lan Jue answered by shaking his head. Nothing. Just look after these poor women. I can't imagine what they've gone through. Also, help sell the power gems we recovered, and make sure they get all of it. The wine master shot his young friend a surprised look. Are you aware of how many power gems you brought back? Lan Jue's brows furrowed. Is that important? Will any number be enough for these women to forget what they had to live through? A small smile appeared on the old man's craggy face. You know, it's really no wonder the clairvoyant was always ranked higher than I. Even his ability to read people was damn near superhuman. He told me once that although we couldn't understand you, he knew you had a good heart. This kind of personality roots you, keeps you grounded. Anyway, you don't have to worry. The Alliance will make sure they're very well taken care of. They'll have specialists in traumatic psychosis on hand as well, using state-of-the-art medical and psychological treatments. Their families will be alerted and trained in how to help them reintegrate into society. They will also be given compensation. So take those power gems you captured, and maybe you'll find out why they say too much wealth can be a bad thing. Lan Jue's features relaxed. As for the battleship, I'd ask that you help me donate it to the Alliance. Don't mention my name, I don't want them snooping around. The wine master laughed in spite of himself. Very well, I'll have someone take care of it. I'm starting to feel like a fence one. Finally, a bemused smirk cracked Lan Jue's glower exterior. It's not such a bad job, I reckon. In that case, I'll probably make another few runs in the near future. The wine master's face suddenly grew serious. Now, considering what you've done here, I'm willing to forgive your past transgressions. Except for that horsebucky with the gourmet and that vagabond. If you hear anything about it, you tell me right away. Lan Jue suddenly remembered the news that the gourmet and pauper had stolen away with some extraordinary wine from the wine master's vault. He gave a wry smirk. Look, I didn't benefit from any of that. I'm just suffering the result. Those fellas have definitely drank it all by now, anyway. Just don't dwell on it. Lan Jue could actually see the wine master's face twitch. Don't dwell on it? Did you know they took the single most prized bottle of my entire collection? But at least I can be sure that no, they haven't opened that bottle. Lan Jue chortled. Fine. You'll be hearing from me soon anyway, to help find one of the 3 great masters' descendants like I promised. Lately things have been hectic, but they're slowing down. Have you been able to discover anything? The wine master's eyes flashed excitedly. Yes, in fact. I'm organizing things now, and I'll let you know when we're ready. It looks like we'll be taking a little trip to the west. All right, Lan Jue answered with a nod. I'll wait to hear from you. Zeta. The students had all been sent home to their families. They were exhausted, and after being gone from home for so long, they deserved a good long rest with their family. It had been Wu Junyi suggested after hearing about the entire ordeal. Lan Jue's first order of business had been to seek out the wine master and deal with the poor women they'd rescued, so he hadn't seen the students as they left. He didn't mind, after the explosion at the Crimson Star, and the memories they brought up, he wasn't in the best of moods. Boss. Mika's voice at his shoulder caught his attention. He said, turning his head. The students asked me to bid you farewell on their behalf, she said. That Tan Lingyun woman was looking for you, too. I swear to God, I can't get away from that woman, Lan Jue moaned. Anyway, this training regimen seemed to have gone very well, but they have to keep it up. If not, the whole thing will have been a waste. Let them rest for a little while, then Wu Junyi and I will see whether or not this training needs any work. I'm leaving those power gems to you to deal with. Might as well put them in the store first. After processing, we'll give a third to the Skyfire Council. Lan Jue had a great deal of experience in cultivating how to deal with people. Failing to share a windfall with others was not appropriate behavior, and he prided himself on propriety in this regard. The avenue had its own needs, and he was happy to contribute. He had a clear conscience, but they shared in times of rain or shine. As for the accountant, he'd already grabbed one of the larger gems and disappeared. More than likely he was going to present it to his grandfather, to make himself look good. When Lan Jue entered the doors of Zhou's jewelry shop, he immediately felt himself begin to relax. That familiar scent filled his nostrils as he made his way to the back apartments. He took a shower, then sat on the bed to rest. Physically he felt fine, but mentally was another matter. They'd all gone through a great deal these last couple of months. The god battles, the Citadel visit, the art classes, then in Luan and the Starfields, one thing after another, entirely contrary to the life of comfort he'd sought on the avenue. And although the entire experience had been an enriching one, he was certainly fatigued. He slipped into a deep sleep, and in his dreams he was once again assailed by the visions of that terrible explosion. He could still see Hera's warm eyes, full of tender affection. She reached out with a spectral hand, as though to grab him, but was always just out of reach. Zeta. When sunlight touched his window, Lan Jue awoke. He felt refreshed, but the shadow that had crept into the back of his mind was darker now, and clearer. He felt haunted. With a bitter smile he took a cold shower, to wake him up for the day. He changed his clothes, then exited out into the shop. He still had a great deal he needed to do. The follow-up to the god battle was of the highest priority currently. He also had to visit the school and see what needed to be done there. His etiquette class was a total mess he'd need to deal with. Thinking about normal classes, the smile on his face grew. More and more he was enjoying the life of a professor. It was never more true than when he was in class. There was only one etiquette teacher on staff, and that was him. Everyone thought he was a normal man, and treated him as such. The life of a normal professor was a nice one, relaxing and enriching. The dark cloud that hung over him dissipated somewhat when he was teaching. Yeah, I have to go to school and check things out tomorrow. There are classes to prepare. Today, I'll have to figure out what I want to teach them. His leisurely stroll quickly brought him to his destination, Sunbuck's Coffee. Lan Jue pushed his way inside. It was early still, so the shop was empty. Two pretty young women were busily preparing things behind a counter. Both were clad in fine white button-down shirts and coffee-colored suit pants. The coffee master was nearby as well, quietly enjoying a steaming cup of a pungent brew. He jumped a little when he spied Lan Jue, then smiled. Lan Jue approached and took a seat without invitation. He was smiling, as well. You know, I really want to kick your ass. The coffee master's face dropped. What the hell? You just got back yesterday and already you're talking about beating people. You're the leader of the Star Aliens now, too. Is this how you treat your compatriots? Your fellow warriors? Do you have any humanity? Lan Jue just chuckled. Humanity? I guess it depends on who I'm dealing with. A clown, for example. I think I have the least humanity for clowns. The coffee master dropped it. He knew there was quite a large difference in ability between he and the jewelry master. Outside of a mecha suit, he was like a toothless tiger. His muscle speed and Lan Jue's lightning were an unfavorable matchup, regardless. So did you just come here to threaten? The god-ranked pilot asked in agitation. 1. For those who may not be aware, a fence is someone who specializes in moving stolen goods. Thieves will come to them with their ill-gotten gains in exchange for untraceable cash. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 324, Blue Mountain. Chapter 324, Blue Mountain. No, actually, Lan Jue said. I haven't had breakfast yet. Fetch us a little something, yeah? Shit. The coffee master used his quick hands to deliver to Lan Jue the international symbol of displeasure. 1. You'll be lucky if I don't poison you. Lan Jue chuckled. I trust your moral quality, Mr. Knave. The coffee master rose to his feet in a huff. He stomped to the counter and shared a few words with the women there. Lan Jue, meanwhile, simply sat with noble air upon his chair. He politely nodded in greeting to the ladies. If you wouldn't mind, I would love some Blue Mountain coffee. I'd also like a sandwich and some greens as well, please. The coffee master turned back around and shot Lan Jue a venomous look. No Blue Mountain. To this, the jewelry master sighed. Fine. Might as well cancel any plans you might have with the wine master or gourmet, I suppose. I'll be sure to tell them about your sudden lack of inventory. They're probably low as well. Ruthless, the coffee master snarled. Blue Mountain coffee was considered among the best of brews. It was a rare product of a place called Jamaica, on former era Earth. It was still sold today, though modern Blue Mountain was a simulated approximation of the real thing. They had to reproduce the conditions on former era Jamaica, and that contributed to its higher cost. Even the coffee master couldn't as much as he'd like, much less enough to sell. He only ever brewed a pot on particularly happy occasions. The coffee master didn't return to his seat beside Lan Jue. Instead, he walked behind the counter and busied himself with other things. The entire process, grinding the beans, filtering the coffee, wasn't quick and it wasn't slow. Each movement the coffee master made was purposeful and graceful. His eyes were especially focused. Watching the man at work dispersed some of the gloominess that still hung around Lan Jue. Coming back to the avenue was always pleasant. He got to watch a master at work. Lan Jue rarely drank milk due to his lactose intolerance too. Too much undoubtedly aggravated his stomach, and he couldn't eat for the whole day. His preference was for straight black coffee, and since it was high-grade coffee there was no need for sugar. It would adversely mask the coffee's natural flavor. After a short while, a waitress arrived with a plate, upon which sat Lan Jue's sandwich and assorted greens. The coffee master eventually returned with another tray. His was occupied by 2 delicate china coffee cups and their saucers. A sophisticated silver coffee pot steamed between them. The coffee master placed the tray on the table and extricated the cups. The white porcelain cup seemed exceptionally thin, almost transparent. It was Lan Jue's first time in the many he's visited that he saw such fine chinaware. He nodded in satisfaction. Very nice. 60 degrees centigrade, more or less, to ensure it doesn't adversely affect one's body temperature when you drink it 3. It also keeps the aroma, and Blue Mountain is especially good when boiling hot. The coffee master lifted the silver pot and filled their glasses. Immediately their noses were filled with the rich fragrance of the coffee. It was warm and refreshing, and Lan Jue could feel all his pores opening from the scent alone. The coffee master lifted his own glass to inspect its contents. Without fear of being scalded, he took an appreciative sip of the dark liquid. Lan Jue did as well, despite his hunger. He wanted a taste of the coffee while it was still fresh. As it slipped past his lips, Lan Jue could taste the bitterness on his tongue. That was part of what made Blue Mountain special, and he could feel it sliding from the tip of his tongue to the root like silk. As it poured down his gullet, the bitter flavors became subdued and complicated. The heat filled him, causing the hairs on his arms to rise. The comforting sensation was like being swaddled. Lan Jue's eyes brightened right away. When he looked to the coffee master, he was much the same as when Lan Jue entered, eyes closed, smiling, enjoying the flavor. Almost like he was drunk off the stuff. Neither paused or wasted the moment with idle chatter. They sat in silence, sipping the excellent coffee from equally exquisite glasses until they were empty. As he'd mentioned, Blue Mountain was best served in white china at 60 degrees Celsius. It was best to finish it off quickly, before it got too cold. And yet, every detail of every sip was important, otherwise it was just a waste. When Lan Jue reached for the pot to refill his glass, he was surprised to find it empty. The coffee master had made enough for 2 cups, no more, no less. Is the handle to your refrigerator broken? Lan Jue complained as he lifted his sandwich. He was as yet still hesitant to eat, savoring the lingering flavor of the coffee. Eh? The coffee master opened his eyes, awoken from his appreciative coma. You're stingy. Lan Jue whined. The coffee master almost bounded out of his chair. You're a damn beast. Finish your food and get the hell out of here. I share a glass of my Blue Mountain and you still call me stingy? Have you no shame? You're just like the wine master, you sure look like a gentleman, but you're really just a damn thief. Lan Jue continued to eat, unperturbed. You don't offer enough to satisfy, which is a minimum of 3 cups. I've been far too kind before, I thought to even that out with some authentic Blue Mountain. I never expected you to get so bent out of shape about it. At the least I'll bring you out for a meal. And when are you going to let me have some of that finer liquor? The coffee master asked with a huff. When you abstain from coffee for a while, Lan Jue answered. That's impossible, the coffee master returned. Coffee is my life, alcohol takes a back seat. Lan Jue smirked. Not all fine alcohol is forbidden, I guess. Wine, with its rich flavors, is a waste if your taste buds are dulled. Single malt whiskey is another story. Smoking a cigar and sharing a bottle is a lovely experience. I'll call you over the next time I visit the driver and seamstress. They have a good stock. I hear he's supposed to be back soon. Indeed, in a few days, the coffee master confirmed. He left when you did, just saying there was a competition. Now don't think we went about trying to fool you, because between you and me we didn't know who anyone was before the fight. We only figured it out when we got together in DreamNet. I had no idea he was Thunderclap. I've wanted to test my strength against him many times. After you, he was my second target. After the god battles, the two of you have since swapped places. You're eighth on the total aggregate power scale now. Not important, Lan Jue said. What is important is when DreamNet's going to be ready. The coffee master shrugged. This, I have no idea. I'm looking forward to it. If DreamNet can actually pull it off, it'd be revolutionary. There's already a year-long waiting period for the new generation of SIM pods, and that's with production plants in all three alliances churning them out night and day. Someone's made one hell of a lot of cash. Lan Jue raised a brow. You mean the Keeper and Bookworm? But the coffee master's expression spoke otherwise. You can't really not know. DreamNet is used by all alliances, true, but it's also publicly owned. The Clairvoyant and Bookworm own 28% of its shares. The Keeper came later, but his contributions for the last upgrade were so integral that he was given 5% of the shares. Altogether they comprise 1/3 of DreamNet's total stock. So who profits, you ask? Well, the Clairvoyant transferred his 15% to the Avenue, setting it up as part of the organization's fixed assets. Since that news was published, the other alliances have lifted some of the economic restrictions they've had in place for Adept exchanges and so forth. Don't you feel like there have been more people around lately? Lan Jue was surprised indeed. Just yesterday he'd given a great deal of power gems to the council. Compared to the wealth from those DreamNet stocks, his power gems were like trying to get meat from a mosquito's legs. When he spoke, it was with a bitter note in his voice. It really isn't conducive to happy living to be so kind. How am I supposed to know how many people have been wandering the Avenue, though? I just got back last night. I still haven't been to the underground. The coffee master sat back in his chair. The two citadels failed pretty badly with their visit. They failed to find out anything about us, and failed to apply the pressure they'd hoped. Though the Clairvoyant is busy staving off death, the Avenue now have 5 paragons. This is more than the West and North put together. Granted, the Bookworm and Gourmet are new to the power, but they're paragons nonetheless. In fact, we received an invitation from the North. They want us to send an Adept to participate in the great Adept battle they're preparing. Lan Jue shot him a glance. Are you going? Again, the coffee master shrugged. Why should I? To be disgraced? Nothing will make me face that sort of embarrassment. I heard there's an age limit as well, ostensibly to increase cooperation among the younger generation of Adepts. Something about raising the foundation for humanity. Lan Jue's lips curled into a sneer. I'm definitely getting a bad premonition kind of feeling from this whole thing. This caused the coffee master to chuckle. Well, if they ask for my recommendation, it's going to be you. Young, strong in discipline and piloting ability, able men are always busy, isn't that what they say? You may as well volunteer, really, I don't think you're going to have much of a choice. Lan Jue glowered. Get me another cup of Blue Mountain, then. No. The coffee master returned without an ounce of hesitation. I can't have any fine red wines, so there's nothing you can threaten me with. A sinister smile spread across Lan Jue's lips. All right, your decision. You're right, anyway, I should probably take the initiative. It's our duty to share the burdens of the Avenue. The wine master leads us now, and I'm sure he'll respect my opinion, since I'll be recommending several people come along with me. I don't want to be angry. You know, you have an average discipline, but who knows where you could be with a little training. 1, that's how it's described here, heh. I'm sure you can figure it out. 2. This was likely put in because a staggering amount of Chinese have some level of lactose malabsorption. It makes him more relatably Chinese. 3, 37 degrees C for our American and UK audience. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 325, God of Wine. Chapter 325, God of Wine. The coffee master's face hardened. You can't do that. Lan Jue rose to his feet. Why not? I'll go do it now. He made for the door. Fine. I'll make more Blue Mountain. The coffee master's voice was urgent. Too late. I'm a gentleman of moral integrity. I won't accept gifts given in contempt. RRRGGH. Lan Jue cackled. Clearly he felt torturing the coffee master was an enjoyable pastime. Lan Jue was in a much better mood leaving Sunbucks. The coffee master's words had made a great deal of sense. If age was a factor, he was the most likely candidate. There were also other considerations. The citadels were likely surprised when, during their bullying, so many high-class adepts responded. In truth, Lan Jue himself was surprised by the sheer number. With the addition of the gourmet and bookworm as paragons, the avenue was certainly a force to be reckoned with. Of course the North, with their storied high-handed nature, were not happy with this situation. This was likely a large part of their decision to hold the Adept tournament. Going would be nothing but helpful, and the patterns would be insightful. There was still a month to prepare. If he didn't go, he'd then have to find the descendant the wine master was after. The wine master was a tenacious fellow, so their trip was unlikely to be without incident. So much to do. Despite the negative line of thought, he didn't feel upset. Perhaps it was because he'd spent 3 years wasting time. In these last few months, with everything going on, he felt life to be more enriching. The crippling sadness he'd felt was slowly abating, the busier he became. Beep. 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 Lan Jue's communicator started to buzz. He lifted his arms and smiled ever so slightly when he saw the number. He answered. "You're back?" A familiar voice greeted him. Lan Jue chortled. "Yeah. Why, you didn't save me any alcohol?" The gourmet's voice was direct, and without mirth. "Come by." Lan Jue, who had been heading for the underground, changed directions. He found his way to the small building. When he arrived, he found the door shut and the lights off. However, with closer inspection he could see a screen blocking the light from inside. He pushed the door open, moved the curtain to one side, and entered. 1. He was greeted with the sight of several people, seated on either side of the gourmet's pride table. Among them was one of his more surprising recent discoveries, Windbreaker, the seamstress. Her face bearing a bewitching smile, she waved him over. The gourmet and the pauper were on the opposite side. The newly minted paragon smiled warmly at Lan Jue. The jewelry master pulled out a seat and joined them. "You too, so honest, so much integrity. You succeed, and then off you go leaving me in the wine master's warpath. Luckily I had important business, otherwise he'd still be grilling me." The gourmet smirked. "So we were supposed to wait around for him to catch us? You know as well as we do, the wine master's famous temper. But in the end that stingy and crotchety exterior is an act, he's a good man. At worst, we'll find ways to compensate him in other areas." "Well, if you haven't drunk it yet, let's take a look," Lan Jue offered. For the gourmet to result to outright thievery, it had to be a particularly special acquisition. The gourmet answered by rising to his feet and walking to the back. He returned a moment later, holding a bottle. It looked very similar to former-era French bottles, from the Burgundy area. The rich, dark red fluid was filled to the bottle's shoulders. Clearly, someone had had a taste already. The label was faded and yellow, but Lan Jue could still make out some of the lettering. At the very top was a coat of arms, but the ink was too worn for him to make out any detail besides an animal on its back legs swinging some sort of flag. Beneath the image was a string of words, Vos Romani. Lan Jue's knowledge of fine wines immediately revealed it as a wine's location, Romani. Beneath that was another, Cross Parentu. It was a smaller area within the larger Vos Romani. In ancient France, wines were labeled differently. Bordeaux, for instance, was labeled according to Chateau. Chateau Lafite Rothschild or Chateau Latour were examples. Burgundies were labeled by their region, often going from large to small. Romani was a larger swath, with the second name being a smaller region within it. That was considered the wine's name. Cross Parentu. He read it out loud, his voice rising with every syllable. He could feel his whole body tingling. There were so few people who spoke the ancient French dialect, but his basic knowledge allowed for a passable translation. What this meant made Lan Jue's heart start racing. He quickly snuck a peek beneath the foot of the bottle. That was the name that would confirm it all. As expected, stamped there in the glass was indeed a name, Henri Jayer. Lan Jue let out a low gasp. This is really it. It's a bottle hand made by the legendary Henri Jayer. No wonder you resorted to thievery, who knew the wine master was hiding such a treasure. Henri Jayer. The name reverberated like thunder in Lan Jue's ears. He was one of the 3 great vintners from ancient France. In fact, he was probably the greatest of them all. All with only a few choice fields. 2 of those fields were considered special, and 1 was first class. Richbourg and Cross Parentu were those special regions. Once his Richbourg wine hit the auction, it was immediately adored, and fetched sky-high prices. However, those who truly understood Henri Jayer knew that the Richbourg was not his masterwork. No, this master's true magnum opus hailed from that first-class vineyard, a place they called the Vintner's Jewel, Cross Parentu. The wine master always used to say that drinking was a never-ending hobby. He meant that there were always better wines out there. But this one was legendary. This was the wine master was really talking about. It indeed was special. In wine, the year it was produced is important. Only specific wines on specific years were really classified as legendary wines. They were uncontested treasures of the wine world. For example, the Bordeaux 1941 and 1961 Château Latour. The 1941 and 82 Lafite were also spectacular. There were a dozen perhaps, in all the thousands of years and types of wine. There were a few Burgundies, however, that are lauded as eternally special. No matter the year, this wine is the top of its class. One was the Romanée-Conti he'd forced the wine master into sharing. The bottle before him now was another. If that Romanée-Conti was the king of wines, then the Cross-Parentout was God. Lan Jue couldn't compare their flavors, since he'd never before been lucky enough to sample a Cross-Parentout. What Lan Jue did know was that only roughly 300 bottles had been produced for that year, an exceedingly small number. The Romanée-Conti, by comparison, was a low yield but still produced 6,000 bottles. That quite clearly underlined how uncommon a discovery like this really was. For the longest time, Lan Jue had thought Henri Jayer was more legend than man. The likelihood of him ever coming across one of his storied bottles was non-existent. The demand for this was astronomical, and so few remained. But here it was, made by the hands of a master. A 1993 Henri Jayer Cross-Parentout. Lan Jue almost felt dizzy. This thing would fetch enough at auction to buy a battleship. It would still not be enough to do it justice. What do you think? Was it worth it? The pauper finally chimed in, his face split in a wily smile. I'll tell you, I had to call on every ounce of willpower when nabbing this thing not to steal a swig or two. Lan Jue shot him a glance. Oh, this was worth it. This is like a glimpse of heaven. The pauper took an appreciative gulp. Well, we're all here, gourmet. I say it's time to start. You know how hard it's been to wait. The gourmet nodded. People usually drink at night. The wine master won't expect anything if we're missing during the day. No. You can't open it. Lan Jue blurted out. Why? The pauper asked, incredulously. Lan Jue sighed. This is all so sudden. I had coffee this morning. The pauper's face suffered an irritated tic. What coffee? Ugh, that taste won't be gone for a whole day, Adept. Tomorrow, Lan Jue offered. I'll come back tomorrow morning, and we'll enjoy the spoils of our misadventures. The gourmet and the pauper exchanged a glance. They each swallowed again, this time trying to choke down their regret. Together, they sighed. All right. The seamstress finally let out a small laugh. Look at you guys, all afraid of backbiting like little thieves. Relax, I won't drink your precious grape juice. On another note, Jewelry Master, what are your plans for the Star Alliance? The clairvoyant put it in your hands, and that means you lead the way. 1. Door curtains are often used in China, both decoratively and practically. They can be used as mosquito nets, to keep in the cold, or just for looks. Here's an example. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 326, Returning to University. Chapter 326, Returning to University. I just got back, and haven't even had time to settle in, Lan Jue explained. Now that I'm one of you, our numbers are back to 5. A small group, but each one of you are impressively strong. I believe we should focus on expanding, making our group the largest gathering of God-ranked pilots in the universe. If the threat mankind is indeed on its way, a team like that could stand to do some real good. No task would be too difficult. The gourmet nodded his head, sagely. The elitist approach, it may work. Under certain conditions, skill can trump any odds. And the more you keep striving for perfection, the more interested and hardworking your fans will become. It was Lan Jue's turn to nod. After DreamNet's upgrade, we'll be sure to see some restructuring around Dreamberg's God pilots. The real ones will quickly rise to the head of the pack. We can start taking a closer look then, but. Also, the gourmet went on, the Northern Alliance has sent out an invitation for us to join in their Pan-Alliance Grand Adept tournament. Did you know about this? Lan Jue grunted. I just heard about it from the coffee master. It's pretty unlikely I'll be able to weasel out of this one, huh? What do you think? Was the Paragon's response. Really, this shouldn't be such a terrible task to accomplish. There's quite a lot of tasty things to sample in the north. I'll show you around. Lan Jue lifted a brow. You're going as well? The gourmet grunted. I'll be the chaperone. If there wasn't a paragon there, what would you do if things go south? If I'm there, they'll at least have to be less blatant about trying to murder you. Indeed, the presence or absence of a paragon was a strategic aspect for these sorts of visits. They were a deterrent from more overt and violent action, simply due to their immense destructive capabilities. A paragon with no concern over his own life could destroy an entire planet. The gourmet's assurances were no boast, but fact. Lan Jue chortled. I guess I had no real plans to escape anyway, and now that you say that, I'm happy to go. Just let me know when we're supposed to leave. It'll take place on planet Luo, rather far away. We'll probably be leaving in around 20 days, he said. Lan Jue nodded. How many of us will be going? The gourmet leaned back in his chair. The rules state that the participating adepts can be no older than 40. We're planning to send around 10. With myself as the chaperone, we're looking at the seamstress, the coffee master, the driver, you, the barber, the beautician, and the bartender. We're still considering people for the remaining spots. Lan Jue snickered. Sounds good to me. I shall obey as ordered. I saw you and the pharmacist getting on famously, he said. Perhaps you can convince her to come along as well. She is exceptionally strong, and with her on the team we're sure to fare well. Remember that we'll be representing the avenue, we have to make a very good showing. I'll try, Lan Jue promised. I can't make any promises. The gourmet smiled. Very good. If there's nothing else, then you're free to go. Remember to keep our secret, though. We mustn't let the wine master find out before we have a chance to drink this wine. If he does, losing this opportunity will be the least of our worries. Lan Jue shot him a roguish grin. He's really sore over this whole thing. We should invite him when we open it up. If we don't, he'll never forgive us. What do you think, should we also prepare something tasty to go with such an exquisite wine? The gourmet grunted. With this sort of wine, you don't need anything at all to go with it, he explained. I'll prepare some fine cheeses, those will go well. Make sure you don't eat anything else with a strong taste today. If you do, we won't be able to wait for you. I'm not used to all this sneaking around. At this, Lan Jue laughed openly. All right. I'm out of here. Drinking this fine wine without the wine master would likely turn out very poorly, he felt. It was entirely possible there would be a fight. So, after leaving the gourmet's tiny shop, Lan Jue left immediately for the school to deal with those matters quickly. He had his own classes to prepare for. In truth, he was a pretty terrible part-time teacher. He'd just taken a long leave of absence, and was about to request another. He got his antique bicycle from the store and lazily made his way to the university. Rickety tires brought him down the road as a light breeze caressed him. It was a very comfortable and satisfying ride. This is the life. Lan Jue could certainly get used to this feeling. By the time he arrived at the school, its large gates had already been shut. It was long past the normal time for students to be coming in for morning lessons. Of course, as a teacher he had no trouble, and the guards let him right in. He made directly for the electives department. As his antique bicycle rattled along the small pathways, he shot a quick call to Wu Junyi to tell him no, he'd arrived. The director's response was swift. He said he'd come find him in the offices soon. When Lan Jue arrived, the electives offices were practically empty. Only 4 or 5 teachers were there. His friend Jin Yan was not among them, and neither was Wang Hongyuan. It was likely the latter was still recovering, the last couple months were hard on him as well. The few teachers present couldn't hide their surprise when they saw him. They were absolutely flabbergasted that this teacher would have so much leeway. He was polite enough, but the man barely showed up for classes. They'd lost count of how many times this etiquette class was cancelled. This last time, over a month, was almost too much to bear. They guessed, maybe hoped, he was here to clear away his things. When Lan Jue made his way to his desk, he was surprised to find it very clean and in order. Most likely, Jin Yan had helped him keep things neat in his absence. A small smile crept unsuspectingly across his face. As he settled into his seat, he began to ponder on what he would teach. Although he would be leaving again soon, he wanted to speak with Director Wu and see if he couldn't fit a few classes in before then. Before long, the director's serious face peeked around the office door. Professor Lan. Could I speak with you privately for a moment? Lan Jue complied. As he walked to the door, he could clearly feel the other teachers' eyes following him. They looked sympathetic, obviously believing their determinations had been correct. Surely this was the last they would see of Lan Jue, the etiquette teacher. What they could not see once Director Wu shut the door was the man's joyous expression. "Professor, you've worked so hard. You should really take a couple more days off. Are you sure you'd like to come back so quickly?" Faced with Wu Junyi's warm smile and kind words, Lan Jue felt strangely melancholy. After all this business was a direct result of this cunning fellow before him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 327, Military Uncertainty. Chapter 327, Military Uncertainty. "I've brought everyone back, and the training has been completed," Lan Jue said. "You can check on their improvement yourself. My responsibilities for the arc are completed, so I'm getting back to my etiquette courses. Unfortunately, though, I'll need to be leaving again in about half a month. Perhaps we can fit a few more classes into these couple of weeks, but..." Wu Junyi quickly nodded his head. "Not a problem. We'd have you in for classes every day if that's what you wanted. Just let me know what schedule you'd like, and we'll see it done." Lan Jue nodded, appreciative of how helpful the director was. Then, a cunning smile spread across his face. "Professor Tan was telling me earlier about the training, and how much improved everyone is. Apparently, every single one of your students has shown incredible gains. It only makes sense that we should keep this going, don't you think? But relax, we won't bother you too much with it. Just some instruction on how to run it would be grand." Lan Jue knew that the director was here for some self-serving purpose. He frowned openly as he replied. "It is entirely unacceptable for you to copy my training methods. And if I'm being honest, I'm surprised at how good it all turned out. A lot of it was due to luck and unforeseen access to beneficial resources. Do you think you'll even be able to rustle up another group like this, with their level of talent? If you managed to pull together another batch, then another training wouldn't be out of the question. The school would have to cover all expenses, though." The training had been a massive expense for Lan Jue, both mentally and monetarily. Between the materials, medicines, and cost of flying Zeus 1 all the way to Enluan, the costs were enough to make a normal man blind. And he'd assumed it all himself. Wu Junyi struck a more conciliatory tone. Professor, you've sacrificed a lot for us, we know this. Take it easy, the school will definitely make sure you're compensated. Once all the checks and determinations have been finished, we'll refund whatever you've spent." Lan Jue's brows rose. "Director, that's quite a lot. Where will the school get the money?" "From the training class, evidently," Director Wu explained. Apparently one of the big shots opened his mouth. "The military has explained that they will be giving out monetary compensation for every student that joins up after graduation, to pay for training." Now, Lan Jue was truly surprised. "The army? Those sneaky bastards. I bust my ass to turn these kids into soldiers, and all the army has to do is say they're interested before you toss them away?" Wu Junyi was taken aback by the young professor's response. "These pilots are being turned into warriors, isn't that what we wanted? Certainly this is beneficial for everyone." Lan Jue's face crinkled in displeasure. "You should also pay attention to where they'll be serving. The military doesn't just train bodies, but minds. You shouldn't seek to recoup losses like this. If you're really interested in making money, the best way to do that is to train your charges properly. Think about it, how difficult will it be for them if they decide they're not interested, but the university is obligated? The administration should really think this over." Wu Junyi was an astute man. His face hardened from the unspoken indication. "You're saying someone's worried about these students becoming eastern assets?" Every aspect of the training was a strictly kept secret. How could anyone from the outside have learned about it? How precisely the information leaks is a question that needs answering, Lan Jue said. "I know that none of my charges could. Every opportunity to communicate outside of the training was blocked. It's the university that has to consider resources. I'm sure that whoever has agreed to pay your price for these students will likely test their skills to determine payment." Director Wu was beginning to understand the problem. "All right, I'll dig a little deeper. If there are any problems, I'll let you know, Be careful where the money comes from, Director," Lan Jue said. "That's all they need to steal our bright minds away, and obligate our students into service. If you don't accept, you, and the students, will have more options. The second you accept, that's it." Wu Junyi looked back at him hesitantly. "So should we continue their assessment?" Lan Jue nodded. "Yes, that would be good. It'll help ease doubts and shore up confidence. Give the students a week to recover, and we'll keep our ears open for any news. When you have the results, come to me immediately." "I will." The happiness with which the director had begun their exchange was gone. He left without another word. Lan Jue did not remain in the office. This was a matter he'd have to think deeper on. With all the work and effort that had gone into the training, a leak seemed impossible. Lan Jue exited the electives building and pushed his bicycle toward the campus exit. He continued to ponder on the issue. If things really were problematic, he thought, he could rely on the keeper's influence to get more information. As for the students, he had a couple routes to consider. First, he had to ensure that the rest of their time in school was suitably intense to keep their skills sharp. If they did choose to join the army, then Enluan would be the best destination. That was Lan Chang's turf, and most important was they were a cohesive and unfractured unit. There was no room for internal strife, or disobeying orders. His students would need to be ironed both body and mind before they were ready to be true Enluan soldiers. Then they would reach their true potential. So he would wait for news, and learn who this bigwig was. If he was a trustworthy person, then the possibility of a military deal wasn't out of the question. After all, service to the nation was a noble obligation. A rough voice interrupted his trek. Once again you just saunter ahead without looking where you're going. What the hell are your eyes for, anyway? Lan Jue was rudely brought to the present. He lifted his head to see Tan Lingyun, clearly ready for a fight, just ahead. Lan Jue's face immediately darkened. His voice was deep and displeased. Who do you think you are talking to? Lan Jue was immediately and violently struck with regret. The moment the words left his mouth he remembered, he was no longer the masked demon drillmaster. He was the meek etiquette teacher Lan Jue. As might be expected, Tan Lingyun's reaction was as quick as it was fierce. She traversed the distance between them in a single stride. To you actually. Your blind ass is staggering down the street with that rusty piece of garbage and not even looking forward. Do you have a good reason for trying to run me off the path? Not only are you a piece of shit with no real skills, but you routinely run around pissing women off. People like you are the basest scum of the earth. I didn't see it was you. A wise man knows when to retreat. Lan Jue had to resort to placative language to keep from blowing his cover. Tan Lingyun's brows shot up. Oh. And if it wasn't me, you think it'd be fine to just tear into randomly people you nearly hit on the street? Hypocrites like you make me sick. She snarled, then whipped her leg at his shins with force enough to break them both. 1. While this is true everyone, China is a culture of professional secrecy. Ancient Chinese secret is a trope you see often in older kung fu movies and the like, and it's rooted in reality. Especially for things like this, Chinese masters are famously tight-lipped about their methods. Even while I was in med school, I was told by no small number of people to find a Lao Zhongyi-year-old Chinese doctor to be my mentor. If I was lucky, he'd teach me all I'd ever need to know about Chinese medicine. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 328, you? Chapter 328, you? The shins had no skin to soften the blow, and yet were densely covered in nerve endings. Lan Jue couldn't help but yelp pitifully from the blow. Tan Lingyun just glared at him, as one would something disgusting. She sniffed at him, her final insult, then sashayed away. Lan Jue hugged his shin and hopped in place for a good minute. Eventually the pain eased, replaced with an anger so violent Lan Jue felt like his could spit blood. This was that obedient assistant he could command at will not a week earlier. The change on the other side of the mask was intense. The savage goddess was certainly a unique character. Just wait, oh wait, and one day you'll see how I'll deal with you. Lan Jue snarled the words under his breath. Oh? And how are you going to do that? Tan Lingyun stopped dead in her tracks. Lan Jue's face scrunched and froze. He forced the expression away, replacing it with a sheepish grin. Then, everything started spinning. The sky was a lovely shade of blue as, to Lan Jue, it slowly slid past his vision. The clouds were a beautiful fluffy white. It hurt like hell when he hit the floor. Remember this, if you're going to talk shit, have the strength to back it up. Tan Lingyun shook her red-knuckled fist in the air above his nose, ruining the picturesque scene. Once she left, Lan Jue picked himself up off the floor and awkwardly stumbled to the campus exit. He hopped on his bike and started the ride home. All the while, the scene played out in his head. The more he thought about it, the more depressed he became. Was there no solution for dealing with this woman? He dialed Wang Hongyuan's number into his communicator. Professor Lan. Wang Hongyuan's surprised voice answered. Lan Jue replied. Professor Wang. There's some business concerning the art classes I needed to ask you to handle. Something we have to nib in the bud. Good. And make sure you tell Tan Lingyun. It'd be better if she also appeared to deal with this personally. Alright, got it. Wang Hongyuan said. By the way, Professor, I just got this message from the university. They're planning another trip for the teachers who went to Taihua. We'll be gone for about a week. Ah? Another trip? Lan Jue's lips curled into a frown. Their last vacation had almost claimed his life. It had turned out a blessing in disguise, one he inexplicably recovered very well from, but it had certainly made an impression. So now there was this, and then the competition in the north. He just got back, he was hoping for at least a few days of rest. Yup. The school's trying to make up for what happened. Wang Hongyuan explained gleefully. Sounds like you're excited to go, Lan Jue said. It's free, why the hell not? He answered. They're giving us play money and sending us to the West. The Western Alliance? Upon hearing this, Lan Jue's brows raised. Wasn't the West where the wine master had said the descendant was hiding? So you going? I have to think about it, Lan Jue said. I've been skipping classes for so long. It'll look terrible if I'm gone again. He could hear Wang Hongyuan grunt. How? At this point, even if you restarted the classes, you wouldn't have that many students. It makes no difference if you come back in a few days or weeks. And with the clout you hold, the school will certainly help publicize when you're ready. Just be consistent from then on. From Lan Jue's mind to his mouth. It's like he knew I need to leave again. They exchanged a few more words, then Lan Jue cut the connection. So they would be going to the West. According to Wang Hongyuan, it would be a famous travel destination. The planet was called the Barrows, a beautiful place said to resemble former era Earth. A journey to the West? He would have to ask the wine master where, precisely, he wanted to go. They would be drinking the Cross Parentu tomorrow, and perhaps the fine wine in his promise to help with soothe the flames of the wine master's fury. It would be closer to the north as well, making it more convenient to leave directly for the tournament afterward. It wouldn't delay or inconvenience anybody. He decided to return to the avenue and seek out the wine master first thing. He'd need to know if the Barrows was close enough to where he suspected the descendant to be. If so, he'd just separate from the other teachers and make a little side stop during their trip. So long as he let Director Wu know, there wouldn't be any problems. He trundled along the road toward the avenue. His shins still throbbed and ached, but inwardly he smiled. If Huali and Shu Chang could see him today, they'd say the same thing, karma, bitch. Beep. 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 Lan Jue's communicator called for his attention. He looked down to see Xiuxiu's number. Xiuxiu, what's up? He sounded a little surprised. It was very rare that Xiuxiu troubled him on his communicator. She only used it in emergencies. Xiuxiu's voice seemed strange. Boss, you need to come back right away. We have an uninvited guest. Lan Jue's pleasant bike ride was no longer so pleasant. Alright, I'm on the way. Avenue or underground? Underground, she answered. And don't worry, all four of us are here. Got it. Lan Jue hung up, then hopped off the bike. A light flashed from his hand, and the antique bicycle disappeared into his interdimensional storage space. Satellites were rarely trained on a single person, but even if one was, it would be completely impossible for it to follow his speed. The scenery passed in a flash, and before long Lan Jue was back on the avenue. A quick jog and elevator ride later, and he was in the underground. Just as the coffee master had claimed, the underground seemed particularly busy. The streets were bustling with activity, surging with adepts from all over. Lan Jue fought through the crowd until he reached his store. The door bells chimed as he entered. He was immediately greeted with the sight of his four Amazons, surrounding a very nervous-looking man. What? You? Lan Jue's brows shot up. Zeta. Grace Hospital. Zhou Qianlin had already been busy all morning helping the tenants. She'd arrived early to make up for having been gone for so long. She missed all of her friends. With so much to do, she'd decided to take a week off of classes. She'd report in and tell her parents she was at school, and that would be fine. After returning from the training, her parents asked her all about it. She replied with understatements and half-truths. Some were outright lies, like when she claimed it was just a normal school training. She was thinner, certainly, but they couldn't tell anything from her face or mood to contradict what she was saying. Hey, Qianlin. You know your boyfriend is a fine young man. He's come several times since you've been gone to look after us. Well, not so much this last month. Is he doing all right? a kindly old granny asked. Qianlin's heart was filled with warmth, and she smiled pleasantly. He's doing very well, Granny Li. He's been so busy this last month, but I'll make sure to bring him soon to visit. Good, good. It makes all of us old coots feel a little younger with you two around. You know, when I was your age, I also had quite a number of handsome suitors pursuing me. For example, when I first entered the service. The elderly never had too much to say, and Qianlin didn't interrupt. She always listened attentively with a smile, and helped when they got stuck. She'd heard many of these stories several times, so she knew most of them by heart. She felt like it helped them remember the past. Despite her busy morning, she didn't feel the least bit tired. She couldn't help but laugh. It looked like that training even helped her with housework. Eventually Granny Li's story concluded. Zhou Qianlin politely excused herself, then picked off her ruby gloves and went upstairs. She used them for cleaning, and to protect her delicate hands from becoming coarse. Although she didn't care, her parents might notice and grow worried. Once she realized this, she'd started using gloves. She made her way down the hall to the last door, and gently knocked. Granny Bess? She called. Can I come in? The quavering voice of the tenant called back. Come on in. Qianlin pushed the door open to see Granny Bess in her normal position beside the window. She stared into the middle distance with an expressionless face. Zhou Qianlin dexterously made her way to the elderly woman's side, and spoke with her in a quiet voice. I'm going to clean the room a little for you, if that's all right. Then I'll go clean your clothes. All right, Granny Bess answered. Qianlin wasted no more time in polite conversation, and busied herself with cleaning. She tried to be quick, but quiet so as not to disturb Bess. She deftly cleaned every corner, for she knew Granny Bess appreciated cleanliness. It didn't take her long to clean the tiny room. She gathered up the woman's clothes and brought them to the laundry room, then returned. Granny Bess? The clothes are washing now. I'll bring them back in when they're ready. If you're okay here, I'm going to look in on the others. It was their tradition. She would pop her head in and explain, then leave without interruption. This time was different, however, as Bess waved her over with a hand. Come. There was a moment of hesitation, but Qianlin quickly complied. Bess fixed her with those unusually clear eyes. You've changed a lot. Oh? Qianlin replied. The old woman lifted her right hand with surprising agility, and grabbed at Qianlin. Her fingers were more like claws, and a sanguine light shone from her red-painted fingernails. A supernatural gloom blanketing the small apartment, until it seemed like the light was devoured completely. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 329, Seeking Help. Chapter 329, Seeking Help. Skyfire Underground, Zhou's jewelry shop. Lan Jue was certainly surprised at who he saw. Instantly, he knew why Xiuxiu had him rush down here. The four Amazons were masters at the imposing stare. This was especially true of Mika, who looked like her eyes were ready to belch fire. The air was positively heavy with her violent intent. The impression was a modicum of self-control was the only thing keeping her from blowing up. Zeus. The newcomer's tone was respectful. Why are you here? Lan Jue's response was cold and hostile. With their boss' arrival, the four women almost unconscious stepped back and took up position behind him. Xiuxiu brought over a chair for him to sit on. Lan Jue thankfully accepted and settled on the chair, while Guoguo produced a small warm hand towel. He smiled pleasantly as he wiped his hands. Only once this had been finished, did Lan Jue return his attention to his guest. I've come to ask for your help. Only you can save the Empress. The plea was genuine and urgent. Help? I think maybe you've made a mistake. After what happened when we met you the last time, you still have the gall to come ask us for help? Mika almost screamed the challenge. Of course, the target of Mika's rage was none other than the man who inspired Zeus and his Amazons to visit the shattered starfields, Gao Yong. The 9th-ranked gravity adept and second-hand man to the Moonfiend Empress looked nervously at the five of them. Her Majesty had no choice. He whined. In truth, this was her very last resort. Her sister has been captured, and she's been forced to concede to their demands. Mika opened her mouth to say more, but Lan Jue waved her silent. Her overt anger subsided somewhat. The pontiff's ambush during their last visit was specifically to grab her. Forcing Lan Jue to become involved to protect her, causing him to get hurt, was all the Empress' fault, and Mika's resentment went to the bone. So what do you want? Lan Jue asked dispassionately. Gao Yong chuckled nervously before continuing. I'm sure you know that the Empress used to be part of the Pontiff's citadel. She was their angel of the morning sun. Disagreements arose and she left wandering until she settled on the shattered starfields and became our Moonfiend Empress. Sadly, the Pontiff had no plans to let her go. They searched and searched, until eventually they found her, but I don't know how the Pontiff learned of your relationship with Her Majesty, or how they planned that ambush. What I do know was that the Empress fought them every step of the way, until the Pontiff sent 2 of his top angels to take her away. She looked calm as they led her away, but she did leave a letter for me to give to you. That is why I am here. Only you have the strength to save my Empress. He produced the letter with that final sentence, and handed it to Lan Jue. Paper letters were a rare thing in this day and age. Kor reached out and picked it from Gao Yong's hand before giving it to Lan Jue. He took it up, and opened it to read the contents, a few scant sentences. I'm sorry, Zeus. That day when we met, it was like a knife to my heart. If there was ever one thing in the universe I cared for, it's you. I don't expect your forgiveness, and I do not ask for it. I just want you to know that I had no choice in anything I did. They are dangerous people hidden behind sanctimonious faces. They're even more dangerous than the Dark Citadel. Signed, Little You. There was nothing in the note asking for help, and it looked like it had been scribbled hastily. He looked a little longer before folding the paper and putting it away. You can go, he said to Gao Yong. The pirate shifted from one foot to the other. What about my Empress? Our boss said you can go, Mika hissed. Are you deaf? Gao Yong was surprised, but remained persistent. The planet is already falling to chaos without her around to keep the peace. We've been the top for so long, and entirely self-sufficient. We rarely go out to plunder any longer. If we don't bring some order back soon, the starfields will be a mess just like they used to be as someone seeks to fill the power vacuum. The 3 starfield planets will once again be homes to the most violent and depraved pirates alive, a galaxy of vice and murder. I'm sure you don't want this to happen, and neither do we. I'm begging you to help bring our Empress back. We'll pay whatever price you require. Lan Jue remained indifferent. Go. I'll think about it. Gao Yong still had more to say, but Mika quickly and fiercely removed him from the premises. Once the door was shut, she stomped back grumbling in irritation. Messing with us the one time isn't enough, he wanted us to show up for a second round? Does he think we're stupid? Boss, don't let your soft-hearted nature win you over. Nothing good will come of helping that wretched Empress. Lan Jue shook his head. No, in truth, there's something I haven't told any of you. We could have fled last time, before the Pontiff's men had arrived, but it would almost certainly have led to terrible things for Little You. She told me with her eyes, and if she hadn't we'd have walked right into their trap unprepared. Everything I said then was to confuse the angels and throw them off Little You's scent. Mika was still not convinced. You better not be falling for her charms, boss. To this, he laughed. If not a Moonfiend, why not a succubus, right? Mika's face reddened, but she didn't pursue the thought. So what are we going to do? Are you really planning to go and save her? You're talking about walking right into the belly of the beast. You'd be facing the total power of the Citadel, and they're stronger even than Satan's men. That guy was right when he said they were a bunch of sanctimonious hypocrites. There isn't a halfway decent person among them. You shouldn't risk it. Lan Jue huffed. You're assuming I'm all heart and no strength. And anyway, you think I'm stupid enough to take on the entire place by myself? I only was able to beat Michael with a steaming heap of luck. You all can relax, I'm not going to risk my life. Mika heaved a sigh. Fine, fine. You want some water, boss? I'll pour you a cup. Lin Guodguo tittered. I'll rub your shoulders, boss. Lan Jue could feel the hairs on the back of his neck rise. Danger. What are you guys planning? Only the wicked hide their intentions behind unsolicited kindness. Xiao offered a demure smile. We aren't planning anything. We just see you working so hard lately. We're just trying to help. Lan Jue chuckled. You think I can't see through you guys by this point? If you want something, just go ahead and say it. It was Mika who spoke up. Boss, look, we need an upgrade. Our mechas, Zeus 1, 2 and 3, everything. We should have been doing this years ago. We haven't talked to you about it because the shop's been needing work. Now that we've had this sudden windfall of power gems, we have enough capital to get the project finished. Business is good enough that we have a surplus, so shouldn't we be upgrading? You told us to pick a few out and use them before, if you remember. We've got some ideas. So this is your secret, Lan Jue said through a smirk. Of course there's no problem. I leave it up to you all. How could I say no? Mika, suddenly excited, went on. We'll handle it. Course already started on the blueprints. What about Thor? Should we re-outfit it as well? He shook his head. You don't need to bother with Thor, I'll handle that myself. Focus, know your own suits. Remember that you should always handle your mechas by yourself. You shouldn't rely on anybody to do or help you with it. Only in this way can you really understand every part of your suit. And the more you know, the more it becomes an extension of yourself. Every top-level pilot had made their suit a part of themselves, like a limb and not a tool. They may be made of metal, but mechas are almost sentient things. They have a spirit, a soul. The more you put into it, the more it will give back. The girls nodded emphatically. They exchanged fiercely excited glances. In some ways these ladies were still kids. Although they've been happy here, Lan Jue's depression had affected them as well. Lan Jue had indeed been busy lately, but he was living. This filled them with vitality as well. In witnessing the strength of the Avenue, watching paragons rise and fall, and witnessing the god battles, that excitement only grew. They were impatient to get better. They didn't like to see him in such a rut, how could they help him then? Lan Jue excused himself and returned his apartments. He laid on the bed and stared at the ceiling with half-lidded eyes. Was there really nothing he could do about the troubles in the starfields? The Amazons were only around because of his intervention. He needed to clear his mind. This trip to the west was starting to look faded. He'd take advantage of the school trip. But first, there were things to prepare. Zeta. Blood-red claws swiped at her face, so quick Zhou Qianlin couldn't dodge. But she reacted quickly, and her right arm shot up to throw her hand between her and her attacker. The delicate bracelet on her wrist twinkled, and suddenly the hollow metal charm hanging from it burst with rays of radiant blue light. Before her eyes, a giant water elemental 10 feet tall materialized. It was the power of the pelagic pearl, the one Lan Jue had forced her to take. This was the first time she'd seen its power. It hadn't been needed during their fight with the pirates, but Lan Jue had required her to wear it before he'd let her participate in the fight. Now, faced with Granny Beth's sudden attack, her unconscious reaction had been to call on the pearl for help. Splash! The red fingernails dug into the body of the summoned beast. Then, in an impressive display, it froze around her hand and refused to let go. Then, a chilling scene unfolded. The massive elemental darkened until its entire form was a deep crimson, and began to emit a strange odor. Half a second later, fingernails that had grown 5 times their size burst through the elemental's back. It was too quick, and she too stunned, to dodge. The pelagic pearl's elementals were powerful enough to contest an 8th-level talent in attack, and a 9th-level 3rd-rank talent in defense. This was to be expected, considering its outrageous price. And her pearl was of the highest grade. And yet it collapsed at the first swipe of Granny's wretched claws. It hardly slowed her at all, and the power she'd used had completely corrupted the creature. What sort of nightmarish power was this? Qianlin shut her eyes tight and projected her will into the Spirit Caller power gem. But nothing happened. Somehow, the stone had lost its efficacy. The great claws grabbed her, pierced her. She was filled with a freezing terror that sunk to the marrow. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 330, The Military Quandary. Chapter 330, The Military Quandary. Beep. 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 Lan Jue's ears were pierced by the harsh call of his communicator. Professor Lan. It was Director Wu. His voice was uncharacteristically quiet. Results already? Lan Jue asked. Yes. It's the goddamn liar university if you can believe it. After my investigation everyone came out clean except for one, who ended up being a scout for the school. He must have caught sight of part of the training before you left for Enluan. I suspect he made a report to some lieutenant friend in the military and that got the ball rolling. Word is he was instructed to check whether the training was truly effective and, if it was, steps would be taken. More than that, this spy must have told them about you too. When I was inquiring with the military office, they told me they would gladly call you in to train their soldiers. First, Lan Jue was surprised. However, that quickly turned into a chilly sneer. A lieutenant? Missed the mark there, fellas. It doesn't matter, Director. It isn't something you need to worry over. Just don't accept any money from anyone and you're fine. More important is that we don't delay their testing. Call them all back and do it as soon as possible. It'll really solidify where they were and what they achieved. Director Wu replied. Do you have an idea on how to deal with this? If I didn't, how could I call myself these kids' teacher? Lan Jue answered. This isn't some military black op or political game, this is a university trying to be cute. I'll have someone politely remind them to mind their own business. All right. Director Wu trusted in this young man's ability to handle the situation. This etiquette teacher was definitely stronger than he liked people to think. With such a man in his corner, what did he have to fear from a lieutenant? Their conversation concluded, Lan Jue cut the connection then dialed in another number. EY. What made you think of calling me up, underclassman? Sui sounded calm, relaxed, and groggy. Lan Jue smirked. Upperclassman. How's your vacation going? Sui answered with a lazy laugh. I have forsaken my life and duty, and sink into a sea of self-serving pleasure. I can't even remember the last time I felt so relaxed. Out here, having fun with the people I love, what more can you ask for? There isn't much more that'd make life better. Well, unfortunately I have to bother you with something, Lan Jue said. Oh? What's up? Sui sat up a little straighter. Lan Jue's voice was calm, but he could hear the seriousness in tone. Lan Jue quickly relayed the information he'd been given from Wu Junyi. What? The moment Sui heard the news, he was upset. He was a guest teacher in high standing at Lyre, so this tarnished his reputation as well. And he even had to get the bookworm to help get him there. He was the respected Paragon's apprentice. How could they do this? Don't worry about it, I'll handle this. I'll get in contact with the university leaders right away. They must have a goddamn problem in the brain, and they'll regret it. Thanks for bringing this to my attention. I owe you a favor. And he meant it. It was no surprise he would react this way. Lan Jue had a dozen ways he could have solved this, but Sui was his first thought. It would give him face, and he knew Lan Jue had his back. Lan Jue gave a placating laugh. Don't let this darken your holiday, upperclassman. It's not a big deal. I just didn't want to see your improving spirits spoiled on someone's whim. It's fine, underclassman. I know how to take care of this, Sui said. Oh, by the way, I watched your god battles. I've got to say, I really admire you. I had no idea you'd grown that strong. You and your brother are getting to be about the same. Sui had known for a long time that he was Zeus, and that Lan Qing was Prometheus. Ugh, stop cursing me, Lan Jue said through a chuckle. I've really got a long way to go before I catch up to my brother. He's at the choke point. Ah? Sui was clearly very surprised by the news. Of course he knew what Lan Jue meant. It was something to be feared, because if an adept failed to break through they would never improve further. And yet, it was still a symbol of an adept's mastery. Of course, they were talking about 9th rank, 9th degree adepts. Those who hit the bottleneck were preparing to break through to paragon status. Sui knew precisely how old Lan Qing was, and for him to reach this point was entirely unprecedented. It would go down in history. Ah, there really is a lot to envy. Jealousy is what it is. I'm not talking to you anymore, it hurts my pride. I'm going to handle this business with the university right now. He ended the talk on a somewhat helpless note. I'll wait, upperclassman, Lan Jue answered. I do have some good news for you. What's that? He was genuinely curious, since he couldn't think of any news Lan Jue might have that would involve him. Lan Jue smiled. I can tell you haven't heard. Your master broke through. He did? Wow, that's damn impressive to achieve at his age. Sui almost absent-mindedly answered, but as the last syllable rose it stuck in his throat. Wait. He broke through? Sui had suddenly remembered how strong his teacher was. He was at the peak of 9th rank, and that meant. Lan Jue could hear him swallow on the other end of the communicator. For a moment, he was more excited than if he'd broken through himself. The bookworm had been deep into the winter of his life. He'd known it for a long time, and he'd even discussed plans should the bookworm pass. He never thought the old man would achieve this, and now that he had the promise was that his life would be extended greatly. Even at his age, this would be significant. At the very least, he'd have nothing to worry about for another 10 years. He was very excited, and why not? He was his disciple. Hearing his friend's reaction, he couldn't help but feel joy for them both. He couldn't help but laugh. It looks like the bookworm was also concerned with interrupting your holiday. Anyway, he's been very busy lately. No doubt you know about the DreamNet upgrade, which he helped orchestrate. Well, that settles it, Sui said resolutely. Vacation's over, it's time to go back and help my teacher. Lan Jue could only shake his head. I really shouldn't have said anything. Your wife's already going to hate me. Nah, Sui assured. I'll make it up to her when this stuff is settled. We've been out here a long time already. In the future I'll make sure to give myself a break, so we'll both benefit. So long as you're happy, Lan Jue answered. They exchanged a few more words, where Sui asked about the details of his master's breakthrough. All the way until they hung up, he could sense Sui's happiness for his master. That was a true teacher-student relationship. Lan Jue was also very happy for the old man. Not only was the avenue stronger for it, but all of humanity had a great scientific mind to its benefit. Having Sui deliver the message to Lyre was enough. But the military wasn't something you tried to bully. But it would be an issue easily resolved, nonetheless. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 331, Popping Corks. Chapter 331, Popping Corks. Lan Jue dialed in the keeper's calm number, and shared the situation in a few short sentences. The keeper answered with a single, irritated sentence, "These idiots, they only ever spoil what they touch." He cut the connection, and Lan Jue knew the situation was handled. Originally, Lan Jue had planned to visit the wine master tonight and explain the situation with the wine. However, upon second thought he decided to get him the morning of their drinking date instead. He could get everything done together, and would instead spend the night eating something small and meditating. Ever since returning from Taihua, Lan Jue had felt as though his progress had quickened. He felt stuck at the edge of 9th rank 7th degree, but if this trend continued he would reach 9th rank 9th degree at his brother's age. As an adept with 2 disciplines, that would make him especially dangerous. Lan Jue meditated through the night, solidifying the electrical power that had strengthened around his core after the recent battles. When he awoke, he had a glass of water and 2 pieces of plain white bread. He didn't want anything tasty that might influence the wine he was about to enjoy. He finally left for the gourmet's small residence. The roster was the same, the gourmet, the seamstress, and the pauper looked like they'd been waiting anxiously for this moment. The moment he saw Lan Jue, the pauper shot to his feet. All right. Everyone's here, let's get to drinking. The gourmet nodded. He rose and approached his wine cabinet, extricating the cross-parenteau from within. All right, so who's dropping the knife or fork? It was wine nomenclature 1, and it was describing a means to open a bottle of wine. Traditionally, one would use a corkscrew to achieve the desired result, but using 2 forks or knives inserted in the edges worked just as well. The most important thing in opening wine was making sure that one removed the whole cork. The cork itself was a type of oak bark. So long as its integrity remained, the wine inside was protected. Sadly, those bottles which had been poorly corked may find the stopper broken, or reduced to pulp. The residual cork in the wine and its aeration promptly ruined it. So, opening bottles was a delicate art, and in a group of friends it was always the one with steady hands who handled the bottle. In the new era, good corks from fine were a pricey commodity. This was of course especially true for the cork from a legendary wine like the Cross-Parenteau. Both it and the bottle would fetch a good price at auction. They were, after all, rare antiques. There was no small number of people who would pay handsomely to add these to their collections. The pauper raised his hands, as though to ward him away. They call me cork killer for a reason, so don't hand that to me. If I ruin it, I'd have a room of very angry people to contend with. Can't you use your discipline to remove it? The pauper asked. The gourmet shook his head. Drinking wine like this requires a process. It's like a pilgrimage. The path is pure, with only the tools they used in the old days. How could we defile this moment with cheating, by using our disciplines? It's a shame the winemaster isn't here, he's the most wise and practiced about these things. In all honesty, I don't entirely trust myself to open it. Jewelry master, what about you? Remove the foil and let's see what condition the cork is in, Lan Jue said. All right, replied the gourmet. The foil was a thin sheet of aluminum metal wrapped around the bottle's neck. Its purpose was to help seal the bottle for future consumption. Judging from the look, the Henri Jayer masterpiece still seemed well sealed. It was astonishing that a bottle from 1993 would have survived so well. Burgundy was much harder to properly store than Bordeaux. The gourmet produced a small utility knife which, among its several functions, had a knife specifically for removing wine foil. It was a fancy-looking thing, with a cover that looked simple but masterfully carved with decorative designs. Lan Jue could recognize immediately that it was made of mammoth tusk, which was exceedingly rare even in the former era. There were other differences as well. The corkscrew was longer, specifically designed for opening older bottles. Often the older ones had longer corks. A corkscrew had to almost fully penetrate a cork to extricate it successfully. 2 quick circles of the serrated knife, and the glass beneath was revealed. They could see the cork inside. When they saw it, all 4 onlookers' faces changed. It permeated. The gourmet's brows furrowed. The cork was no longer brown, as one might expect. Now it was a puce hue. The bottom of it was almost black. The wine had, over such a long period, seeped into the cork. Thankfully the contents looked clear. A turbid wine would have caused Lan Jue to fear for it. Any wine that had too much sedimentation or was simply stored too long would spoil. Too aged was the phrase used often. Directly saying a wine had gone bad was disrespectful to the wine. The gourmet plucked up a clean towel from nearby and carefully wiped the bottle clean, along with the black condensation on the cork. It wasn't dirt, but old wine that had penetrated through. "Should you or should I?" he asked. Lan Jue took a deep breath. "Let me." In the moment of truth, Lan Jue took on the responsibility. He didn't have the culinary mastery of the gourmet, but when it came to wine he had a wealth of experience. This wouldn't be the first rare bottle of wine he'd opened. The gourmet handed the bottle and utility knife to Lan Jue. "So if I get the cork out without issue, you're going to give me this knife, right?" He wouldn't be able to take the cork or bottle as a souvenir. The wine master would certainly want those. "You are nothing short of a wretched bastard, did you know that?" The gourmet snarled. "So long as you get that out, you can have it." "What if you don't, though?" A smile crept across Lan Jue's face. "Then I owe you no less than 3 bottles of 30-year-old whiskey." "It's a deal." Lan Jue pulled the corkscrew out, then placed the bottle flat on the table before him. He put all his focus on the bottle. His breathing slowed. Both the pauper and gourmet nodded inwardly in appreciation as they watched. The jewelry master may have been young, but he was mature and level-headed. With the steady, slow hands of a surgeon, Lan Jue brought the corkscrew down. Its tip pierced the cork in its exact center, and Lan Jue carefully pressed down while turning the utility knife, forcing the corkscrew deeper into the compromised cork plug. He pushed and turned, keeping a steady rhythm that saw the corkscrew slowly dig further and further. It stayed dead center, not deviating. When it was eventually lodged deep in the cork, Lan Jue placed the metal lever against the lip of the bottle. Now was the moment of truth. It was time to pull it out. This was the most likely time for the cork to break. Breaking it wouldn't ruin the wine, but it would be a great pity. Lan Jue picked up the bottle, held it horizontally, and only then began to pull. Anyone with experience in opening wines would know this method was the least likely to ruin a cork. The pauper and gourmet's eyes watched, unblinking. Slowly, the cork began to creep out from the neck of the bottle. Lan Jue kept the pulling strength constant, and didn't rush. When finally the sides of the cork peeked from the top, everyone inwardly sighed in relief. Though permeated, the cork's sides had not been dissolved. They wouldn't have to worry too much about causing the cork to break apart. The revelation caused the 3 onlookers to be overcome with joy. This only proved the exceptional quality of the wine they were about to imbibe. Ever so slowly, the cork inched out until, at last, it was free from the bottle. Entirely in one piece. When the cork was free, Lan Jue smiled in triumph. With his experience and steady hands, this was no problem. Thump! The muffled pop of air rushing into the ancient bottle hit their ears. But just then, a flashing silver light appeared that blocked the bottleneck. Ah damn! It's been marked. The whole of the small shop was suddenly awash in brilliant silver light. A booming, furious voice thick with pretension howls from within. "I'll kill you bastards." Lan Jue was the first to react. He raised his hands high, the bottle cradled within. "Hey hey hey! Don't do anything crazy, think of the wine." The dangerous aura that had strangled the room eased, as the wine master's eyes fell on the bottle. Lan Jue's other hand had the utility knife, with the cork still impaled on the corkscrew. The bottle was open, but there was no scent. "You bastards, my treasured wine." The wine master's wine was sad and tortured, as he snatched the bottle away. He did it quick, but ever so carefully. He looked upon it like a man would his lover. The pauper and the gourmet exchanged a wide-eyed look, their expressions awkward. The plan had been to call the wine master once the bottle was open, but that was also supposed to be after they'd had a sip. They had feared he would prevent them from having any at all. After all, they hadn't exactly asked before taking this particular bottle. "Give it here!" the wine master roared. Lan Jue winced and quickly handed him the cork. Look, don't scare the wine. It'll change the scent. The wine master glared him down with a look that could murder. I knew you'd be here as well. He snatched the cork away and looked carefully at it. He could still clearly discern the name stamped on it, Henri Jayer. Upon seeing that the cork was still whole, the old man's dark glower eased somewhat. He turned his attention to the gourmet next. Well, why are you looking at me like an idiot? Get out your best glasses. 1. No? At least nothing I found. If there are any wine connoisseurs, please feel free to educate me. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 332, The Charm of a Legendary Wine. Chapter 332, The Charm of a Legendary Wine. Coming right up. The normally cool and collected gourmet was quick to his feet to accommodate his guests. He brought over the glasses, which had been prepared earlier. They were fine-looking large burgundy glasses, composed of beautiful crystal. The thin walls of the glass reflected the shimmering light of the wine master's residual power. The wine master coldly watched his every move. I'm surprised you don't expect me to take this and keep it for myself. I won't even tell you how much this single bottle costs. Suffice it to say that every one of you owes me tremendously. If you can't agree to that, then I'm leaving and taking my wine with me. I'd have to seek recompense afterward, and I won't be nice about it. The pauper gave a bitter smirk. Well, when you put it that, how can we say no? I accept. The strongest portion of the wine master's murderous aura had been direction at the pauper, who had done the actual thievery. He dare not upset an already intensely irritated paragon. The gourmet looked sheepishly at his old friend. I agree, but I can't help my cravings. But consider this, the seamstress and I are together now, and you haven't presented us a congratulations gift. You have a commitment. They could all see the veins in the old master's forehead growing large and prominent. And who the hell in their right mind would offer a Henri Jayer bottle as a wedding present? If you plan to, then I'll get married every day and find a new one every night. Put. The seamstress couldn't help herself, and broke into a fit of laughter. Don't lump me in with these rascals. I'm just here for the entertainment, I'm not having any. A sip is equivalent to the cost of a power gem. Lan Jue quickly interjected. I've already agreed to help you with that other business. Look, I'm trying to do the right thing here. I never once refused to help since you came to me with this. I've paid my dues. The wine master snorted. No, the fact that you brought us 50 power gems makes you square. The gourmet cackled at this. All right. We don't all need to be so nervous. It'll mess with the taste. You only have this bottle, and we don't want to ruin this chance to taste something so exquisite. Seeing as none of us have had anything like this before, are there any special considerations? Now able to educate his colleagues on a matter of interest to him, the wine master relaxed somewhat and took a seat. Pour it like you would a Romani Conti. The only difference is, one should keep a 10-minute break between sips of a Jayer. This was the first time Lan Jue had heard this. Oh? Why? The wine master shot him a look. Have some, then you'll understand. He followed up by gripping the base of the bottle, and pouring approximately 2 fingers in each of the 4 cups. The moment the wine left the bottle, its fragrant scent wafted out among them. It was restrained, like a bashful maiden. A Jayer bottle is the ultimate treat. After about 2 minutes, we can have our first sip. By now, the wine master's expression had calmed. However, a smoldering excitement could be spied behind his eyes. This was a very special bottle, and it deserved the requisite excitement and respect. The gourmet's small place sunk into silence. The seamstress, not in the least upset she was not participating, tittered to herself. Everyone had their hobbies, and hers didn't involve red wine. The driver's influence had actually imprinted more of a love for single malt whiskey. The driver always complained that he was unable to taste the subtleties of red wine. He preferred simpler fare, and single malt whiskey was his go-to choice. Perhaps it was his own nature that contributed to his desire for the very young-oriented drink. Contrary to popular belief, red wine also wasn't the most expensive alcohol out there. While something like a Jayer would fetch quite a windfall, single malt whiskey was in a class all its own. Classified as a spirit, it could be left for ages without any requirements, and didn't need special storage like wine. Those whiskeys which had survived from the former era until now were known to be exceptionally rich in flavor. The price was just as dramatic. To true connoisseurs, they were priceless treasures. All right. The wine master lifted the fine crystal glass by the stem. He swirled its contents, looking for sedimentation. Lan Jue, the gourmet, and the pauper mirrored him. It was important to note that the pauper had looked very clean the last few days. Though he was only clad in little more than a wife-beater, he had taken pains to look as presentable as one might expect a beggar to be. He was even surrounded by a faint, pleasant scent. All of this was certainly to maintain the proper atmosphere for their tasting party. The wine scent wasn't strong, and nor was it entirely fragrant. It was complicated, and possessed layers of peach and pear blossoms, apricot, lily, forget-me-nots, cornflower, and tulips. Although the scents were faint, it contained a wealth of pleasant aromas. Once the bottom opened, it was like they were transported into a flower garden. They could almost see them blooms in their mind's eye. If Bordeaux were considered a more masculine wine, then Burgundy was its feminine balance. This was its extreme, and the scent was like a punch with an open fist, hard and soft. It passed through every cell, and settled in their hearts. It was like the essence of the scent was melting through them. Lan Jue was suddenly somewhat unwilling to drink. He shook his head ever so slightly, then took another whiff, then again. It was like he truly was in a flower garden. He could almost see the lilies, and a vision of a beautiful garden blanketed in moonlight swam behind his eyes. He felt the wine was even more complicated, now that he had his nose in it. It was a feeling very difficult to describe. The wine was first to partake. He took a sip, and not a small one. Only half of the treasured liquid remained. Truly exquisite alcohol needed to be enjoyed in somewhat larger quantities, only then could one experience all of its flavors. The wine master's face scrunched in pleasure, and then Lan Jue and the others took their sip as well. Romanée-Conti, it is said, penetrates your gums, right down to your very soul. The cross-parentout was something altogether different. As the crimson liquid slipped past his lips, Lan Jue's mind went blank. There was only one word to describe this sensation: boom. Indeed, it was like the flavors of the wine had exploded in his mouth. In contrast to its gentle smell, the flavors filled his mouth without subtlety. He, like the winemaster, winced as he felt his whole body react. How could this be? It was just Pinot Noir, how could it have such a stupendous flavor? Lan Jue hardly noticed swallowing the mouthful. All he knew was that staggering, intoxicating sensation as the flavors overcame him. He'd never tasted anything like it in his life. The four of them placed their glasses upon the table, one after the other. For a long time, no one spoke. Lan Jue finally understood why the wine master had instructed them to pause for 10 minutes between drinks. The flavor lingered, much to his delight. The first few moments when a wine touched the tongue was called the foretaste. While in the mouth, the flavors were referred to as the mouthful, and then finally the aftertaste. When determining the quality of a wine, all three sections are important. It had to have all three, well balanced and pleasant, and only then was a wine even considered decent. This wine, though, didn't have those three. It had one, an explosion of flavor. It penetrated to the bone, even after the sip was done. Even now he felt as though the aroma was seeping from his very pores. All three sections of the wine were one in this complicated flavor that lingered on the tongue, as though it had been branded on the taste buds. It felt rooted in his mouth. As predicted, 10 minutes later the flavors had begun to subside, and gradually disappeared. Licking his lips, Lan Jue wanted to say something, but ultimately refrained. He didn't want to say anything that would affect this ambrosial flavor. At any rate, he didn't think he could summon the words to tell them how this wine made him feel. The 5 Avenue denizens sat just like this for the rest of the morning, quietly sipping wine. Once the wine was gone, the wine master reverently gathered up the cork and bottle. The gourmet shot to his feet. "I'm sorry." The wine master glanced at him. "No need. Just remember that you owe me." "I used to think drinking a bottle was much better than having one," the gourmet said. "But now that I've had the cross-parentout, I know I was wrong. In order to truly appreciate this wine, everything needs to be perfect. The right place, the right food, the right atmosphere, every detail seemed to. We were curious and capricious. Drinking it in this way was blasphemous. I not only owe you a favor, but a bottle of wine. Just tell me where another jayer can be found, I'll do anything in my power to recover it. The next time, everything will be perfect." A small smile finally appeared on the crotchety old man's face. "Understanding is enough. In a few days, the jewelry master and I will leave in search of the great master's descendants. I can't make any promises, but if while we're gone we do need assistance, I'll call on you. Make sure you don't leave the avenue. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 333, Save Me. Chapter 333, Save Me. Count me in, the pauper said. I'm sorry I didn't tell you, and I'm sorry for drinking your wine. It was truly an experience I'll never forget. I never thought I'd feel something like this in my lifetime. That explosion of taste, of flavor. So many layers. It was like having an epiphany. I think I may have found my path. Oh? The wine master's eyes brightened. If you have, then it was no waste of a very fine wine, but for ninth-ranked adepts, finding one's path had more meaning than the average phrase. Upon reaching the peak of their abilities, adepts hit a sort of bottleneck, just as Lan Jue had said about Lan Cheng. Once an adept reached this point in their cultivation process, they began a lengthy journey of discover, to find their own path. They began to search through a parallel world of protogenic energy, the root of things. Only once they themselves could fully integrate into that world and learn to master their corresponding protogenic power did they become a paragon. It was a long and difficult process. This accounted for part of the reason as to why there were so few paragons, and also why they were all so strong. Paragons and adepts were separated by orders of magnitude. Lan Jue at 9th rank 7th degree was a threat to an adept at their 9th rank peak. And yet, a group of 10 such adepts would be no match for a paragon. Like Lan Jue, Lan Qing's future was bright because he'd already discovered his path. For Lan Jue, that was his ascension, which was also his corresponding protogenic image. As a result, upon reaching the bottleneck, their torturous journey would be considerably shorter. Comprehension of the protogenic energies would be quick. The pauper wasn't fortunate enough to have known his path beforehand, and as a result had been stuck at his peak for many years. A bottle of wine for a lifetime of self-perfection was a fair trade. I feel as though I should go and meditate on this, and really imprint this feeling on my mind. Please do bring me when you go searching for the descendant. I couldn't pass up another opportunity to taste such a wine again. I'm confident that another chance will show me the correct path. I've been preparing for this for years, the chances of success are good. Good. The wine master's response was concise. So it is for today, friends. I haven't prepared anything to eat, and I think I should meditate as well. I don't want to forget this either. He was, after all, the gourmet. His appreciation of finer cuisine was all-consuming. Wine master, Lan Jue interjected. If I might have a word? Certainly. They left the gourmet's shop, walking together toward the Gothic winery. By now the wine master's expression was back to its normal stately countenance. However, every few steps he'd stroke the empty bottle, and a flash of regret would pass over his eyes. I suspect I'll never have another bottle like it, for all the rest of my days, he sighed. Lan Jue smiled. Of course you will. I'll help you. We're all excited for another taste. The pauper, the gourmet, and myself all felt it. That explosive, sustained, complicated flavor, it was an astounding thing. I'd have never expected such a gentle aroma to hide a taste that rich. It had a wonderful balance of powerful and subtle. It was the most intense wine I've ever had. The wine master nodded. Indeed. It was the greatest wine I've tasted in my life. My only desire now is to find that descendant. That's actually what I wanted to speak with you about, Lan Jue said. Is your suspected location for the descendant far from the barrows? The barrows? How'd you know that's where we were going? The wine master said, surprised. Ah. Lan Jue was just as shocked. That's crazy coincidence. The university is organizing a teacher retreat to the barrows. Now you're saying that's where the descendant is. I don't know if that's where they ended up, only where the clues lead. I asked the clairvoyant to see what he could discover, and he said the barrows would be my destination one. He said the world which was most like our mother planet. The barrows must be our destination. Lan Jue smiled. This is good news. 2 birds with 1 stone. I'll arrive as a tourist, and I guess you'll find your own how. Shall we leave in a few days? The wine master thought for a minute. That's fine. Luckily there's nothing terribly important in the next few days. The gourmet's back as well. We'll go and take a look, hopefully we'll find something. You'll be representing the avenue in the North's farce of a tournament soon as well. Are you sure you have the time for all of this? I'll be leaving for the tournament right after our business on the barrows. The West is a closer journey. I'll meet up with everyone on planet Luo. Very good then. You should have time. When precisely are you leaving for the barrows? Within the next couple of days, I don't know the specifics. I'm going to the university this afternoon, so I'll find out and sign up. Anyway, you arrive whenever you're ready and we'll meet up. Alright, and I'll let the pauper know so we can go together. the wine master said with a nod. Lan Jue smirked. At least make him change his clothes, otherwise we'll start looking like a gang of homeless people. The wine master laughed. You don't need to worry about reputations with the pauper. He is among the strongest adepts there are. He was once quite a dapper young man, actually. The power he inherited turned him this way. He became the pauper to search for his path, and now he was lucky enough to find a hint of it. But it was more than that. Wouldn't they stick out tremendously if they were wandering around with a beggar? Lan Jue chose not to discuss the issue of the Moonfiend Empress with the wine master. It was his own private affair he had to handle. The Avenue had already helped him tremendously in a myriad of ways. He didn't want to trouble them any further. However, he knew they'd have his back if he couldn't handle it himself. Lan Jue sent the old man back to the winery, then returned for his bicycle. He took the ride to work in order to prepare for the trip. Suddenly, save me! Lan Jue was puzzling over the best way to deal with the pirates when the faintest cry called at the back of his mind. His entire body froze. His vision became sharp and focused, bolts of cobalt blue racing across his eyes. The cry had come from the spirit caller gem. Come to the Grace Hospital. The last message came from a croaking, sinister voice. Lan Jue was stunned. Once the spirit caller gem was bound, only those two people could use it. Hearing another voice meant whoever it was had enough power to penetrate Qianlin's heart. Whoever had Qianlin was a master of the heart and soul. No further communication came through the gem. The world around him was calm. Who? Lan Jue's pace did not change. He was in no rush. In these moments, he'd learned to be calm. From the sound of the voice, they were old. He was well familiar with Grace Hospital from his visits, and a single image swam up at him from the depths of his memory. The old and silent woman, silently staring out of her window. He remembered her strange aura, and her calm demeanor. Her? A blinding flash burst around him as Lan Jue changed into a bolt of lightning. He flashed into the skies in the direction of Grace Hospital. Moving at such staggering speeds, he was at the hospital doors in the blink of an eye. He was surrounded by an imposing chilliness, worse even than when he'd adopted his persona as the demon drillmaster. Zhou Qianlin wasn't Hera, but she was a good person, and if she got hurt here because of her kind-hearted nature. Lan Jue took a moment to bring his focus back to the present, then walked inside. He encountered none of the other elderly occupants, and quietly slipped through a nearby power outlet. His consciousness shot through the entirety of the hospital through the connections. It didn't take very much time or effort for Lan Jue to find his intended target. Indeed, it was the room he'd expected. As ever, she was looking expectantly out of the window, but there was something far darker in her eyes now. Nearby, a terrifying blood-colored cocoon sat. It slithered gruesomely with undulating threads of sanguine light. That must be her. Sparks of errant electricity spat from the socket in Granny Beth's room. In a flash, Lan Jue was standing in the gloomy room, his eyes alive with electric energy. He was careful to keep his powers hidden, but it was evident he was one wrong move away from bursting like a volcano. Those flashing eyes fell upon the ancient woman in her chair. His voice was a growl. Why? She didn't move, didn't even look his way. It was then Lan Jue noticed her left hand, resting on the table by the window. Each finger bore claw-like nails, as red as the cocoon nearby. She looked normal, unthreatening. Lan Jue was careful not to act rashly. He saw the cocoon, but was unable to get any sense of Qianlin's location, but maybe ever so faintly. Bess finally turned her head and looked toward Lan Jue. Her bright eyes were the eyes of a young woman, but her voice was that of a crone. No reason. I needed something. Both of you have it. Yours is somewhat better. So, if you agree to relinquish it to me, she will live. If you do not, I'll need to take it from her. Lan Jue ground his teeth. What do you want? 1. By the way, this was referenced all the way back in Chapter 12. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 334, An Unknown Paragon. Chapter 334, An Unknown Paragon. Bess hissed, altruistic blood. Hers is very pure, but the power in it isn't strong. But yours is strong. Though I do not know how deep your altruism flows. Of course, if you agree to give up yours for her life, that would prove it, wouldn't it? You have a choice, puppet. Lan Jue met her gaze with one of his own, infinitely calm, and infinitely cold. What if I refuse to choose? I only need to beat you to save her. Bess croaked a withering laugh. You were smart not to involve the avenue, otherwise you'd never have seen her again. And it is true that the only thing standing between you and this girl is an old lady. The question is, can you defeat me? I suppose we'll see. The words weren't even gone from her mouth before her clawed left hand groped out for him. The room darkened as a sinister power drank the light. They were replaced by haunting rays of blood red that painted the room in nightmarish displays. An all-pervasive terror bore down upon him while the tiny room seemed to expand until he was surrounded in a blood-red world of fear. Protogenic domain. Lan Jue's dispassionate expression changed. He knew Bess was strong, he'd felt that before but not like this. Use of protogenic ability wasn't always a sign of paragon status. Some talented adepts were exceptions, such as the 4 divine monarchs who were each able to use at least some protogenic ability. This was especially true after the inspiration they got from the bookworm's breakthrough. But to use protogenic powers derived from one's own alternate reality? That is real power that only a paragon could achieve. But of the 20 known paragons, Lan Jue knew she was not among them. It caused him even greater shock and anxiety. Granny Bess was a truly unknown paragon, and that made her absolutely terrifying. His chance at victory in a straight fight was practically zero. But he didn't back down. For Qianlin, and for himself, he had to do everything he could. Lan Jue had never faced a real paragon in combat before, but that fact didn't discourage him. The bolts of writhing blue lightning turned to vivid gold. If he was going to face protogenic power, the only way to survive would be to use his own. The piercing golden light filled the room. Those bolts of lightning eased into a steady rhythm around him. In the same moment, a tyrannical presence like Bess' own rose, the stifling power of Lan Jue's ascension come to bear. All of the sinister red light within 10 meters was consumed and became gold. Granny Bess remained in her blood-colored seat, watching him from her world of black and red. The slightest hint of surprise registered in her eyes, and she silently nodded her head. Very good. This should make my life a tad more interesting. Once more, she swiped her hand at Lan Jue. The movement itself was unhurried, but the world around her became to ripple violently. Suddenly Lan Jue was a small speck caught in a giant hand, about to be crushed in the folds. The skies shall open. Lan Jue roared, and his gold-coated body burst into countless rays of light. The skies above were alive with a spiderweb of lightning. Bolt after bolt struck the top and walls of their blood-soaked world. Several fissures appeared. The light emanating from Lan Jue grew ever more prosperous. In his left palm, the phylactery stone shone with a thick purple haze that drastically strengthened his power. Protogenic power was a mystical and mysterious thing, but despite its similarities to disciplines, that was not how one learned to employ it. Unlocking one's protogenic capabilities required a fusion of discipline and spirit, as well as the energies that surrounded them in that unseen reality. All of that together is what generated such staggering power. Motivated by the danger and pressure, Lan Jue's abilities were operating at their peak. If there were even the slightest chance to save himself and Qianlin, he had to be ready to take it. As Lan Jue had commanded, the skies did indeed appear to be opening as a tremendous fracture appeared overhead. A blackness like the depths of space was seeping through. Lan Jue took a deep breath and, ripping his hands apart as though he were physically doing it himself, he cried out. The skies shall open. A single blast of golden energy erupted from the top of Lan Jue's skull. It was heading directly for that gathering darkness in the heavens. The undulating, crimson landscape was rocked. Everything around them thickened, like congealing blood. Granny Bess' right hand moved in response. The motions were fluid and unhurried, and with it a gentle red light, lighter somewhat than the surroundings, sprang to life. The strangely wavy quality of the landscape stabilized, and the apocalyptic fissure in the sky stitched shut. The massive hand shut, blotting out Lan Jue and his radiant light with bone-crunching force. But in the center of that grip, Lan Jue was safe within a shell of his own protogenic power. It crackled thunderously as it battled against the murderous encroaching force. He couldn't remain like this long. The entire weight of reality was bearing down upon him. The pressure was causing rivulets of blood to trickle from his ears. It was too much. He was facing a true master of these powers, and his was just a show. He could feel himself nearing total collapse. Lan Jue, eyes wide, clapped his hands together before his chest. He swung back, gathering whatever remaining energy he possessed, and focused it through his arms by means of elaborate motions. His arms shot out, and the shell around him was injected with another inexplicable aura. Suddenly the crushing energy was met by an elastic wall, rather than a solid defense. Granny Bess' calm exterior fractured slightly. What? Martial arts. Lan Jue's coiling arms met, and once again his palms clapped together. Reality before him appeared to dissolve. He pushed his palms toward the opening. An explosive force to rival nuclear blasts erupted from his palms, 3 times stronger than the force from earlier. Behind him, the dazzling image of a lightning bolt was branded in the air. All of his discipline joined with the force of his art, was directed at a single point. The crimson hand splintered and fell away under the attack. Beth's nightmare world of blood and shadow also collapsed. Well done. You're even stronger than I'd hoped. Behind the hellscape was nothingness. It was vast, and empty, and darker than black. Lan Jue's heart sank in despair. Beth's protogenic reality wasn't just a single level. He was drained, having used all he had to tear away the world of blood. This place of oblivion was stronger. Bess appeared again in his field of view. She was standing. It was the first time Lan Jue had seen her do so. She was slightly stooped, with her hair neatly combed and her pink jacket as clean as ever. She certainly looked ready for the grave, but the surging power that flowed from her spoke to anything but weakness. She was thin and short, but in this emptiness she looked enormous. With a wave of her hand that blackness smudged, and again a swath of crimson red shone through the black. That same terrifying pressure could be felt seeping through it. Hack! Lan Jue spat up a mouthful of blood. He staggered, as the gold aura around him began to fracture and fade. He couldn't do it. The Tai Chi-empowered protogenic energies were too much for him to sustain. Too much to control. But as Lan Jue teetered on the edge of collapse, something stopped Granny Bess in her tracks. The expression on her face was more pronounced than the surprise she'd revealed before. This was shock. She fiercely swiped her hand upward, and another monstrous fist of blood emerged from the emptiness. Lan Jue had no further strength to contend. It snatched him up by the trunk, and squeezed. A series of cracks and pops followed as the fist crushed Lan Jue in its grip. There was a flash, and Lan Jue's battered body appeared floating in the darkness before Bess. She dipped a clawed digit into the spattered blood on his clothing, then brought it to her nose for a sniff. Her eyes widened, and a terrible light burned in her eyes. Why does his aura surround you? Lan Jue just looked at her, stunned and unable to speak. Bess paused. Lan Jue couldn't know what she was thinking, but after a moment she waved once again and the hand that held him fast relaxed. He immediately collapsed, hanging limp in the black landscape. He felt more as though he were floating in some viscous fluid, which slithered through him to force his discipline all the way down to its core. Lan Jue was no stronger than a normal man now, and there was no fighting back. Speak! Where's your wine? Bess croaked. Lan Jue glared at her, obstinate and silent. She spoke again, her voice soft like sweet poison. Do you think you have any chance, puppet? You can choose not to speak, but if you do I'll remove one of her limbs. Unadulterated hatred smoldered in Lan Jue's glare. We drank it, in the avenue. One of the wine master's treasures. Bess looked skeptical. You'd actually drink it? Once more she brought her wicked finger to her nose and sniffed. Lan Jue couldn't see her clearly, blocked by swathe of red she'd conjured. He could, however, sense her violent mood swings. It's time to make your choice, puppet. Will it be her, or you? Only the most willing would be altruistic enough to sate my thirst. She seemed to have recovered her composure. Lan Jue never hesitated. How do I know you'll keep your word and let her go? 1. Here, and a little foreshadowing here. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 335, Bess and the Clairvoyant. Chapter 335, Bess and the Clairvoyant. Bess' voice was indifferent. Do you think you're in a position to make demands? It's simple, accept, and she lives. Refuse and she dies. Lan Jue's lips curled into a bitter expression, as though forced to swallow something unsavory. However, it was quickly replaced with an easy smile. All right, you can take mine. Bess was suspicious. Anyone, regardless of the circumstances, would not be happy to face imminent death. And she could feel it from him, genuine happiness. What reason do you have to be so happy? She asked. No reason, Lan Jue assured. Death just isn't such a frightening prospect, sometimes. What exactly he meant, only he knew. He'd been off kilter ever since meeting Zhou Qianlin. She looked so much like Hera, that he couldn't help but think about his dead soulmate every time he saw her. He felt a surge of affection whenever they were together because of it. Of course, intellectually he knew it was wrong. He couldn't betray Hera's memory by falling for her sister, no matter how alike they seemed. For this reason he'd been avoiding her. He almost lost control on Enloan, and they only stopped because of Tangmi's interruption. He was disappointed in how strong an effect she had on him. Even if Hera had given him her blessings, it was impossible. Hera had cast too great a shadow in the depths of his heart. He owed Qianlin, at least that's how he saw it. Family was important to Lan Jue, so no matter what he'd make sure Qianlin would get back to hers. If his life truly would spare hers, then it was an acceptable trade. His debt would be paid, and he'd pass on to the next world, where he would meet with his Hera. As an adept, indeed, as an adept that may one day achieve Paragon, Lan Jue was convinced of the existence of the soul. Although he knew that finding Hera's soul in the vast expanse of the universe would be nearly impossible, the possibility gave him hope. That's why he'd smiled, because death meant the chance at meeting his lost love once again. This certainly wasn't a bad thing. Life and death were trivial, in the end. Bess nodded her head. So be it, I'll help you meet death. Don't fret, I'll not waste everything she's given you. As Bess spoke, she swiped her claw-like nails through the air. Gashes appeared on Lan Jue's limp wrists and bright rivulets of blood began to flow. Lan Jue's blood was different from a normal man's. Instead of the dark crimson one might expect, his was a bright, metallic red. Once an adept achieved 9th rank, their discipline was completely integrated into their body. It mingled with the blood, bones, muscles and organs. The color and texture of his blood was born from the presence of pure energy. It said a single drop of a paragon's blood contains an immeasurable amount of energy. Under specific conditions, such a drop could perform incredible feats. Although Lan Jue was not himself a paragon, he had a measure of protogenic comprehension. Some of that sparkling energy was protogenic power. Lan Jue's lifeblood vanished drop by drop into the surrounding emptiness. Suddenly there was a flash, and the world around him changed. A familiar silhouette appeared within the darkness. Qianlin was lying in the emptiness not far from where he hung. She was bound by shimmering red cords of energy. Lan Jue could see her eyes, those stunning, gorgeous blue eyes, wet with tears. Lan Jue's chest tightened. It was happening all over again, just like that day when he was forced to say farewell to Hera. He could see what she wanted to say in her eyes. He wanted to say the same thing. I'm sorry. He could feel her affection for him, and though he wanted to call out to her he was unable to. Bess slowly hobbled to her. She stopped at her side, hovering over her prostrate form. She lifted her right hand, then, swipe. Qianlin winced as the arteries of her wrist were opened. Blood poured from her wounds. It, too, was not a dark red. Instead, it was surrounded by a haze of pure white light. It was like the precious fluid was protected by a fluorescent covering. Lan Jue's whole body began to shake. He glared daggers at the old woman, furious at her treachery. One was not enough for this monstrous witch. Bess looked infinitely calm. In fact, her craggy face bore no emotion at all, perfect apathy. The two dying before her were no more than insects. The flow of blood increased, and very soon the fatigue of blood loss set in. Lan Jue, stronger than most normal men, was losing consciousness quickly. Qianlin, I'm sorry. I brought this on you. Lan Jue's laments filled his heart, and he hoped it would somehow reach her through the spirit collar gem. But there was no response. Qianlin's eyes were locked on his. She wept openly, even as those eyes began to dim. Bess swiped her arms through the air, and the two victims' other wrists were also opened. Both Lan Jue and Qianlin could feel a warmth penetrate through them, and then, darkness. Lan Jue's metallic red blood flowed into Qianlin's opposite wrist, while her own slipped into his. The strange transfusion continued under Bess' control. This continued until a pale white aura surrounded Lan Jue's body. For Qianlin, spider-web-sized bolts of lightning danced across the surface of her skin. Bess' face remained expressionless, even when a burst of rainbow color exploded overhead. Another figure appeared, but this one different, more like a projection. It hovered by Bess' side. This is different than what we'd discussed. The voice was also elderly, and flowed from the strange image. Were Lan Jue conscious he would immediately recognize him, the clairvoyant, third strongest among the known paragons. Bess' response was cool. What difference does it make? I'm upholding my end of the bargain, how I choose to do it is irrelevant. The clairvoyant smiled. It doesn't matter to me, I just didn't see it coming. It's touching to see the side of you, a woman whose heart is normally cold as iron. It seems to me you might have some affection for this young girl. I'd helped her, in another life, the old woman said. It's so seldom we find someone with a soul so pure. Her heart bears many worries, but never have I ever encountered a young person whose conscience was so clean. You know I like clean. There's more, as well. She has old blood, and powers very few would understand. This other one you've asked me to help isn't bad either. He was willing to sacrifice his life for his woman. He passed my test, or I wouldn't have agreed to help. He smirked. Are you saying you don't trust in my visions? I only trust myself, the old woman responded. You're an old man on the cusp of death. Do you really want to squabble over nonsense? After this we're even. I've paid my dues. The clairvoyant sniffed. You haven't changed a bit. I always wanted to learn why, but you'd never let me know. Beth's response was tepid and dismissive. The past is gone, it means nothing. You can die in peace, old man. As for my history, perhaps you'll learn a little in your next life. You know better than that, the clairvoyant teased. Even if I do return here, it won't be here. Another time, place and dimension beckons me. But before I go, I must trouble you for one last thing, watch over them. After all, you and I saw with our own eyes the growth of humanity. This hasn't the slightest to do with me. Now get lost. Bess waved him away as though he were some detestable thing. The clairvoyant was not perturbed by her attitude. Thank you, Bess. He looked her in the eye, deeply and genuinely, before his image dissolved without a trace. Only once the space beside her was empty did the old woman's iron facade change. A flash of regret flashed across her eyes as she stared at the dark space where he had been. She sighed, and shook her head. The world of darkness around them began to melt away. Moonlight appeared overhead, full and bright, and where it touched the black and red were banished. What occurred next was a strange scene observed by none, for beneath the silvery glow the elderly woman herself changed. Her stooped figure straightened, white hair changed to rich gold, and the craggy features from before disappeared to reveal a beauty beneath. She was beautiful, beautiful enough to catch a man's breath in his throat. Blonde-haired, blue-eyed and with a wonderfully slender build. Those hideous red nails changed, and began to radiate silvery white light. Her voice was no longer the quavering croak of an old hag. Now, it was clear and melodious. She spoke softly to herself. It's grape harvesting season again. I always think of you. When Lan Jue came to, he found himself lying in the middle of a deserted wood. Qianlin was beside him. Lan Jue pushed himself into a seated position, and immediately regretted it as waves of weakness threatened to black him out again. His head hurt, and his body was stiff. Qianlin was still asleep, but her breathing came slow and easy. He could tell from the flush in her cheeks that she was in no danger of dying. Lan Jue couldn't help but look around in a daze. The moments leading up to this cycled over and over in his mind. Were it not for the discomfort he felt, he'd never believe it was anything but a dream. What kind of dream leaves you weak and stranded in a forest? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 336, Disciplines Change. Chapter 336, Disciplines Change. Lan Jue lifted his head to spy the sky above. It was dark now, but the full moon seemed unnaturally bright. It was like a jade plate suspended high against a black velvet backdrop. As the radiant silver light washed over everything, Lan Jue felt comfortable. Taking a deep breath, Lan Jue searched inwardly for his core. One's core was most important for an adept, and so long as it remained healthy he would be able to recover from anything. Once he found his, Lan Jue was struck with amazement. There were marked differences between his core now and what it was before. Usually it was a bluish-purple in color, with tendrils of white lightning surrounding it. It changed slightly as he employed either of his two disciplines. Now, his core was covered by filaments of silver light. They densely crisscrossed his core until they formed an encompassing net. The silvery threads released a faint white light, and it seemed to be constricting his energy flow. He could only call about a third of his power, by his estimations. Put simply, all his years of training had been undone. A fraction of his abilities remained unchained. No wonder he felt uncomfortable, he thought, his discipline wasn't prosperous enough to promote healing. Further investigation revealed that his body had undergone some changes as well. His vessels and bones seemed to shimmer, and appeared smoother than he remembered. Where once his whole body had shone with the faint golden light of protogenic power, now everything was white and smooth like milky jade. But if he looked very closely, some of that gold still remained locked deep down. What's going on? What in the world happened? What did that Bess woman do to us? Lan Jue rose to his feet, and focused on the surroundings. Thankfully, his perception didn't seem affected by the constraints imposed upon his core, and so he was still able to see the world around him clearly as ever. No one else was around. Lan Jue turned back to Zhou Qianlin, and pressed his fingers to her wrist to check her condition. What he felt was very strange. There was a link, somehow, like they were connected. The moment he touched her, he could sense the silvery net around his core bloom with white light. It began to blend with his own power, and likewise he could feel traces of his own familiar discipline within her. He felt as though he himself had grown more powerful, perhaps the peak of 7th rank. What does this mean? Lan Jue stared at Zhou Qianlin in a stupor. He felt as though their connection had deepened, especially considering the link he'd felt in their pulses. Even more astonishing was finding echoes of his own discipline within Zhou Qianlin. In a moment Lan Jue felt like he'd become the village idiot. He had no idea what was going on. He'd trained for many years, was especially privileged, and had perfected himself to 9th level, and this was the first time he'd ever experienced anything like this. Lan Jue lifted the sleeping Qianlin into his arms, for fear the cold ground would make her sick. He couldn't help but again sense the changes in her. Indeed, exactly the same. She had some of the exact same energies he did, thunderbolt and lightning. Both were yang, just as his were. Not a single thing was different from his own. Qianlin's core in her chest had also come more into focus. The interior was that same milky white hue, but now a net of golden lightning hung over it. Lan Jue was both amused and infuriated. The net surrounded and restrained her core, but as he held her hand the golden net dissolved and joined with that pure white light. Her core shimmered a pale gold. Now her discipline was as his, even about as strong. What did this mean? It meant that when Lan Jue and Qianlin were hand in hand, there were two Zeus. However, when they parted, his power was reduced to only a third. Qianlin's returned to its normal white. This was all too strange. Too strange for Lan Jue to know what to do about it. As far as he could tell, this was a bad thing. Alone, he was far too weak to perform as needed. However, with Qianlin they were twice as strong. That was the supposed trade-off. To have his powers returned, all he had to do was break through that silver mesh hanging over his core. But the power it bore was strange. It felt almost like a part of his own core, and using his own discipline to attack it was completely useless. It was like shouting at a brick wall. But there was something else in there, something indistinct. He could swear the protogenic inspiration that filled him was slightly greater, but why he couldn't guess. He wasn't sure, but the creeping suspicion that filled him seemed inspired. The only way he was going to free himself from this was to break through to Paragon. Otherwise, he'd remain like this forever. How could that be allowed to happen? There was still so much he had to do. Not least of which was a tournament, and he was probably equivalent to a 9th rank 3rd level now. Although the levels of 9th rank were very different, it wasn't in the order of tens of times. In fact, the difference between a 9th rank 1st level and 9th rank 7th level adept was about 3 to 4 times. This was especially detrimental to Lan Jue due to his dual discipline. For now, there didn't appear to be any way for him to fix this problem. He'd have to accept it until he got back to the winemaster and keeper for an answer. Only they could figure out what was going on. After all, they were paragons. Qianlin twitched in his arms and called out, "Hey Jue." Her eyes popped open, and in her surprise she'd begun to flail her arms. Eventually she caught them around Lan Jue's neck. Lan Jue held her tight, instinctively reacting to her concern. "It's fine. I'm fine." Her eyes came into focus, and the moment she recognized him she squeezed his neck tight and began to cry. "It's over, everything's alright." Lan Jue gently patted her back as he comforted her. She cried for a while. When she regained some composure, she lifted her head and searched Lan Jue's face, to make sure he truly was alright. He stared into her eyes, full of tears and sincerity. He was filled with a flurry of emotions, to which he answered by gently stroking her hair. "Take it easy, I'm fine. I don't know what happened, but we're alive." Zhou Qianlin didn't let him finish. She leaned up and kissed him. Lan Jue sat, stunned. However, he could feel that impulse rising up within him, but just in that moment a strange sensation overtook them. Both could feel their cores shake, then suddenly release a blast of energy. As Lan Jue watched in complete shock, Qianlin's body flashed white, then melted away into his own body. Lan Jue's own silver-shackled core burst into a corona of vibrant light. Qianlin's core, meanwhile, had also slipped into his own body and mingled with his own. The two danced together within him, emitting pulses of powerful pure energy. Suddenly, Lan Jue felt lost in a sea of power. His core was writhing his energy, and almost instantly he could feel himself tearing through the shackles of 8th level. The power surged still, rising ever higher to the peaks of 9th level 9th rank, and only then did it subside. Lost in the sensation, he could faintly make out rays of golden light coming from somewhere. They weren't clear, but they somehow bore an attraction he couldn't resist. Everything in him wanted to pursue that light. Is that my path? At some point Lan Jue had become suspended in air. There he hung, and he could feel his surging energies racing through him. They were the same, thunderbolt, lightning, both yang. But he felt so much stronger. The difference between 7th rank and 9th rank was considerable. This was why Prometheus was such a terror even among the other monarchs. This is what it feels like to be 9th ranked. But why? How did Qianlin do that? What the hell is going on? Lan Jue turned his attention to his pale gold core, which appeared to have doubled in size. His entire body froze in surprise. What the hell is this? Qianlin's voice rang in Lan Jue's skull. All Lan Jue could summon was a wry, apologetic chuckle. I have no idea. We fused together. It probably has something to do with that best woman. Our powers are stronger and linked somehow. After the fusion, it seemed I was able to come out dominant. Qianlin, can you control my body? No, once again, Zhou Qianlin's voice was in his mind. I can feel everything, but I can't move. What is going on? Lan Jue, too, could only sense her energy. I guess the priority is figuring out how to get you back. The moment he formed the thought, Lan Jue could sense his core begin to radiate with an ever-expanding silver light. It actually began to pour from his chest, until gradually the form of Zhou Qianlin re-emerged. And yet the alarmed Lan Jue all the more, for when Qianlin separated from the silver light she wasn't the same. She was entirely naked, her silk-like skin bare to the world. Aha! The trees shuddered as flocks of birds fled from the whale. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 337, Summing Up. Chapter 337, Summing Up. 5 minutes later. Qianlin was wrapped in some of Lan Jue's oversized clothing, making her appear like an undersized mannequin. A bashful pink tinted her cheeks. Luckily, Lan Jue had brought some spare clothes in his interdimensional pocket, otherwise he really would not have known what to do. Lan Jue sat beside her, and the two of them remained in silence, ruminating over the bizarre circumstance they found themselves in. Qianlin. Lan Jue muttered, we have no idea what caused this. But at least I can try and explain what I know. What do you think? All right. Qianlin nodded her head. Indeed, these strange events had caused things to grow uncomfortable between them. Whether Lan Jue or Qianlin, both suddenly felt as though they were a piece of the other. Thankfully, however, they were unable to read the contents of the other's innermost thoughts, otherwise, it would be a truly terrifying situation they found themselves in. My discipline appears to be blocked by a special seal, he explained. I can only call on about a third of my total strength. About 9th level 1st rank. From what I can tell, the block has something to do with you because it vanishes whenever we have any physical contact. Then my power is back to normal. It seems like your powers aren't affected when we come into contact, at least in terms of strength. Instead, you seem capable of using my own discipline when we touch. Follow? Qianlin nodded. Lan Jue continued. When we, he paused, and shot her a glance. Her face was already flushed. When we show intimacy, our bodies melt together. I guess more specifically, your body melts into mine. This increases my discipline immediately and intensely. It was only for a second, but it felt like I was at the peak of 9th rank. So from what I can see, we can't call what happened here an entirely bad circumstance. At least not for you, right? Qianlin's eyes shot up and fixed him with her eyes. How is this not a bad thing for me? Lan Jue blinked in surprise, while Qianlin's face reddened further. Lan Jue was a smart man, and after a moment he realized her meaning. There were side effects here, not least of which being their need to be affectionate to unlock their powers. Even if they wanted to, she'd simply melt away into his core. Aside from the very expensive cost of always replacing clothing, this had a slew of problems. I wasn't finished. I mean, of course there are problems. Anytime there's any sort of deep contact our bodies join. So, there's that. Right, and your clothes vanish. But it seems like metal and power gems are exceptions. He'd spied the spirit collar gem around her neck, and the pelagic pearl on her finger earlier. Zhou Qianlin didn't utter a word. She stared off into the distance, resolutely ignoring him. Lan Jue offered a half-hearted laugh. I have no idea what to do about this either. But I promise I'll figure out a plan, and I'll ask around about it. This whole thing was strange. That best being a paragon, and an unknown one. Plus, why did she do this? What was her motivation? What did she even do to us? I'll back to the avenue, and I'll ask the paragons there. Maybe they'll know something. What do you think? She only shook her head. Her mind was a mess, and her heart fluttered with a flood of emotions. Everything was too strange, too sudden. She was entirely lost. Lan Jue spoke on, helplessly. I guess we'll try this first. It's already late, anyway. I'll send you home. She nodded. They rose to their feet, then stopped and stared at one another. Lan Jue took the initiative, stepping forward. Now that we're here, we don't have a choice but to deal with it. Now that you can use my powers, I'll teach you the methods I use to control it. That way, so long as we're together it'd be like having two of me. She acquiesced once again. She was shy, he could see it in her face. He took up her hand. We start now. The moment they touched he could feel it. His core opened up, unrestrained, and flooded him with energy. Qianlin felt light as they rose to the air under Lan Jue's power. Fix your attention on your core. Slowly coax the power free. If you immerse your will in it, you'll turn into a bolt of lightning. Now there's no rush, take your time. Thunderbolt powers are fierce, so you mustn't rush. It may reverse and harm you. As they soared through the air, Lan Jue carefully instructed her on control of his discipline. Free of the forest, Lan Jue used his communicator to quickly pinpoint their location. Luckily they weren't far from Qianlin's home. They quickly and quietly made their way to the peak of the mountain. Along the way, Qianlin had had the opportunity to experience becoming lightning several times. By the time they arrived in her room through the electrical socket, she was more than a little surprised to find she was a little less shy with Lan Jue's presence here. Lan Jue spoke softly to her. Change your clothes, then we'll leave and come home the obvious way so we don't arouse suspicion. All right. Turn around. She'd only just gotten her emotions under control, and immediately her face flushed red. Lan Jue entered the bathroom and closed the door. Zhou Qianlin wasn't alone. Even Lan Jue needed some time to process this very strange turn of events. What the hell was going on? On the whole it wasn't so bad, it just forced a very close relationship between him and Qianlin. Of course, she enjoyed the sweeter end of their bargain. While they were together, she immediately became one of a very few number of adepts at the higher echelons. Although she couldn't use the powers too effectively now, she was definitely strong enough to do it. And at this level, even the smallest missteps have reactions. All right. Before long, Qianlin's voice gently called at him from the other room. Lan Jue exited the bathroom, then brought Qianlin through the electrical sockets and to the front door. He bid her farewell with a wave. He wanted to get back to the avenue quickly so that he could consult the keeper and winemaster. Hopefully they had some idea of what was happening. Zhou Qianlin watched him go with her eyes, and only once he disappeared from sight did she go back inside. She composed herself, since she was hot from so quickly changing clothes, then called out to her family that she was home. She went to her room. She lay on her bed, those beautiful shining eyes staring at the ceiling. There was something she hadn't told Lan Jue, and that was what Bess had told her. Zeta. Granny Bess, you dash. Zhou Qianlin froze under the old woman's grasp. When did this kindly old woman become so frightening? Bess ogled the pearl on the younger woman's finger. That's a finer means of defense there. Of course it won't protect you from me. Don't fret, puppet. I'm only here to help you. Help me? Qianlin couldn't help but reiterate the assertion, skeptical. Bess explained patiently. You've gotten very strong recently. Unless I'm mistaken, you possess the very rare silkworm discipline. Am I right? Qianlin's face changed suddenly. You can see that? Those who truly understand your abilities are few and far between, Bess said. I'd venture to say even you don't really understand. Lucky for you, I'm one of those few. I've been observing you recently, you know. You're a person of pure and good character. You have troubles, but you look after the elderly here with wholehearted, genuine care. It's so unfortunate that you can't properly use the powers. So, I've decided to help. I believe you used the power once on that young man you have following you around, yes? Is he worth anything at all? Zhou Qianlin was instantly calm. She gave the old woman a wry grin. If there was anyone in this universe who deserved the benefit of my powers, it's him. He had no idea I was a 9th-rank talent, Granny Bess, and I ask that you don't tell him. We have a very complicated relationship. I'm not interested in the plights of the young, Bess muttered. But I learned what I needed to know, he is deserving. You must know that after you used the silkworm, you and the recipient created a past life bond. The two of you are inexorably tied, forever. Even those who claim to know the secrets of the Heavenly Empress only scratch the surface. Your powers are derived from virtue and compassion. But this life is a fair one. You reap what you sow, people just forget why they're getting what they're getting. My job in helping you is to get you that payback. And to keep a promise. Granny Bess. I don't know what you mean. I don't understand. Zhou Qianlin gave her an inquisitive look. You don't have to understand. Bess waved her hand, and a light flashed in her palm. Zhou Qianlin fell to the floor, unconscious. Zeta. The memories played back in her mind. Qianlin's eyes were awash with conflicting emotions. Bess hadn't bore an ounce of maliciousness, despite her act. She was there to help them. So that must mean that the changes she'd gone through were her payback? But this wasn't anything she wanted. The two of them joining together, and the increase in ability, must only mean they are meant to be partners. Zhou Qianlin absently nibbled on her lower lip. She quietly focused on the subtle changes of her core, 6th rank. Her discipline certainly had grown stronger. With her powers of the Heavenly Empress, she naturally improved at a faster level, but even that didn't explain this speed. It had only been a couple months. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 338, What did you do to me? Chapter 338, What did you do to me? All this simply by being near him. Indeed, if she could just be with him always, then that would be grand. Zhou Qianlin felt a sudden surge of emotion, and tears began to drip from her eyes. These last few months had indeed been torture. A torture that was difficult to describe. But as she thought upon the torment, she could suddenly feel something surging out from within her, aside from the emotions she felt. In the next instant, much to her surprise, there appeared another figure beside her upon the bed. Not a foot away lay the man she was just thinking about. You? How did you get here? Zhou Qianlin asked, stunned. Lan Jue stared at her, wide-eyed. His pupils were struggling to adjust to the sudden shift in light. How should I know? They looked into one another's eyes, and found confusion. What was this? What did you do to me? Both of them expressed the same thought in the same moment. I didn't do anything. Again, together. Silence. Not a sound was made as they lay in the dim interior of Zhou Qianlin's bedroom. They simply looked at each other, confused and unsure on how to proceed. Lan Jue sat up, got off the bed and turned back to face Qianlin. His features were serious. I think it's important that we perform some experiments. We need to figure out precisely how far this goes. All right. Qianlin nodded her head. Yes. They did have to find out how close their connection had become. Did she just summon him? I had just gotten back to the avenue. I was on my way to speak with the paragons about what had happened, when suddenly I just found myself here. No warning, just poof. I didn't even feel any sort of energy displacement or power. This has got to have something to do with you, right? What were you just doing? Lan Jue's questions were delivered calmly. Only logic would puzzle out what was going on here. Her face reddened. I was thinking about you. He blinked. So you were thinking about me, and I suddenly appeared? Qianlin nodded. I thought it would be nice if you were beside me. Then you were. Lan Jue's face darkened to a scowl. This was some shit. It meant he had practically no freedom, and Qianlin could summon him at her leisure. I wonder if it works the other way. If I just think of you beside me, Lan Jue muttered to himself, focusing on the thought of Qianlin at his side. When he raised his eyes to look at her, nothing had changed. I'll leave and try again, he said. He didn't even stop to let her respond before disappearing into the power socket. Zhou Qianlin rose to her feet. She, too, was surprised. She could summon him whenever she pleased, apparently. What was she to make of this? After a short while, Lan Jue appeared once more from the socket, his face darker still. Nothing. I tried thinking of you with me, but nothing happened. I suppose only you have the ability to summon me. Zhou Qianlin stood in silence for a moment, before speaking up. Do you really want me with you? Lan Jue's brows furrowed. What do you mean? She dropped her head, her face reddening once more. It probably needs to be a genuine desire. Lan Jue was struck by the realization. He'd been so shocked with the summoning that he hadn't considered the implications. They'd separated, and she honestly wanted him with her. Qianlin, Lan Jue didn't know what to say, but he felt it within him. The young politician's daughter reined herself in. I'm sorry. I didn't want to trouble you. It's just, we are creatures with feelings and emotions. It was a sort of hopeless attraction, I guess. It'll go away with time. That's not what I meant, he blurted out. Qianlin lifted her eyes to his once more. Then what did you mean? After a moment of silence, he responded. Let's keep trying to figure out what's going on here, first. I'm going to try again. With that, he was gone. As he left, Lan Jue's emotions were fluctuating more than his lightning discipline. Qianlin, if you feel this way about me, how can I face you? Hera will always be the only woman in my heart, and so long as she's there I can't give you all of me. 5 minutes later, he was back. Qianlin regarded him with an indifferent chuckle. Still nothing? This is enough for now, we'll continue with the experiments later. And don't worry, I won't trouble with, I'll make sure to keep my thoughts in check. Lan Jue silently nodded his head. All right. I'll start heading back. The room flashed with light as he became lightning, and vanished. The corners of her mouth curled into a sad frown. It appeared as though her guess was right, you needed to wish with your whole heart in order for the summoning to work. He didn't see her the way she saw him. He didn't miss her the way she missed him. Zeta. Lan Jue's mood was equally dour as he made his way back to the avenue. Time and again he tried to fill himself with longing for Qianlin, but every time Hera's smiling face swam up through the recesses of his mind to greet him. Every time, he failed. Beth's actions had created some wonderful changes in the both of them, but they were sudden and chaotic. Lan Jue didn't know what to do about any of it. What would happen between he and Qianlin, he asked himself. What would become of their relationship? From the beginning he'd wanted to keep a strict distance from her. There had to be boundaries. Now, as he tried more and more to let her in, he couldn't. He acknowledged an affection for her, certainly, but affection and love were very different beasts. Worse still, he was sure how much of this affection was due to her similarities to Hera. This was most important. When Lan Jue got back to the avenue, he wasted no time in imploring help from the keeper and bookworm. They were busy men, but this was a very important matter. What? After Lan Jue revealed his story, the two paragons looked at each other. Their expressions were serious. An unknown paragon was staggering news in the Adept world. What's more, this person had attacked a member of the Skyfire Council only several kilometers away. The keeper's gruff voice was commanding. Bring me to the hospital. I want to take a look. The bookworm nodded in emphatic agreement. With two paragons at his back, Lan Jue had no need to fear Bess. Of course, as Lan Jue had expected, she was no longer there when they arrived at her room. She left no trace, no clue to her whereabouts. We'll head back and discuss it. The keeper, after a cursory glance at the room, waved his hand dismissively. When they returned, all four of the avenue's paragons had gathered. Once more, Lan Jue shared his story, and as it progressed every one of the great powerhouses were scowling openly. Nearly killing a council member made every one of them lose face. And yet, if this woman had indeed harbored malicious intent, Lan Jue would already be dead. Not to mention, Lan Jue was the clairvoyant's chosen successor. He was the future of the avenue. What followed was a series of questions and experiments. Lan Jue was no longer a councilman, but a lab rat. This is very strange. From the outside it almost looks like a discipline aberration. It penetrates all the way to your core, though. The keeper examined him from head to toe, and gave his determination after. The wine master nodded. I sense the same. It's a mutation, caused by outside forces. But ultimately, this doesn't look like such a bad thing for you. Once your energy and that other power combine, the result should be intensely pure. It possesses the very essence of this energy. It seals your core, but it also softens and compresses it. My guess is it will improve the rate and quality of your cultivation practices. I know that I don't have any ability to seal a core in this way. The keeper shook his head. Nor do I. I doubt it's solely the ability of the paragon that caused this. Even a paragon couldn't do this alone. You're only 9th rank 7th degree, she could easily have ended you if she wished, but doing this would be difficult, even for a paragon. To this, the bookworm chuckled. This Bess woman sounds like she was acting like a matchmaker one. You and that girl are suddenly attached at the hip, sometimes literally. If you want to fight at your best, you'll need her with you. So, if you aren't together, then the net result in poor, correct? If the two of you marry, then all of your problems are solved. Not only you'll be stronger. Lan Jue's brows tightened. Let's not talk about my relationship with Qianlin just yet. I can't accept this sort of restriction. I've lost all freedom, like I'm chained up in a box. Is there any way to break this seal? None, the wine master assured. We do indeed have the power to suppress the seal, but that would mean we'd have to be with you all the time. We'd have to be continuously pumping you full of energy. We'd be just as shackled as you are. The only way to do this would be to obliterate your core. That would kill you. The only way for you to unlock this seal is to continue with your growth until you've mastered the protogenic energies. Once your core has been infused in that power and born again, then the seal will be broken. Luckily, with this seal in place you'll get about twice the result for half the effort in training. Right now, the only way to be free of this restriction is hard work. The keeper nodded sagely. This is also my conclusion. There are no other options unless you seek out that paragon. Only she knows the specifics of your condition. It's as they say, only the one who used the poison knows its antidote. The bookworm and gourmet were newly minted paragons. They had no solutions for Lan Jue either. He had no choice but to accept this situation. For now, he was a weaker man reliant on the presence of Qianlin. Matchmakers were widely used in China for a long time. In rural areas it's still a common practice, complete with dowries and other ancient practices. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 339, Arc Phase 2. Chapter 339, Arc Phase 2. Lan Jue gave a morose sigh. What can I do? Once more I've lost my freedom. I still have so much to do, and now with my strength so low. Take her with you. The wine master's response was frank and curt. Lan Jue looped his way. But she doesn't represent the avenue. Enough, the wine master said in irritation. That isn't even an issue. It takes no effort to introduce someone to the avenue. It sounds like you're finding excuses not to bring her. Men have responsibilities, the gourmet responded with serious countenance. You have things to accomplish. Lan Jue fought to tell them there wasn't anything between he and Zhou Qianlin, but the words wouldn't come. If they didn't, how could they have become so entangled in this mess? Suddenly the woman who cheated him so long ago appeared in his mind's eye, the one who set him on his path to Qianlin. If he ever found her or her organization, he thought, they'd have hell to pay. If not for them, how else would this nonsense have happened? I have to think about it. I need quiet. Lan Jue had to accept the reality of what was going on. He returned home and settled down to meditate. He had been assured that no outward power was going to free him from this prison. His only option, then, was to try and earn freedom from his own power. He focused on cultivating himself throughout the night, and when he opened his eyes he felt refreshed. Indeed, he felt a little stronger. However, his face was still dark. The seal remained firmly in place. It never moved, much less released. Despite an entire night's efforts, nothing changed. It was strange, though, during the night he'd sensed that silver seal had actually absorbed some of the cultivating energies he'd focused toward his core. It meant that the stronger he grew, the stronger the seal became as well. Was it truly only possible to be free once he broke through to Paragon? It was practically impossible. Even the highest level adepts needed decades of training and no small amount of luck to achieve this dream. Lan Jue's dour mood put him off breakfast. Instead, he got ready and left directly for the university on his antique bicycle. There were still things to do, and time waits for no man. He sought out Director Wu, and sure enough the school was preparing them for another trip. The destination, the Barrows. I have to trouble you with something, Director, Lan Jue ventured after some thought. Of course. Director Wu had bent head over heels since discovering part of Lan Jue's identity. Any issue was immediately solved, most recently being the leak about the Ark. Since discovery of the culprit, the military had ceased any overt attempts at taking away their students. In fact, a representative had expressed their apologies to the university's dean. He assured him that they need not worry over their students' future. The circumstances had actually helped Wu Junyi come to a greater understanding of Lan Jue. He was even further convinced of the young instructor's superior abilities. Not only was he a powerful adept individually, he also commanding staggering resources. If someone like this was interested in teaching here, who was he to deny him anything? Lan Jue let the silence stretch for a moment before going on. I'd like to participate in this trip. But, I was hoping to bring along someone else. I wasn't sure if this would be alright. Of course it's alright, the director responded without hesitation. He didn't even care who Lan Jue was bringing. He, as the etiquette teacher, had no classes. Through discussion both he and Wu Junyi agreed to pause it temporarily. In truth they had no option but to do so. The Barrows trip would take time, then Lan Jue had to get to the Northern Alliance. He wasn't even sure when he'd be getting back. Even if they had a couple classes now, what would happen in the future? When would they be able to start them back up again? No, the best option was to simply wait until these matters were settled before starting in full swing. The students would understand this. Once his business with Director Wu had concluded, Lan Jue did not return directly to the avenue. He wandered absent-mindedly to his desk in the electives building. His long night of cultivation had not produced the results he'd hoped for. He would indeed have to continue examining this with Qianlin, so that they could at least seamlessly join their powers when needed. This was his life now, what option did he have but to deal with it? Thankfully Zhou Qianlin was a sensible girl, so he didn't need to fear being summoned for no reason. Professor Lan. It's been so long. The surprised call caught his attention. Lan Jue lifted his head, whereupon he spied Jin Yan walking his way with an arm full of textbooks. Professor Jin. Hello. He greeted her with a polite smile. I really must thank you for everything you've done for Jin Tao, she said with an excited tone. Are you busy recently? It's been so long since I've seen you around. I was afraid you might have stopped coming for classes. Of course, Lan Jue couldn't tell her about the art classes. Family matters, he lied, I had to ask for a little while off. She snickered. Well, you chose the perfect time to come back. The university is preparing another trip for us. We're leaving the Alliance and heading to the west for 20 days. It's a 10-day trek there and back, but still not bad at all. Aren't you afraid of running into any more monsters? Lan Jue asked. She shook her head with a smile. Come on. I'm a realist, I don't believe in luck, good or bad. I believe in probability, and the chances are a coincidence like that are slim to none. Anyway, there are dangers wherever one goes. I've never seen the Barrows dangers. Will you be going, too? Lan Jue nodded. Yes, I'll be going. Professor Jin. Professor Lan. Another voice interrupted their conversation. Wang Hongyuan, his face bearing a smile, walked their way. Ever since he and Lan Jue had become friends, the negative cloud hanging over him had dispersed. Lan Jue gave the dance instructor a lopsided grin. Professor Wang. It's been a while. For the briefest instant, Wang Hongyuan's face bore a hint of confusion. They'd just spent the last few months together. Was the cruelty he subjected everyone to not enough to have him remember? Of course he couldn't say anything, he'd just been on vacation as well, and he couldn't let Jin Yan know they were together. The charade would have to be maintained. Yeah. It had been a while, Professor. Are you going on the trip? Lan Jue nodded. I'll be going with you all. You're going to have to protect us while we're there, Professor Wang. Wang Hongyuan's prowess as a pilot and adept were not well known, but of course they knew this. After all, their experience on Taihua had been a telling one for all of them, and Jin Yan had been there to see it. It just hadn't been brought up since they got back. Wang Hongyuan shot Jin Yan a glance. Nothing to fear, he said. If those monsters show up again, I'll protect you. Jin Yan tittered prettily at him, and nodded her head. Lan Jue looked at Wang Hongyuan, then looked to Jin Yan. Evidently their relationship was improving nicely, though they still weren't very close. It appeared to him that Wang Hongyuan just needed to step up his game. Jin Yan flashed them both a smile. You guys chat. I have some things to clear up and classes to prepare. She had been in a particularly fine mood lately. Her younger brother was home at last, and although he hadn't told her anything about the art class, he was clearly changed by it. Whatever the situation, Jin Yan and the others were all very pleasantly surprised. In only a few months, Jin Tao had actually grown roughly a head taller. His physique had also improved dramatically. That fierce, feral air that he'd become known for was gone, replaced with a steady calm. He'd grown up. His speech and behavior saw the most improvement, and he was no longer as flippant as he once was. He was an entirely new person. Jin Yan knew all of this had to have something to do with Lan Jue. After all, it had been Lan Jue that took him away. Although she didn't know the specifics, both of them had been gone for the same length of time. Now, her baby brother was somehow inexplicably part of the elite ARC students. She knew very well that only the most promising students were enrolled in that program. She'd never have believed her good-for-nothing brother would have been a part of it. Naturally, Jin Tao's family was ecstatic at the changes. Jin Yan, also, was very happy. She'd wanted to ask Lan Jue more about it, but Wang Hongyuan had arrived by then. She decided to keep her questions to herself for now. As Jin Yan left for her desk, Wang Hongyuan saddled up to Lan Jue. He spoke in low tones. "Professor Lan, the art class is done and the students have all gone back to their lives. What should we do? What can we do?" Lan Jue asked. "You know, I really wanted to thank you," Wang Hongyuan said. "Although I've never been treated so terrible in all my life, I've also never improved this fast. Finally, I can see some hope in continuing my training. I'm sure the students feel similarly. This is especially true after you piloted that battleship all by yourself and protected our escape. I could see that it filled them with appreciation and respect. With the cohesion they're feeling now, it would be a shame if we just let them go their separate ways." Lan Jue nodded. "Yeah. We should follow up with more. They've got a really stable foundation by this point, and the program really set them apart. Their next step should be practical application. If they can work together like the Enluan soldiers, then there's no limit to their potential." "So you're saying you want them to join the army?" Wang Hongyuan asked. To that, Lan Jue shook his head. "Military service may not always be the best option. Certainly not right now. The Eastern Alliance's military has its own problems, and they aren't strong enough to protect themselves. Joining now would ruin their prospects. My hope for them is that they join once they're strong enough to handle it. By then, no one would be able to control them." Wang Hongyuan blinked. "So what's the plan? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 340, You Are the Father of My Child. Chapter 340, You Are the Father of My Child. A mysterious smile spread across Lan Jue's face. "Don't worry yourself over it. Once the trip is done, I'll have to head out for business. The whole thing should be a month or two, at most. They still need time to entirely process their training, anyway, to let it all sink in. When I get back, we'll start phase 2 of the art class." "Really?" Wang Hongyuan's excitement shone through his features. "That's excellent. I'd like to be an assistant again." "Sure," Lan Jue said with a nod of his head. Zeta. While Wang Hongyuan and Lan Jue were discussing the class in the electives building, Zhou Qianlin was in Director Wu's office. Her family had received a note, asking her to present herself to the Teaching Affairs Director. "Director Wu, you asked for me?" She had made her way to his office directly upon getting to school. She was still technically on holiday after the art classes, and had intended to spend the next few days in Grace Hospital. Unfortunately, her encounter with Bess and the subsequent result had made her less than willing to meet people. She was still struggling to come to terms with some of it. Instead, she had so far spent the day at home. "Ah, good, you're here. Please sit." An uncommon smile was plastered on the man's face. Usually students only say the strict, fierce side of him. Qianlin sat as instructed. Once she was settled, the director went on. "Here's the situation. You performed excellently during the art classes, despite your major in mecha systems. The faculty is quite surprised and impressed. We've decided to give you an award for your performance, a trip to the Barrows with our teachers during their retreat. I called you here to let you know, so that you may go home and prepare. We'll be leaving for the Western Alliance in 3 days." "A trip to the Barrows?" She looked at the teaching director with wide eyes. A reward? For her alone? What was going on? Since when was the NEU so good to their students? She didn't even do all that well in the training. "That's right," Wu Junyi affirmed. "That'll be all. You can go and start getting ready." "Director," she engaged quietly, "can I choose not to go?" He looked at her with confusion. "You're willing to let this golden opportunity go to waste? The university is covering all expenses." Zhou Qianlin apologetically explained. "We just got back, and I'm rather exhausted. Really, I'd just rather stay at home and rest. I'm not very interested in another trip." "Well," he began, "in truth the idea was Professor Lan's. He'll be going as well. So is your class leader, Tan Lingyun." Her brows rose, and a strange emotion filled her. She nodded. "Oh, well, all right. I'll go." When the young girl left, Director Wu settled back into his chair. He stared into the distance, lost in thought. No, he thought. Professor Lan couldn't be here because of Zhou Qianlin. He knew, of course, that she was considered the top beauty of their university. She possessed a fine mind, as well. Her reaction showed that she had some interest in the etiquette teacher as well. Director Wu was convinced it was something he'd have to keep a close eye on. Perhaps he could find another way to ingratiate himself to this professor. Zeta. The spirit caller gemstone warned. Zhou Qianlin, it was you who had Director Wu invite me to the barrows, wasn't it? Lan Jue, yup. Qianlin, you're in some kind of trouble? I'm not sure yet. We'll know once we get there. You are going, right? You're in this situation because you came to save me from Granny Bess. I'll help in any way I can. And don't worry, I won't pester you, now, or in the future. If you find a way to sever this connection we have, I'm all on board. Alright, I guess I'll talk to you later. Lan Jue could feel Qianlin's apathetic mood through the power gem. This girl, she was like an iron fist in a velvet glove, something he'd experienced before, certainly. There was a faint ache in his chest, and yet he thought that this would be good if it ultimately led to her forgetting about him romantically. Lan Jue went about his business. He arranged what he needed for the trip, and relayed the information to the wine master. He would be leaving with the school, while the Avenue foremost paragon would be traveling to the west with the pauper. The trip to the north for the Adept tournament, Lan Jue left for the gourmet to handle. Those who would be joining them were the same the gourmet had mentioned before. But there was one that Lan Jue would have to deal with personally. The Hall of Supreme Harmony. Lan Jue strolled into the pharmacy. Compared to the last time he'd visited, it was even more stuffed to the rafters with customers. The faint aroma of homeopathic remedies lingered in the air, lending an even deeper sense of mystery to the already ancient-looking structure. Likely, the atmosphere played a role in this shop's success. As he entered, an assistant greeted him with a bow. I've come to see the pharmacist, Lan Jue revealed. She's currently entertaining guests, the assistant explained. I must trouble you to wait for a little while. I'll let her know that you're here. Very good. Lan Jue stepped off to the side without instruction to make way. He looked down the beautiful corridor, and the lotus leaves surrounding it. The peaceful environment helped to ease some his emotional turmoil. Before long, the assistant returned. He addressed the jewelry master respectfully. The pharmacist will see you now. Lan Jue followed as the young man entered into the heart of the Hall of Supreme Harmony. No small number of enviable stares watched him go. The rules of his place were quite strict, entrance beyond the shopfront was strictly prohibited. Over the years there had been some who'd attempted to break that rule, though one can imagine the result. They traversed a small bridge, then circuited a small lake before taking the long corridor to the octagonal pagoda at its end. This was where he'd met the pharmacist last time. She was there now. Someone else was with her. He was a simple-looking man with red hair, and eyes to match. He couldn't determine his age, but he could feel the fierceness of his aura, barely constrained. He seemed feral, almost beast-like. You can leave. I'll contact you when the matter is done. The pharmacist was speaking calmly with the gentleman when Lan Jue came within earshot. The red-haired man's brows furrowed dangerously. There's an order for all things. You won't even follow such a simple standard? A biting cold flashed across the pharmacist's eyes. What do you plan to do about it? There's nothing I can do, the man growled. At least I know the rules of the avenue. But I still haven't got what I came for. You must at least give me enough time to find something adequate for a trade. My time is valuable, too, you know. The young woman's face darkened considerably. Leave. Take whatever you want, but I will not be changing my mind. Anger flared behind the man's eyes. Because of him? What the hell is he worth? He didn't look Lan Jue's way, but the accusing finger he thrust out was pointed right at him. The pharmacist fixed the red-haired stranger with a dangerous gaze. He is the father of my child. The moment the words left her lips, the man's expression changed from anger to shock. He whipped around in his chair to stare at Lan Jue. The beleaguered jewelry master felt strange. He would not contradict the pharmacist's assertions, for after all she was right in a sense. He'd promised her that much. Lan Jue met the man's glare with a polite smile and a nod of acknowledgement. He didn't bristle at the man's discourteous words, and remained ever the gentleman. The hell are you looking at? The man shot to his feet, and instantly the brutal aura he'd been restraining exploded outward. I'm curious what you did to become the pharmacist's man. Waves of overbearing, oppressive energy crashed against Lan Jue. It was condensed, with the full force of this man's suffocating bearing focused precisely on Lan Jue. Suddenly, Lan Jue felt as though he were lost in a world of terror and nightmares. Before his very eyes, blood-red phantoms danced and shrieked. Hideous demons clawed at him as though they wanted to tear the life from his body. Lan Jue's reaction was to furrow his brows. He instinctively took a step back. The man was strong, at least above 9th level 6th rank. Were he at his peak strength, Lan Jue would have nothing to fear. However, the inexplicable tragedy that had befallen him and Qianlin had reduced him to barely 9th level. Even with both his disciplines, he wouldn't be able to face this man in a straight fight. Lan Jue's shoulders bowed, as a gut of powerful wind set his clothes to flapping. He rocked from the force of it. The pharmacist looked on, stunned. To her knowledge, the jewelry master should have been a match for this red-haired man, and yet he wasn't. How was merely the threat of pressure was almost more than he could bear. Just then, Lan Jue's arm shot up and traced a circle through the air with his hands. That overbearing pressure seemed to dissipate, as a vortex appeared before Lan Jue's chest. The stranger's mental assault seemed to be drawn into the vortex, and was unable to be focused on the jewelry master. Coiled bolts of lightning arced across Lan Jue's eye sockets. Now, it was his own intrinsic aura that bubbled forth. Tai Chi? The red-haired man cried. The stifling power dissipated without a trace, as though the man had seen something incomparably startling. He staggered back a couple paces and stared in astonishment. Lan Jue's expression tightened further. You know of it? The stranger's haughty expression had fled, replaced with a near-palpable discomfort. Cowed, he spoke. I have been fortunate enough to have seen Tai Chi used effectively. I still remember it as though it happened yesterday. I'm sorry to have troubled you. I'm leaving, I'll go. He shot Lan Jue a searching glance and, assured that he would not stop him, he turned and left the pagoda. He was in such a rush that he'd forgotten the pharmacist was even there. It was a strange contrast to his earlier demeanor. The assistant was standing to the side, looking on with utter amazement. The red-haired stranger had been exceedingly arrogant upon arrival, he remembered. How was it that he so quickly became meek as a mouse before a cat? What in the world was Tai Chi? Lan Jue frowned as he watched the man leave, but he made no move to find out more. He simply wasn't in the space physically or emotionally to do so. But why was it that the use of his martial art alone was enough to send this man running? Where'd this guy come from? Lan Jue asked as he walked to the pharmacist. She waved her hand, and the assistant who had delivered Lan Jue left without a sound. Undoubtedly, his impression of the jewelry master had improved after this display. A loose end, she murmured. An impossibly arrogant ass. The damper, have you heard of him? He has the rare blood discipline. But you. I had no idea you were a disciple of Zhou, or that he'd know about it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 341, Departures. Chapter 341, Departures. Lan Jue gave her a wink and a sly smile. Keep that a secret, eh? The pharmacist offered a small nod. She faced him, and that disconcerting chill was gone from her face. Now her expression was like a warm spring breeze. Thank you for coming. I thought you'd forgotten your promise. Lan Jue's face fell in shame. I've been off planet. I'm back for a few days, but I need to rush out again. I've come to see Junior, and also to speak with you about something. She nodded. I already know all about it. You want me to go to the north and participate in this Adept competition. Originally I hadn't planned to go because of Junior, but now that you're here I can make the trip. Perhaps you can take her with you, Lan Jue said. She may not be able to see, but keeping her cooped up in her home all day can't be good for her. She's a brilliant little one, but being locked up in a house isn't good for her health. The pharmacist looked at him in mild surprise. They were words she hadn't expected from him. Bring Junior? She was blind from birth, and the only thing remaining of her lost husband. She was a priceless treasure to the pharmacist, and they helped each other through everyday life like partners. This powerful woman was, in the inside, truly was a fragile thing when it came to her child. And she knew it. For fear of any harm coming to her baby, the two were inseparable. They hardly left the hall, much less the planet. Lan Jue proceeded. Being blind doesn't mean she isn't healthy. But if she never leaves this place, that will definitely change. Bring her out, let her play. It'll expand her world. Whether or not to participate in these fights, doesn't matter, I'll give the gourmet some excuse. I'm not here to convince you, but I really do think it would be good for the little one to get out. The pharmacist gave an anguished sigh. Outsiders truly do see our personal matters the clearest. You're right. I've lost sight of what my daughter needs, and she is brilliant. She's never bothered me about it. I've forgotten that she is, after all, a child. Thank you, Jewelry Master. Really? Lan Jue answered with a sheepish smile. You said it yourself, right? I'm the father of your child. Caring for Junior is my job. The pharmacist smiled, too. Don't worry about any of that. I won't tell others. Just now I reacted on impulse. Sometimes I have a little trouble controlling my emotions. Come, I'll take you to see Junior. This last month she must have asked 100 times for stories about you. At this, Lan Jue couldn't help but chortle. Today I'll tell her a story about soldiers. With that, the two of them took the short trip to Junior's room. Mama! Junior shouted excitedly as they entered. Daddy's here too, right? Junior! How did you know? Lan Jue asked, his voice rich with emotion. Junior launched herself off the bed, and her tiny feet pattered excitedly as she ran toward the sound of Lan Jue's voice. Her face was brighter than a sunbeam. Daddy! You're back. I heard your footsteps. The pharmacist's eyes were wet with tears. Lan Jue, too, was moved by the scene. This beautiful little girl was too cute to bear. She'd heard his footsteps only once and remembered them. This was clearly the thing she longed the most for, a complete family. Lan Jue heaved her up with a dramatic grunt and ruffled her hair. Junior naturally threw her arms around his neck. I missed you a lot, Daddy. Daddy missed you too, he assured her. Lan Jue fell into the role of father very quickly, after only the second visit. He looked at the pharmacist and saw in her eyes the same emotions afflicting him. She was missing a husband, and he was missing a wife. If Hera was still alive, they'd probably have a child of their own. Lan Jue held her for a moment longer, then sat down on her bed. You know I've been out finding new soldiers to help protect us. I just got back. Do you want to hear some stories about what they do out there? Yay! Yes. She clapped her little hands together excitedly. Lan Jue adjusted her on his lap. One hand gently stroked her hair as he spoke. These new young recruits were really amazing, you know. All of them were adepts. At least level 5. But they were still young and had a lot to learn. So, I decided that they would need a very special class to make them stronger as fast as possible. I gathered them all up, and then taught them what I could. Junior sat and listened intently, careful not to interrupt or be rude. The pharmacist could see a faint golden glow emanating from Lan Jue's hand as he stroked her hair, undoubtedly a gentle current of bioelectricity. He was trying to stimulate her atrophied eyes. The pharmacist had exhausted all options in trying to help her daughter live a normal life. Nothing worked. She had aplasia of the optical nerve, it never grew properly. That was not something medicine could fix. She watched appreciatively as Lan Jue tried, knowing full well that the chances were small. Still, there was always a chance. She had lived for years in a dull, dim world. But now, faintly, it was as though color returned. It was like they were a complete family again. Lan Jue regaled her for an hour with the exploits of he and his students. No detail was too small for the ravenous Junior. The whole thing was told from beginning to end. This time, Junior did not succumb to sleep. Admiration and excitement shone in her pretty little face. She could feel the strange power radiating from Lan Jue's hand, but said nothing about it. I want to be like all of them, Daddy. I want to be a machine pilot, too. Lan Jue laughed affectionately. You're going to have to wait until you grow up, sweetie. I'll teach you, what do you think? But the small girl's expression immediately fell. I can't see. No matter what, your daddy will find a way to get those eyes working again, Lan Jue promised. Then you'll be able to see it all the colors of the world around you. You'll see what your mommy and daddy look like. Sounds good, right? Junior timidly nodded her head. She was a child, true, but smart. Her thoughts were simple, but her face still revealed doubt. Can you feel the tingly feeling on your back from Daddy's hand? He asked. She answered. My eyes feel funny. He chuckled. That's right. You have little nerves in your eyeballs that are weak. But you know, the last time I saw you I checked for myself. You know those weak nerves aren't because you're sick. What that means is, all we have to do is make them strong. Then they'll start working with your eyes, and you'll see. It's going to take time, but we'll find a way. 1. That shadow of doubt receded somewhat. Really? Will I really be able to see? Lan Jue nodded. Yes, you will. Little Juner's such a pretty thing, she should be able to see how much. Juner threw herself against Lan Jue in a little bear hug, then kissed him on the cheek. My daddy's the best. Lan Jue gently stroked her hair. So what would you think about going on a little trip, sweetie? In a few days daddy has to go out again. It might be a little while before I come back, like before. But I spoke to your mother, and she said we could all go together. We could go to a new place and play for a little while, what do you think? We'll get to ride in a big airship. She gasped, and her big round eyes widened. Her chubby cheeks were a ruddy red from excitement. Daddy! I love you, Daddy. I want to go. I want to go. Seeing her little girl so excited at the idea, the pharmacist couldn't control herself anymore. Streams of tears trickled down her cheeks, and she covered her mouth to stop the sobs. Lan Jue stayed for a long time, until Juner fell asleep. Only then did he bid farewell to the pharmacist. Children were pure, and spending time with his surrogate daughter had helped to ease some of the troubles in his heart. Things were also clearer. Now that it had happened, acceptance was the only way. It is what it is. When Lan Jue returned to the jewelry shop, he picked out a bundle of his choicest gems and relinquished them to Mika. She was to use them for upgrades to all their mechas, as well as all 3 Zeus ships. He knew he didn't have to worry over management of the store. 3 days later, an enormous transport ship lifted off from the public airfield. It was headed right for the Western Alliance. Ships of this size were designed to transport 3,000 passengers at a time, and a great deal of goods. All of them were equipped with FTL drives as well, for safety in commerce. Like any transport, the ship was separated by class. First, business and economy as it had been for ages. The university teachers, naturally, sat in economy. After all, the university was footing the bill and their pockets weren't bottomless. Lan Jue hunched helplessly in his seat. Economy. It had been years since he'd had to be subjected to this. It wasn't a luxury issue. He was simply too lanky. He sat with his knees practically by his ears. That hunch wasn't from depression but because otherwise his head would strike the ceiling. This certainly didn't qualify as comfortable. Worse still, the trip would last 5 days and 5 nights. Although there would be periods of deep sleep as the ship passed through wormholes or made jumps, he felt like 5 days and 5 nights of this would either kill him or drive him crazy. Unacceptable. He had to find a way to upgrade. It was made infinitely worse when one considered his company. Being economy class, passengers had no choice but to literally rub elbows. On his left was his most recent trouble, Zhou Qianlin. His sins from the past come to haunt him took the form of the savage goddess on his right. Qianlin was slightly better than the alternative. Their relationship was strange, and her mood toward him was markedly cooler. But she was important to him, and that was clear from his lack of self-control. Tan Lingyun was an entirely different matter. She had looked physically disgusted when she'd found out Lan Jue was beside her, as though he were an insect. 1. I turned this into an ELI5 because he's talking to an infant. TJSS wrote it in more medical terms. If you're interested, a more faithful translation ensues, your optic nerves had atrophied. Last time, I examined them and discovered that the nerves were not pathologically damaged. That is to say, all we need to do is stretch these atrophied nerves and they will begin to interact with your retina. She's a smart kid, but damn. Interestingly, though, Chinese medical terms and the normal everyday use words are the same, so young children can effectively understand. But that's not the case here. Words like atrophied retina, even the one he used for stretch, no child would ever know. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 342, The Two Great Beauties. Chapter 342, The Two Great Beauties. It was unlikely any public airship would let you change seats on a whim while already in flight. Every seat was tied to its occupant's IDs, making changing a troubling issue. I warn you, if you touch me, you can't blame me for my reaction. Tan Lingyun growled in Lan Jue's direction. He could only reply with a tight scowl. He desperately wanted to say something, to tell her that golden-masked man she pined for was him. The look of shock and confusion on her face would be delicious. The thought would have to die unspoken, however. Trust me, it's definitely not a situation I want either. As he spoke, Lan Jue shuffled as far as he could toward Tan Lingyun. He curls his arms in and pressed his elbows to his side, like a beaten dog licking its wounds. Wu Junyi sat nearby. Although he was the teaching director, he was also among them in economy class. He lived by the doctrine of equal treatment for all, and after all, the university's coffers had its limits. Hearing the two bicker, he couldn't help but snicker in spite of himself. He turned his face away so his mirth would not be discovered. He was, of course, the architect of this seating arrangement. He would do whatever it took to keep Lan Jue tied to the university, so requests like this were happily agreed to. In inviting Zhou Qianlin, it clearly showed that Lan Jue had more than a healthy interest in beautiful women. If that was the case, then how better to keep the man than to surround him with beautiful women? From the beginning, Director Wu had thought Lan Jue and Tan Lingyun were a suitable couple. The only obstacle was the savage goddess ignorance, for she didn't know Lan Jue was Lei Feng. When the art group returned from training, Tan Lingyun had sought out Director Wu. With a dogged determination, she tried to compel him to reveal the drill master's identity. Wu Jinyi had made a promise, and more than that, was quite afraid of Lan Jue's power. So of course he didn't tell her. But how could a man as shrewd as he not immediately see her infatuation? Tan Lingyun had become quite enamored with the mysterious, golden-masked man. It was not an opportunity he could pass up. He would have to manufacture some sort of opportunity for things to take their course. The journey to the barrows would take days, he thought. What better opportunity than that? The school couldn't afford first-class accommodations for Lan Jue, but he could at least be sandwiched between two gorgeous women. Perfect, he thought. The tighter the better. Lan Jue could not know of Director Wu's clandestine maneuvers. All he could do is lament his situation. When he tried to scooch away from Tan Lingyun, Qianlin had reacted by recoiling and blocking him with her hands. It wasn't overt, but the expression on her face was like a stranger trying to keep someone at bay. Why don't you just say what's on your mind, huh? Tan Lingyun rudely rapped on his forehead with a fist. She was strong, Lan Jue remembered painfully. What the hell are you doing? He yelped. Immediately, the savage goddess eyebrows shot up. What do you think I'm doing? You better be straight with me or I will throw you from this airship. Qianlin, if he even breathes on you, you let me know. I'll deal with him. Zhou Qianlin could see how tortured Lan Jue was, and for an instant her eyes revealed pity. She hurriedly shook her head, and dropped the hand she held up to keep Lan Jue away. The ship calmed as it broke through Skyfire's atmosphere. Portholes set along either side of the hull revealed the beautiful scenes as space slid by. Window seats always sold best. Qianlin had been given the one on their aisle, and so she took advantage by aimlessly staring out into the black. Lan Jue remained locked in the middle. 5 days, he whined inwardly. He figured he'd probably die. This must be what the students had felt during training, he thought. Pain of the body meant nothing, but afflictions of the soul were dire. Like them, there was nothing he could do about it. I need to visit the restroom. Lan Jue half stood as far as possible in this little nest. Lingyun shot him a dismissive glance. Who are you talking to? You, of course, he said in irritation. I guess your parents never taught you to be polite, she replied. You dash with great effort. Lan Jue managed to bite back the deluge of expletives he had in mind. His teeth audibly ground as he spoke. Professor Tan. I'm sorry to trouble you. Thank you tremendously. She finally stood, and Lan Jue rushed past as quickly and as carefully as he dared. His long legs sent him toward the toilets and just short of a run. A detestable scowl followed him as Tan Lingyun watched. She turned to her young student. Be careful with that one. He looks useless, but he certainly is not a good person. Ugh, I can't stand this kind of good-for-nothing garbage. And he's supposed to be teaching etiquette. Back on Taihua he held everyone else up as we were running for our lives. Not only is he useless, he's also stupid. She didn't despise him quite so much as she let on, of course, but the result of him running from the escaping plan was still fresh in her memory. Her opinion of Wang Hongyuan had changed considerably since their encounter on Taihua. But this was not the case with Lan Jue. Him, she still hated. Professor Lan can't be that bad. I think he's a good man, I've listened to his class. Qianlin couldn't bear to hear this woman bad-mouthing Lan Jue so viciously. Of course, she couldn't make her disagreement too vociferous. Oh? And what is his class like? The savage goddess was genuinely curious. Zhou Qianlin carefully weighed her words. He teaches very well. Very noble. We've learned a lot of things you don't usually learn in a university, and you can tell he's very warm-hearted. Humph, Tan Lingyun grunted. I really don't know what the administrators were thinking. Making us sit with that waste of air, honestly, it was as though she hadn't heard Qianlin at all. Zeta. Lan Jue found a place with enough headroom for him to stand straight, and hung around there. It was then a familiar face came into view. Professor Lan. The tender voice was always a pleasure. Jin Yan smiled up at him. Hello Professor Jin. He replied pleasantly. What's wrong? You look upset. She had spied his unpleasant expression, and that was why she'd approached. Lan Jue shook his head. It's nothing. A small matter. Jin Yan smiled prettily. Professor Lan, I didn't get a chance to thank you properly before Professor Wang joined us. Although I haven't the slightest idea what my brother had to go through, but he came back a completely changed person. My parents and I hardly believe it. I'm certain this is a result of something you did, so thank you very much. Jin Tao was lucky to meet you. Lan Jue chuckled sheepishly, but said nothing. Wang Hongyuan was like Jin Yan's shadow, never far away. He slid seamlessly into their little gathering. Who knows how, but he must have arranged it so he could sit beside her on this journey. Hello, professors. He grinned wide at them. Lan Jue greeted him with a flat stare. Jealousy was this guy's only motivation. He couldn't even seal the deal. Oh, Professor Wang. You were also looking for Professor Lan? She cantered her head in curiosity as she looked his way. Wang Hongyuan chortled. No. I just saw the two of you talking and I figured I'd join. It's boring sitting in one place, and anyway we're all elective teachers. We have a commonality. You two chat, Lan Jue said, sighing inwardly at the inevitable. I'm going to head back. Ugh, these long rides are rough. 1 inch. Wang Hongyuan's pleading eyes had forced him to leave. It was impossible to find a quiet corner in this tiny ship. Lan Jue was beginning to regret coming with the school. If he'd known it'd be like this, he would have gone with the wine master. But that would have blown his cover. He made his way back to his seat. He stopped upon encountering Tan Lingyuan. My deepest apologies, Professor. Could I trouble you to let me pass? This time, thankfully, she said nothing, only got up and let him pass unmolested. He slunk past and crouched into his chair once more. Immediately he was even more uncomfortable than he had been. However, as he was musing on his misfortune, he felt a hand tug on his right sleeve. Turning his head, Lan Jue saw Zhou Qianlin quietly lift the armrest between them. She scooched closer to the window, giving him a blessed few more inches of space. A warm feeling spread through Lan Jue's chest. Although she didn't say anything, her actions spoke volumes. She really was a great girl. Ships were constructed like this in consideration of couples. It was a nice feature that removed the obstacles between them during these long flights, so they could keep close and comfortable. Without the armrest to constrain him, Lan Jue was able to spread out. His legs and elbows were able to separate enough so he could at least breathe. It was still uncomfortable, but who was he to reject such a kindness? Naturally, the close quarters caused their arms to touch. The spirit collar gem warmed. Lan Jue, thank you. Qianlin, don't worry about it. Lan Jue, I'm sorry, Qianlin. I was wrong before, I just reacted poorly to a sudden situation. I'm an adult, and there are certain things I've learned. I also know that we should always be looking forward. I've told myself endlessly that I need to begin my new life. But there's a part of me that remains, a root that sprouts when things get emotional. I silence it every day, but it always comes back. It's the part of me that never dies. 1. I'm not sure if I mentioned this, but train rides are a reality of life in China. They are far and away the primary means of getting around. These airships are sort of meant to evoke that, even more than airplanes. Every year during the New Year festival, everyone has to return to their families, often across the country. Trains are the cheaper option, but you'll have people sitting on little more than benches for literally almost a week in some cases. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 343, Lan Jue's Lament. Chapter 343, Lan Jue's Lament. Lan Jue, you're an amazing girl, and I like you very much. You're perfect in so many ways. Had I met you before I met your sister, I'm sure I would have loved you as I love her. Like her, I wouldn't be able to give you up. But that's not the case. Your sister is gone, and she took my heart with her. Give me some time, please. I will never be able to forget her, but I'll keep trying to put the pain away. If I can, then my heart is yours. Any other way would be unfair to you. Will you wait for me? Zhou Qianlin quietly listened to Lan Jue's confessions through the spirit collar gem. When she lifted her head, her eyes were puffy and red. Tears traced wet lines down her cheeks. Don't cry. Don't cry. He told her through their soundless connection. Qianlin, who likes you, huh? Stop trying to make yourself feel better. Lan Jue, you're right, I'm trying to make myself feel better. Don't cry. Ah! The cry was from Zhou Qianlin. Lan Jue felt his whole body tense up and then, he was flying through the airship's fuselage. Time slowed as he was in the air. He could clearly see Tan Lingyun's hand gripping his shoulder. That's what had pulled him up. He fought against his instinct, going through the many ways he might be able to free himself from this situation, but he'd break his cover. Lan Jue had just enough time to lament his misfortune. Bang! An instant later, he was a crumpled heap on the floor. Tan Lingyun had gone easy, at least considering what she was capable of. She'd only thrown him around through the air instead of doing any real damage. If she had chosen to use her full strength, it would have ended very poorly for Lan Jue. All eyes were drawn to the sudden, dramatic turn of events. Tan Lingyun was on her feet, glaring down at the dizzy etiquette teacher. Clearly you weren't paying attention to anything I said, she growled. I didn't do anything. Lan Jue looked up at her, his face pained and pleading. Tan Lingyun's eyes flashed dangerous, and she jabbed a finger toward Zhou Qianlin. You didn't do anything? Why is the arm rest between you two up then, huh? Why is Qianlin crying? You absolutely did something. Her screaming had attracted the attention of nearly the entire airship. Everyone nearby were faculty from the school, and they looked on in shock from their seats. Wang Hongyuan and Jin Yan, who had just sat down, were especially stunned. You must be mistaken, Professor Tan. Jin Yan's pleasant voice spoke up, and she stepped forward to insert herself in the exchange. She reached down to help Lan Jue to his feet. The truth is right in front of us, she snarled. How can I be mistaken? You mustn't be taken in by his appearance, this man is a cancer. The bile rising within him wouldn't be denied, and he couldn't help but speak up. A cancer. I haven't done a single thing to you, ever. And yet you're always focusing your anger on me. I'm not bothering anyone. To this, Tan Lingyun huffed. I can't stand weaklings like you. Such a little bitch. Alright, what's going on? Just then, the air marshals on board became involved. The two gentlemen were tall, and carried powerful equipment to deal with troublemakers. The most frightening thing for any airship operator was encountering mischief in flight. As a result, the marshals were always well armed, and treated exceedingly well. They'd only been in the air for a short time, and with all this ruckus they came running in a hurry. You're just in time, Tan Lingyun said. This man is bullying your passengers. I think he should be isolated. I refuse to fly with him. Me? Lan Jue's anger was bubbling out of his control. Her constant abuse and the unwanted attention was more than he could handle. Before the marshals could respond, a small sheepish voice interrupted. That's not right. Professor Lan didn't do anything to me. You're mistaken, Professor Tan. This was, of course, Zhou Qianlin. The savage goddess brows furrowed. Don't be scared, Qianlin. There's no need to try and placate this waste of space. Qianlin continued. No, Professor, you're wrong. I was thinking about family matters, that's why I was crying. I pulled up the armrest so I could go to the bathroom. That's when you... Tan Lingyun looked at her skeptically. Are you sure? You forget that I was part of the art class, Professor, she answered. He's weak, so even if he did want to do something, I'd be able to protect myself just fine. Tan Lingyun couldn't refute the logic. Although Qianlin had been among the weakest of the ARC participants, but she had completed the entire program on her own. Compared to any normal person, she was far stronger. Lan Jue's face alternated between a sickly green and a furious red. This was her plan? She was just as bad. She even looked pleased. I'm sorry, gentlemen. It looks like this was all a misunderstanding. By now Director Wu had finally deigned to intervene. He spoke to the two marshals. These two are teachers from my university. They seem to be having some trouble getting along. I do apologize. We're sorry to trouble you. I'm the NEU teaching director, so I'll handle this from here. I'll make sure they don't cause any more trouble. He was all smiles until the marshals left. His face darkened dangerously as he looked toward Tan Lingyun. I have told you more times than I can count, Professor. You cannot just react, you need to understand before you decide to get involved. You're far too impulsive. Apologize to your co-worker. How could you treat him so poorly, then expect him to behave the way you like? Tan Lingyun looked between Wu Junyi's face, dark as a thunderhead, to Lan Jue's murderous scowl. Her mouth curled into a distasteful frown. Sorry, she muttered. Lan Jue ground his teeth so hard he thought they might shatter. If it hadn't had been for Director Wu's involvement, Lan Jue wasn't sure he'd be able to constrain himself much longer. This savage goddess was a damn nightmare. He had to train. He had to keep training until he got his strength back, then one day he'd show her how wrong she was. Humph. He stomped back to his seat without any of the degrading begging from before. He crumpled into that uncomfortable position and yanked the armrest down between he and Zhou Qianlin. Director Wu turned his attention to the cabin full of looky-loos. All right. Get back to your seats, there's nothing to see here. As he returned to his own seat, he sighed inwardly. Ah, Lin Yun, this woman. She was handed a golden opportunity, and made a mess of it. Can't she see how differently Qianlin looks at Lan Jue now? You've been around him for so long already, and you can't see what kind of person he is. Of course, he couldn't tell her this. It was a thought he could share only with himself. Worse still, now the situation between Lan Jue and Tan Lingyu looked even more hopeless. Lan Jue sulked quietly in his chair. He busied himself with conjuring up 100 ways to torment Tan Lingyu. But alas, a proper man did not strike a woman. There would be no redemption for him. Moreover, though she had a very coarse exterior, Tan Lingyu was, somewhere deep inside, a good person. But these realizations only made Lan Jue more depressed. Taking out his frustrations on a good woman was even worse. Alas, this woman was his bane. He was absolutely sure the only way to fix the situation was to stay away as far away as possible. Lan Jue once more felt a light touch at his right shoulder. Lan Jue remained absolutely still, as though he never felt anything at all. She tapped him again. Then her voice came through the spirit collar gem. Qianlin, are you upset? Lan Jue, no. Qianlin, it was Professor Tan who threw you. Why are you upset with me? Lan Jue, don't think I didn't see that smirk of yours when that whole thing was happening. That's right, I was just letting off some steam. Sometimes I wish I could beat you myself. Qianlin covered her mouth, and forcibly choked back a laugh. Lan Jue, no. Wait. Qianlin snickered, shoving him lightly with her shoulder. What you gonna do about it? Me? Lan Jue silently stretched out a hand and placed it on one of Qianlin's long thin legs. Suddenly Qianlin's self-satisfied smirk froze. Strangely, her first reaction was not to push Lan Jue's hand away, instead, her eyes immediately shot toward Tan Lingyu. She used her sweater to hide his hand. The temperamental woman was not paying attention. Her eyes were closed as she rested. She didn't seem the least upset by Director Wu's rebuke, and it was unlikely she took anything he'd said to heart. Qianlin, what are you doing? Let go. Lan Jue, shit, I already have a bad reputation. I might as well try a few bad things. Qianlin, let go or I'll scream. Lan Jue, go ahead. Qianlin, you seem to be forgetting something. Lan Jue, oh yeah? What's that? GZZT. The cocky Lan Jue felt a jolt of electricity sear up his arm, forcing him to instinctively retract his hand. Half his body went numb. He did forget. The moment they touch, Qianlin becomes his equal. The airship continued on its way, ignorant of the drama occurring within. It entered lightspeed a little while later, where they would remain for a day's time as they reached the next jump point. Lan Jue nested in his seat, about as uncomfortable as one could get. He didn't dare open the armrest between himself and Qianlin now, after what had happened. He was legitimately terrified of Tan Lingyu. Getting thrown around wasn't a big deal. The worst was the disgrace. What a loss of face. The trip and excitement had exhausted many of the passengers, who now were also feeling the discomfort of economy class. Zhou Qianlin was asleep beside him, unknowingly leaned against him with her head on his shoulder. Her body felt soft, and a sweet fragrance surrounded her. Finally, he thought, something peaceful and gentle in this trial of a journey. Tan Lingyu saw it, too, and watched with a strange look in her eye. She wasn't stupid, and the moment she heard Qianlin's defense of Lan Jue she knew something was up. Seeing the young girl leaning against him made it even clearer. There was definitely something strange about their relationship. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 344, Cosmic Turbulence. Chapter 344, Cosmic Turbulence. Her very first thought was that he wasn't worth Zhou Qianlin's affection. Although Tan Lingyu was herself a woman, she recognized how attractive the girl was. More than that, she was also smart, and had a good character. After the art classes she was tougher, too. In essence, she was the pillar upon which the art class had stood. More than once Tan Lingyu had told those young men on the brink of collapse to look Qianlin's way. That was enough to have them dig deeper. But she couldn't for the life of her understand why a girl like Zhou Qianlin would like a man like Lan Jue. As far as she was concerned, the man had no redeeming qualities. He taught a pointless subject, was exceedingly weak, except for passable looks, there was nothing special about him. Did the girl not understand that she needed to find a strong man? Looking the way she did, there must be many suitable men interested in her. But to each their own, she supposed, and it didn't seem like Director Wu cared. What could she do about it? Act like she didn't see it. Out of sight, out of mind. So she closed her eyes, and went to sleep. Lan Jue slept as well, though his was hard-won. His dreams were fragmented, choppy, anxiety-ridden visions. After some indeterminate amount of time, most of the sleeping travelers were rudely jostled away as the airship shuddered violently. What was going on? Spaceflight was very different from atmospheric travel. Space was almost complete emptiness, and that meant smooth travels. Of course, any problems were serious and deadly matters out in this endless vacuum. Qianlin and Lan Jue woke up as well with the others. They exchanged a look before settling properly in their seats. Zhou Qianlin sat up quickly, but it took Lan Jue some considerable amount of effort to find an acceptable position. All the while he could feel something. The cabin was filled with a pleasant ding as the announcement system came online. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. We seem to have encountered some cosmic turbulence. We'd like to ask all passengers to return to their seats at this time, and to ensure their safety belts are securely fastened. We repeat, we've encountered some cosmic turbulence. Passengers should return to their seats and fasten their safety belts now. Thank you. Cosmic turbulence? The phrase caused Lan Jue's features to sour. While many average flyers may not know precisely what cosmic turbulence was, Lan Jue was very familiar with it. He'd encountered it before. Cosmic turbulence was a special sort of interstellar phenomenon, where bands of plasma sweep through the void between galaxies. They also often followed the passage of large moving bodies, like comets. Flights like theirs shouldn't encounter cosmic turbulence, because their flight paths were specifically calculated to avoid it. But now that they had, there was considerable risk to consider. These bands of turbulence covered enormously large swaths of space, avoiding it would be very difficult. Lan Jue stopped worrying over propriety, and leaned over Qianlin to look out her window. He was practically squeezing the poor girl back against her seat. His eyes were met by the blackness of space, but in the far distance was a faint twinkling light. In its center was a little black dot. It was too vague to be seen clearly. Lan Jue's heart rate quickened. Zhou Qianlin's voice invaded his thoughts. Is everything all right? Lan Jue, I don't know. If it's space debris causing some turbulence, then it isn't a big issue. If it's in comet, though, we're in trouble. The impact force from something like that would obliterate this ship, even with its shields. Bang! Once again the ship rocked violently. A milky white light shimmered just outside Qianlin's window. It engaged the ship's shields. Shields were costly when it came to energy. Often they were left off unless absolutely necessary. If they were on, it meant the danger was real. Tan Lingyun had pressed herself closer though she couldn't see anything. Get out of the way. She snarled and yanked him back, forcing Lan Jue to fall into his seat. She wanted a look, but she also wanted to keep the creep away from Qianlin. She leaned over him to get a peek outside. Little did she know, the pose gave Lan Jue quite an unexpected eyeful of her full chest. Lan Jue's eyes nearly popped from his skull, and he whipped his head away quick enough to give himself whiplash. See no evil. He screamed in his head. See no evil. Qianlin didn't notice. She was nervously peering at the darkness outside. There's an object in the plasma wave. Tan Lingyun was a master in this regard, and began to recite her analysis. Her face grew more and more troubled. Bang! The sound of impact rattled through the cabin, and the whole ship pitched sideways a few degrees. Cries rippled through the passengers, their alarmed expressions stark in the blazing light of the shields. No good. If this keeps up, we're in real trouble. From the last strike, Lan Jue knew they could only hold out for so long. If impacts like that continued, they'd be smashed to bits. Lan Jue shoved Tan Lingyun out of the way and sprang to his feet. A hand shot out toward Zhou Qianlin. Come with me. She didn't hesitate for a moment. She swept past the savage goddess to Lan Jue's side. Where the hell are you two going? Tan Lingyun challenged in surprise. She rose to her feet as well and hurried after them. The rest of the passengers were stricken with panic, and didn't notice the three of them run off. Wu Jinyi saw Lan Jue streak by, and sighed in relief as he watched him go. Surely this meant he had a solution, and the airship's bridge was where he looked to be headed. Everyone was locked in their seats, the marshals included. Lan Jue had no obstacles as he raced across the whole of the ship to the front cabin. The bridge was right in front of them. "What do you think you're doing?" Several marshals sitting in the front row shot to their feet and blocked further passage. Lan Jue came to a halt. His voice was urgent. "I'm a pilot. I know what's going on outside, and if you don't let me in there, the turbulence is going to tear us apart." "Hell no." A grizzled older marshal spat. "This is a restricted area, authorized personnel only. Return to your seat immediately, or we'll be forced to assist you." Lan Jue didn't fault them, and in fact praised their dedication. The worst thing in a crisis was chaos, and these men were preventing that. There was no shirking their duties. Their tasers were already in hand. Lan Jue just needed to take one more step forward, and they'd pounce. Lan Jue couldn't hesitate, lives were at risk. If their ship were to explode, he'd survive, thanks to Thor. But he could only save one other. Even then, even knowing their coordinates, the likelihood that Thor could bring them to an inhabited planet before running out of juice was impossibly small. This was it. He could no longer hide his strength. Something needed to be done. Just then, he felt a hand clap down on his shoulder. "Are you really a pilot?" The voice belonged to Tan Lingyun. Lan Jue's head snapped around, and he nodded his head emphatically. Tan Lingyun's voice was resolute. "All right. I'll believe you this once." She pulled Lan Jue behind her as she spoke. As they exchanged places, a vibrant green energy bloomed out around her. 4 beams of emerald light fell over the marshals and froze them in place. After the arc classes, Tan Lingyun could feel that she was at the peak of 8th rank now. 9th rank was separated by a thin wall, one she knew she would soon puncture. Although these marshals were also adepts, they clearly were no match for her. "Hurry!" Tan Lingyun shouted to Lan Jue. He shot her a thumbs up and then, pulling Qianlin after him, strode toward the bridge. The bridge door flew open as they were about to reach it. A man bearing a laser pistol barred the way. "No one move, or I start shooting." He looked like the co-pilot, based on his clothing. He must have heard the ruckus outside and came to investigate. He was no more effective than the marshals, and shared their fate. Another beam of light arose to stop him from moving. He'd actually managed to fire his gun, but the energy couldn't pierce through Tan Lingyun's discipline. Lan Jue and Qianlin raced past. This airship's bridge had space for 13 crew. There was, of course, the captain and co-pilot. Aside from them were shield operators, piloting personnel, engineers, and others. Each of them were responsible for their section, and altogether they managed the enormous ship. Right now, each one looked increasingly more nervous than the last. The entire bridge was surrounded by windows, so they saw everything coming their way. Lan Jue looked out into space and sucked in a breath. What he saw was precisely what he hoped he wouldn't. Several massive comets were headed their way, with blazing tails that extended kilometers back in their wake. "Who the hell are you people?" The captain was a man who looked to be in his 60s. His voice was harsh and threatening. "I'm a battleship pilot," Lan Jue said. "You aren't prepared to handle this turbulence. Please let me take over." "Horse shit. And how are you going to prove your identity, huh?" he asked angrily. Tan Lingyun had joined them and stepped forward. Once again beams of vibrant green light exploded from her. "I'm an 8th rank talent, and I'm confirming his identity." Lan Jue begrudgingly praised Tan Lingyun, though he would never say anything. Despicable as she was, you could count on her in a pinch. She didn't even know why herself, but she trusted him in this dire moment. That wasn't something many people did. Boom! The entire ship shook, and rocked fiercely to the side. The captain staggered a few steps before catching himself. His eyes shot to the shield control array. The screen flashed a glaring red warning. Their energy stores were almost depleted. "Captain, the incoming comets are far more densely packed." "What is your order?" "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 345, Narrow Escapes. Chapter 345, Narrow Escapes. Lan Jue rushed over to the control systems with big strides, and took over control from one of the crew. Behind him, Tan Lingyun shot her hands out. The motion cast 2 beams of verdant energy that separated the other personnel from Lan Jue and Qianlin. One of the crew sitting by defense system controls looked nervously at the captain. The ship's commanding officer lifted a hand in a silent order to remain still. Under ordinary circumstances, a breach would likely fail beneath the bridge's state-of-the-art internal defense mechanisms. It was enough to easily overpower any adept 7th rank and below. But these were not normal circumstances, they were staring death in the face. In fact, the likelihood they'd survive, according to the captain, was no better than 80%. Everyone was in a panic. If this man really did have battleship piloting experience, maybe he could pull out a miracle. But miracles were known for being rare. These plasma tendrils with their massive comets were the nightmare of every airship pilot. An armada could obliterate it with a densely packed bombardment. They were in a transport ship. The moment he realized what they were encountering, the captain's heart had sunk to the floor. They were doomed. Lan Jue settled in the seat. His hands shot out, and his fingers danced nimbly across the keyboard like bolts of lightning. He shouted over his shoulder. Shrink the shields to just over the ship. Reduce shield output to 30%. What? The crewmen at the shield controls stared open-mouthed at Lan Jue. Their shields were outmatched as it is, and he wanted them reduced. Do as he says. The captain shouted from his chair. Now that he'd let the man take over, there was no going back. He was also a career pilot, and he knew what Lan Jue was intending: decrease surface area and reduce energy consumption. Right now, the smaller they were the better. The airship rolled sideways, narrowly avoiding a massive chunk of space rock. This unfortunately put them right in the path of 3 smaller stones. The ship shuddered and groaned as it was pelted by the dense and speedy debris. Lan Jue's features were serious and solemn. Meanwhile, he spoke to Qianlin through the spirit collar gem. Put your hands on my shoulders. Then, I want you to focus your energies all around us. Block us from everyone's sight. Qianlin swept behind Lan Jue without hesitation, and placed her hands on his shoulders. A white, peaceful aura instantly sprang to life around her. A moment later, that protective force spread outward and penetrated through Lan Jue. Tan Lingyun's eyes lit up. She knew Zhou Qianlin's discipline was supportive, so perhaps she was helping improve Lan Jue's reaction speed. The rippling, milky light continued to spread in all directions. Those behind couldn't clearly see what Lan Jue was doing any longer. Lightning flashed in his eyes as his power surged. He could feel waves of his own power flowing from Zhou Qianlin and into him. The amplification wasn't as dramatic as when they joined, but he was easily comparable to a 9th rank 8th level adept. It was stupendous that an amplification discipline could lift someone up to this level. He could sense behind her, much to his surprise, Qianlin converting his own thunderbolt powers to that supportive energy. He made a mental note that they would have to experiment more with the changes in their powers. Understanding each other's abilities intimately would be immensely beneficial to them both. Assuming they weren't evaporated by a titanic, gas-spewing space rock. Lan Jue lifted his hand from the keyboard and placed it on a metal sphere set within the control station. This device was a power converter. It injected an Adept's power into the ship, to help it perform better. Almost all larger airships had such devices installed. A single Adept couldn't control a battleship, or inject it with enough energy to run it. However, by using a power converter connected to amplification power gems, the issue could be overcome. In normal flight, this gave it a fine tune-up. Higher-level Adepts were, of course, more effective in this situation. For truly powerful Adepts, sometimes their own energy alone was enough to power a ship, it's just that no one's done it. The instant Lan Jue's hand touched the sphere, his energy burst from him into the ship. In the space of an instant, he was in complete control. With Qianlin's help, he was now as strong as a 9th rank 8th level adept. It was like he became the ship. He could sense everything, feel all of its adjustments and settings. With a thought he could change anything to his specifications. Meanwhile, Lan Jue's right hand tapped furiously on the control panel, urging the ship as fast as it could go. You're crazy. What the hell are you doing gaining speed? One of the propulsion engineers shouted at him. He tried to force his way through Lingyun's barriers, but failed. Shut up. I want to live more than anyone on this damn ship. As he shouted, the crew watched in surprise as a helmet descended from over the master control board. Total manual control? The captain watched in wonderment. Although he couldn't see precisely how Lan Jue was controlling the ship through Qianlin's waves of power, he did recognize the helmet as it descended toward them. The only people who would dare put a ship like this in manual control were true specialists. The captain, too, was capable of this, but was not very proficient. With the helmet in place, Lan Jue could more quickly and efficiently feel every aspect of the airship. He closed his eyes, and through his connection with the ship's systems he was able to see out in all directions, and much farther than his eyes could manage. The comet swarm was drawing closer, and growing more densely packed. Lan Jue dexterously dipped the ship between 2 errant meteorites. They slipped through the frozen boulders with only meters to spare, avoiding the clouds of rock and dust as they smashed together. The moment the captain had recognized that Lan Jue was controlling the ship manually, his estimation of the young invader went up significantly. He looked at a nearby monitor displaying their detection reading for a closer look at the situation outside. It was obviously superior to simple line of sight. But when he saw how Lan Jue evaded the meteorites, he couldn't help but resolutely nod his head. He himself would not have been able to accomplish that. Surely this man's credentials were true. The white transport ship deftly darted between incoming comets and meteor fragments like a tiny fish in an unending purple sea. Although coming out completely unscathed was impossible, Lan Jue picked which rocks the ship could handle and avoided the others. Sometimes he would collide with smaller ones purposefully, where they would otherwise be smashed against a moon-sized comet. The ship's energy systems were restored with Lan Jue's power injection. The shields were fuller and ready for stronger impact. Soon they were at top speed, drilling through the heart of the comet swarm. However, this was anything but comfortable for the passengers. The faster they went, the more the ship shuddered as though it were going to shake itself apart. They were swept from side to side as Lan Jue threaded between certain death. And it wasn't just the travelers. Even some of the crew were beginning to look a little green. Tan Lingyun, on the other hand, stood with her feet planted as though they were nailed to the hull. No matter how violently the ship shook, she didn't move an inch. But that wasn't the whole story. She stared out of the bridge's window with a face made of stone, but the light of passing comets revealed her white-knuckle fists. She was an adept, and like Lan Jue there was a small chance she could survive, but the reality of that was silly to hope for. She was an 8th-ranked adept, among the best of humanity, but that meant nothing in the vast expanse of the universe. But this situation, and her heightened senses had helped her to see things a little more clearly. Lan Jue was complete garbage, as she asserted, at least he could fly an airship. She never would have guessed. At least now she knew why Zhou Qianlin liked him. He had at least one redeeming quality. For everyone on the bridge, it felt like time slowed to a crawl. Every second was an eternity as they swept past rocks going tens of thousands of kilometers a second. Bang! Another one. The ship listed sideways away from the impact, which was just enough to push it between another two massive comets. Thrusters on the ship's stern sputtered to life, spouting blue flame. And then, stillness. The black expanse of space stretched out before them. Gone were the comets and screaming meteors that blotted out the heavens, barreling onward behind them. The beauties of the universe were endless, and nothing was more perfect than the sight of those distant, fixed stars. The peaceful silence that overcame them was transformative. You did it, we're alive. A great cheer rose up on the bridge as the crew unfastened their safety harnesses and began jumping for joy. Anyone facing the prospect of death is scared, but these men and women were trained to throw all of themselves into a problem and not to break. But now that the danger was past, and their safety was assured, they could celebrate. And why not? They knew the odds, 1 in 100 survived an encounter like this. Most everyone was sure they were doomed, and now that they were saved it was like rising from the ashes. They couldn't control their jubilation. Some screamed and laughed, while others hid faces covered in tears. They stole their lives back from death's clutches. It was undoubtedly the most harrowing experience any of them had ever experienced. The sweat-soaked crew continued to cheer their survival. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 346, Can you handle it, Professor Tan? Chapter 346, Can you handle it, Professor Tan? The captain was the first to recover his senses. Sharp claps rang through the bridge as he attempted to gather everyone's attention. He shouted over the din, "All right. It's not time to celebrate yet. Get us back on course, and broadcast to the marshals that we're out of danger. Everything is back to normal. We are continuing in our route to the Barrows. Someone get me a report on damage sustained and remaining energy reserves. Turn off the shields." The crew members reined in their joy and set about enacting the captain's orders. Lan Jue rose to his feet, once the helmet rose from his head. He didn't dance or sigh as the others, he'd been through several life or death situations in his time. Zhou Qianlin dropped her hands from his shoulders, just as Tan Lingyun allowed her discipline and its barriers to disperse. Lan Jue made his way to the captain. "I apologize, the situation was urgent and dire. I ask that you don't advertise my involvement in any of this, but..." The captain replied by snatching up Lan Jue's hand in a hearty shake. "Thank you. Thank you for saving all our lives. How could we not share this news? You're a hero. I've never seen anyone pilot a craft like you did. You're one hell of a battleship pilot." Lan Jue retrieved with hand from the old man's iron grip with some effort. He chuckled sheepishly. If you really want to thank them, then let's keep this whole thing quiet. I guess I couldn't be opposed to a first-class seat, if you have one available. Tall as I am, economy class is pretty uncomfortable. Not a problem, not a problem. Half the first-class cabins are empty. You and your friends are all welcome. By now the captain had returned to his normal, gruff manner. The qualities and character of a commercial pilot needed to be very high to reach the professional level this man enjoyed. He also understood some of Lan Jue's reticence. After all, what he'd done was extremely illegal. The ship's crew looked at Lan Jue in an entirely different light now. Their eyes were full of admiration and appreciation. They were all trained airship operators, so everything they had managed to see, they understood. If asked to describe it, master at work was the best they could come up with. Much like the captain's praise, they had never seen anyone pilot a ship like that before. Lan Jue stretched his lanky body and looked at Tan Lingyun. Thank you, Professor Tan. She had been very helpful and compliant, questioning him only the once. He was also afraid he might have revealed himself, and wanted to find out more of what she'd seen. In the end, the savage goddess had made the right determination in the moment when he needed it most, and for that he was grateful. She glared at him with hard eyes. Her face seemed a little pale. Zhou Qianlin gave her a curious look. Professor, are you all right? Tan Lingyun's eyes swept toward Qianlin. Without warning, she doubled over. Raf Waru. Lan Jue watched wide-eyed and slack-jawed as Tan Lingyun vomited for what seemed like an eternity. She kept throwing up until nothing was left but bile. Was this motion sickness? How could it be anything else? She'd remained right behind him, locked in place through the whole ordeal. She wasn't protected by any shielding or pressure-relieving apparatuses like the crew had at their stations. She had felt every pitch and jerk and drop. In fact, the only way she was handling it this well was because she'd experienced the G-force training Lan Jue had put them through. If she hadn't, she would likely already be curled up on the floor. Fighting back a laugh, Lan Jue clicked his tongue at her. Professor Tan, are you really suffering from motion sickness? You have to look after yourself. Take it easy. Fu blah blah why. Tan Lingyun couldn't even finish her sentence before her body doubled over once again. Lan Jue couldn't help it, and a booming laugh erupted from him. Such release. Finally, for the first time ever he had the upper hand over this exceedingly unpleasant woman. The captain was a man of his word. After another vociferous round of praise, Lan Jue was led to his free first-class cabin upgrade. It was a small room, with enough space for 2 people. When you were ready to sleep, the spacious and comfortable seats stretched out to become beds. Both chairs ended up being equivalent to 2 double beds. These tickets were about double the price of a standard economy seat. The captain assumed Lan Jue's relationship with Qianlin and made sure the both of them were placed together in a cabin. Tan Lingyun had her own, all to herself. Lingyun was too busy violently emptying her stomach to care very much about the room assignments. She could do little more than lay in her spacious seat and sip sugar water one. This was her first time in a first-class cabin, though, so that at least improved her spirits somewhat. Lan Jue returned to economy to tell Director Wu about the changes, then sauntered pleasantly back to his spacious cubby hole. What a difference it made. He immediately spread his chair out and slipped the pillow under his head. Splayed out on a leather seat with a comfy pillow, what else could you ask for? Zhou Qianlin sat beside him. She wasn't yet interested in laying down. She looked uncomfortable, with a slight tinge of red to her face. After a moment of enjoying the new situation, Lan Jue noticed her discomfort. What's wrong? He asked, surprised. What's making you uncomfortable? Zhou Qianlin didn't say anything. She only glanced at him, then nodded toward the wall. Lan Jue followed her eyes, where he spied a sign with large red letters, unscrupulous activities prohibited. 2. Lan Jue's face was strange, and then suddenly he broke into a fit of snickering laughter. Qianlin smacked him playfully. Don't laugh. Lan Jue was in much higher spirits once leaving economy class, not to mention surviving violent destruction. They were safe, comfortable, and the savage goddess was somewhere else entirely trying to heave her stomach through her mouth. Things could hardly get better. I think I'm starting to get used to the changes in our discipline, Lan Jue said quietly, changing the subject. But it looks like there's still a lot we don't know. We should keep exploring the differences. Qianlin replied with a nod. I notice it, too. Once we touch, I can share your discipline. My own discipline is still there as well, and can transform into yours. I can still amplify your powers without being merged. It gives us more options and flexibility. Lan Jue cut in. That's right. That's precisely what I think as well. As for the summoning, obviously if you're in danger don't hesitate to call me to your side. We should try and test the maximum distance of this summoning when we have the time. I'd be curious precisely how far we can be before this stops working. Zhou Qianlin timidly nodded her head. She seemed a little less awkward now, and made herself comfortable by lifting her seat's footrest. She sank into the chair with a sigh. 1. According to Chinese medicine, sweet foods are suitable as medicinal cuisine to settle an upset stomach. 2. TJSS put it as married activities are prohibited. I found that funny. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 347, Arriving at the Barrows. Chapter 347, Arriving at the Barrows. Zhou Qianlin's legs were beautiful, long and thin. The pants she wore outlined the firm muscle of her thighs. Although they were in first class, space was still limited. Their seats were placed side by side, and the space between them was very tight. Lan Jue looked at her as he lay down, and was struck by how pretty she was, how soft she looked. How comfortable it would be to hold her in his arms, he thought. The idea came unconscious and unbidden. As he looked at Zhou Qianlin, he saw her figure grow dim then vanish. Half a moment later, there was a warm body in his arms. Ah! The cry had come from Qianlin, though Lan Jue's face revealed his own surprise. So it went both ways. Lan Jue lay unmoving with Qianlin beside him, his heart filled with surprise over the revelation. Qianlin, too, understood the implications once her own surprise had worn off. Just as she had summoned him, now it was she who had appeared by his side. It was strange, resting in his embrace, but also exciting. Lan Jue blinked at her, but did not move. I didn't mean to. I just was giving it a try. It looks like this time I meant it. Qianlin's face reddened. You still haven't let me go. Lan Jue quickly released her, but the shift caused Zhou Qianlin to slip. Lan Jue instinctively grabbed her again to keep her from falling off the chair. In his rush, the only leverage he'd managed to grip was Qianlin's backside. As luck would have it, precisely in that moment was when their door swung open. The airship's captain stuck his head in searchingly. What he saw was Zhou Qianlin lying awkwardly atop Lan Jue, supported by his hand on her rump. The two of them looked back at him with big round eyes, like deer caught in headlights. Ah! I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to disturb the two of you. I just wanted to come by and thank you again. I brought some of my favorite cookies as a little gift. The captain gruffly placed the cookies nearby, then, vigorously waving for them to go on, left the small cabin. The door shut tight behind him. Qianlin pushed herself away from him with a hand on his shoulder. This is all your fault. The door opened again just a crack. A hand reached it, grabbed that red-lettered sign, and disappeared once again. Zhou Qianlin and Lan Jue watched in silence. Both weren't sure if they should scream or laugh. For Lan Jue, that strange feeling within him only intensified. Qianlin scrambled off and returned to her own seat, where she turned her blushing face away from Lan Jue. The former mercenary, meanwhile, nervously scratched his head. He turned as well and fought with the masculine urges within him. He fought them till he slept. Zeta. The next leg of their journey continued smoothly. Although they'd expended a good deal of energy evading the cosmic turbulence, their reserves were enough to complete the trip. In 5 days, they'd reached their destination, the Barrows. Thankfully, the marked improvement in his treatment made the remainder of their ride far more palatable for Lan Jue. He quite enjoyed it. It was the first time they'd spent so much time together alone, getting alone. But they were not idle. In fact, there was one activity they engaged in rigorously. Learning about the changes to their disciplines, naturally. For 5 days they trained and practiced, mastering the new changes. First was the process of sharing their discipline. A certain degree of skin-on-skin contact was required first. Intertwining fingers didn't appear to be enough, they had to grip hands. Next they practiced summoning one another. The crux of it was that the summoner needed a true desire to see the other person. What's more, the more they practiced, the more direct the summoning became. The target appeared around 30 centimeters directly ahead. The first time Lan Jue succeeded, Qianlin fell into his arms. However, that was because she'd been summoned from her back, so of course that's how she'd land. The tight confines of the airship made determining a maximum distance for this summoning impossible. Nor could they practice merging, because the practice would sacrifice her clothing. She appeared in her birthday suit, and that was all. Qianlin flat out refused, and there was nothing Lan Jue could do about it. Their experiments helped pass the time, so their 5-day journey didn't feel too long. It had also given Lan Jue a chance to teach Qianlin more tricks in using their shared discipline, and smoothed out their cooperation. Lan Jue was originally a 9th-rank 7th-level talent, after all, with a wealth of experience in a number of fields. It didn't take long for grasp the essentials under his tutelage. By the time their journey was coming to a close, she had a solid mastery of the basics. Their airship touched down on the barrows. The captain came to collect them personally, and send them off. He thanked them again on behalf of the crew. Lan Jue politely accepted the praise while reminding him to keep his involvement a secret. Lan Jue had never been interested in the praise afforded to heroes. A man did what needed to be done, and that was all. If he'd had any interest in that, Tai Hua would already have earned him quite a following. No, Lan Jue liked the feeling of the deed itself. Whether it was helping the elderly in Grace Hospital or saving people from terrifying alien species, it was nourishing for the soul. Nothing could buy that kind of feeling, nor the positive karma it brought. Doing good things was good for the heart. Tan Lingyun was terrible with information. The moment they'd disembarked from the airship, it seemed like all the teachers knew he was a battleship pilot. Lan Jue helplessly faced them. Wu Junyi's estimation of his only grew, but Tan Liunjian's judgments never changed. He was still a waste. But of course there would be resentment. He had, after all, gloated over her affliction. That was not something she was going to forget. And yet she didn't trouble him further. After all, he did save everyone on the ship. She decided she would have more patience toward him. She was much nicer too, with any skill to back them up. When the ship touched down, the teachers were herded into a nearby maglev bus. They traveled to their destination, busily watching the scenery pass. They awed and awed at the passing buildings, in styles much different from that of the East. Most were built in the style of old-world Germany and France. Baroque influences were everywhere. A sense of history and culture permeated it all. In contrast to the other worn-down teachers, Lan Jue was awake and alert. He had had a beautiful companion and a comfortable cabin. But despite his excitement, he knew that his easy days were coming to an end once more. Soon he would have a lot to deal with, but first among them was meeting up with the wine master. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 348, The Barrows. Chapter 348, The Barrows. As the teachers tore through the scenic landscape on a maglev train, their mood had begun to improve once again. The only thing they'd had to do on their 5-day journey besides sleep was sleep. Once they finally disembarked, they were still groggy. However, the gorgeous views and differences from what they knew in the East woke them up quickly. Lan Jue, naturally, sat beside Zhou Qianlin. Everyone knew that she had been chosen to participate in the trip because of her outstanding performance during the art class. At least, that was what Wu Junyi had told them. There were some suspicions, however. After all, many of them had seen the exchange between Tan Lingyun, Qianlin, and the etiquette teacher. Then, all three mysteriously vanished. More attention was being paid to the little-known Professor Lan. Jin Yan, too, would occasionally find her eyes wandering toward Lan Jue. When they did, her brows would furrow, and she'd get lost in thought. "Are you all right, Professor Yin? You didn't get hurt, did you?" Wang Hongyuan's concerned voice drew her back. Wang Hongyuan had yet to leave her side. They were colleagues from the same office, and this colleague in particular had caught Wang Hongyuan's fancy. "I wonder why Professor Lan is always with Zhou Qianlin." She spoke quietly to the man beside her. "I wonder if something's going on between them." Wang Hongyuan answered with a shrug. "How should I know? They do look a little more intimate than one might expect. If you look carefully, you can see something strange in the way they look at one another." Jin Yan's pretty mouth curled into a frown. "You're right, I can see it. How could this be allowed to happen?" Wang Hongyuan laughed it off. "Why shouldn't it? Qianlin's a postgraduate scholar, and she's an adult, old enough to apply for financial aid. One without a partner is without family, they say. If it's love, who are we to deny them?" Jin Yan was unconvinced. But she had always held Lan Jue in high regard, and that had increased by leaps and bounds after discovering the changes in her brother. But more than that, she'd always borne a curiosity about Professor Lan. She always felt as though there was more to him than met the eye. "We shouldn't pry into other people's business," Wang Hongyuan continued. "He's a colleague. And if he's got the skill to attract the attention of a beauty like Qianlin, then more power to him." "What makes you so happy to see them together?" she asked. To this, Wang Hongyuan offered a light snort. "He's my competition." "Competition? For what?" Jin Yan looked at him in curiosity. Wang Hongyuan shrugged his shoulder. I have a girl I like, who knows Professor Lan. This girl seems to have a little bit of an interest in the guy. If he were off the market, she has to give up pursuit, right? That's my opportunity. His eyes shone as he looked Jin Yan's way. Jin Yan blinked at him, surprised. Really? Do I know her? Wow, this is the first I've heard you are interested in somebody. Who is she? Come on, tell me. The corner of Wang Hongyuan's mouth twitched. He saw the fire of gossip alight in her eyes, but inwardly could only lament. Right over her head. It's a secret, he muttered. Jin Yan frowned prettily. Fine. Don't tell me. I just wanted to help, but I guess it looks like you don't need it. You really want to help? A sly light glittered in Wang Hongyuan's eyes. We'll colleagues, she said. Isn't that what friends do for each other? He nodded. Yeah, in that case there is actually something you can help me with. The woman I like actually came on this trip. Stop looking around. You're making it too obvious. When I need your help, I'll let you know, okay? Lan Jue's ear twitched as he faintly heard his name from behind somewhere. He listened carefully at Wang Hongyuan's attempts, and couldn't help but smile. At last he was making his move. Lan Jue wished him luck. What's with the sinister smirk? Qianlin whispered at his shoulder. Lan Jue chortled quietly. It's nothing. Something bad, that's for sure, Tan Lingyan said. She was sitting on his other side. One look at you shows you've got nothing but bad intentions. Lan Jue stared at her. Is this how you speak to your savior? She grunted. Oh, and who did you save, huh? I can't think of anyone. Lan Jue grunted right back. It's no use trying to argue with the ungrateful. I'm done speaking to you. Tan Lingyan openly wagged a fist at him. Are you looking for an ass-kicking? Lan Jue deigned not to answer. He simply sat in silence, with a scornful expression on his face. He could almost see her shaking beside him, but she wasn't as ungrateful as Lan Jue had accused. She wasn't one to let a good deed go unpunished. If it hadn't had been for his involvement, perhaps they all really would have died out in space. Perhaps he wasn't a total waste of space. Qianlin snickered into her hand on his other side. It was like the two of them had committed some unspeakable offense to each other in a past life. She didn't suspect Tan Lingyan as any sort of romantic rival. If she couldn't win Lan Jue over, then she suspected no one else could either. The Barrows was an enormously large planet, easily 3 times the volume of Skyfire. They had views stretching to the horizon while they made their descent, and saw nothing but green stretching far as the eyes could see. All of the vegetation served to up the oxygen content of the air, which caused some of the newcomers to feel lightheaded. Once they got used to it, however, they felt very comfortable. Endless scans and research on the Barrows had revealed a long time ago that the excellent surroundings actually served to extend its occupants' lives. Normal people who remained here for a long time might see their lifetime extend by 5 or 10 years. For this reason, the Barrows was often the host to dignitaries and others who needed a sharp mind. But the West's hierarchs were a cunning bunch. They didn't let just anyone stay here for long periods. They turned it into a tourist trap, and even the staff were switched out every few years. Its beauty and reputation, as well as the government policies around it, earned the Barrows quite the reputation. It quickly became a prime tourist destination. It was said that a visit here was cleansing for the body and mind, so the rich and powerful made regular pilgrimages. Even more, a great deal of the West's best foodstuffs were produced right here. It was to the West what Taihua was to the East. And like Taihua, overdevelopment was barred, to make sure the environment was protected. The Barrows and Taihua were originally about even in popularity, however the tragedy on Taihua had changed things. Since the attack, the planet had since been closed to outside traffic. Control had been handed over to the military, and even now their scans and searches continued. They searched for any information about these beasts, and any remaining eggs, to ensure that another catastrophe like that would never happen again. There were cities on the planet's surface, but all of them were of very simply construction, entirely composed of wood. They were curious structures, since they could not employ or steel or concrete. But cities weren't accurate. They were really more like villages. There were over 10,000 of these tourist bases scattered around the land. Hence the planet's name, the Barrows. There were also indigenous species, and the wooded areas teemed with life. However, the animals here were all good-natured. Very few of them even possessed the capability to harm a human. In all, the planet was an exceptionally harmonious place. The National Eastern University tourist party trundled along on the maglev train until it reached its destination, a small village of wooded buildings, much like all of the others. None of the structures rose higher than 3 floors. The hotel where they would be staying sported a small lake to one side. A majestic peak rose opposite its wooden doors. It, too, was interesting, as it was entirely draped in green but for the very top, where snow turned it white. With the mirror-flat surface of the lake reflecting the gorgeous vistas, it was quite the sight to behold. There were 2 teachers to a room. Clearly, it would be impossible for Lan Jue to share a room with a student. Wang Hongyuan would be his bunkmate. Once they entered the place, Lan Jue immediately tapped a number into his communicator. "You've arrived?" came the answer from the other end. "Yeah. I imagine you are, too. Where shall we meet?" he asked. "Turn on your positioning apparatus. I'll go to you," the wine master's voice replied. "All right." Lan Jue shut off the connection, then turned on his GPS locator. "You've got friends in the barrows?" Wang Hongyuan had overheard the brief conversation. His curiosity got the better of him. Lan Jue smiled. "Yup. Some friends of mine will be coming by, and I'll need to leave for a little while. But hey, old guy, good luck in your endeavors." "Old guy, how old do you think I am?" Wang Hongyuan glowered. Lan Jue chuckled. "Nah, I'm kidding, you aren't old. So how about little Wang then?" "Little Wang, and we'll stick to Professor Wang." 1. Lan Jue choked back a laugh. "So it is, Professor Wang. So when are you going to make your confession to Professor Jean, eh?" Wang Hongyuan suddenly realized his conversation on their ride over must have been overheard. He spoke, somewhat embarrassed. "Actually, I have no idea. You gotta help, Professor Lan. Give me a couple hints. I mean, if you can get a girl like Qianlin, then you've got to have some good info for me." Lan Jue looked at his friend in surprise. "Don't tell me you've never had a girlfriend." The dance instructor's face went stiff. "It means I'm pure." Lan Jue blinked. "You've really never had a girlfriend?" Wang Hongyuan chuckled sheepishly. "Before I moved to Skyfire, I was actually a Westerner, something I imagine you've already guessed. You've seen my discipline, my powers. It wasn't something I wanted, but the moment my disciplines awakened, I was thrust into that world. It was days of training, trying to perfect my abilities, but I never really liked where I was. I never liked how it felt. So, one day I ran, and I've been running ever since. I hadn't even dared to go looking for a woman. I spend my days in hiding, afraid they'll find me. I bounced around, hiding from place to place for 5 years before coming to settle at the university. At last, I found a way to live out my days in relative peace, and it's given me time to think. Professor Jean is a fine woman, beautiful, kind, enthusiastic. I like her quite a lot. I'd like you to help me, Professor Lan." 1. Naughtiness implied. The original Chinese cannot be translated exactly, but I'll try. He's referred to as Old Wang, a form of respectful address to someone older than you. However, after Wang Hongyuan's he changed it to Little Wang. Clearly in English this is a crude penis joke, but in Chinese you have to add a particle to the end of the sentence that denotes an implied answer. Like a rhetorical question. However, the addition of that particle makes his name Xiao Wang Ba, which sounds like little tortoise, which is slang for shithead, sorta. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.